Hey everyone, welcome to my modern JavaScript course for complete beginners. In this course, you will learn about variables, data types, converting types, the math method, strings, template literals, array methods, how you can work with array, the object, literal, data, and time operators, comparison operators, functions, normal functions, arrow functions, ifs even, loops, scopes, and then we're going to jump into DOM with DOM manipulation. What is the DOM? How can you manipulate it? Event listeners. We have two exciting projects, and that's basically it for this part. I cannot upload, first of all, more than 12 hours, but the actual course is much longer. It's over 23 hours, and it has everything, also a little bit of Node.js in there, but you either have to buy the complete course. Link is down in the description below, or you can become a member here on my YouTube channel. For those who don't know, I have memberships, and if you become a member, you have access to all of my courses, all of my projects, each and every video, and you have premium access before I release single courses. Get coupon codes if you want, if you're not going to become a maximum tier member. So enough about that. Hope you enjoyed the course. Hope you learned JavaScript. If you have any kind of questions, leave them in the comment section below. I will gladly answer them. With this being said, happy coding! Hello friends, and welcome to JavaScript. First things first, what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a lightweight, imperative, or just-in-time compiled programming language with first-class functions. While it is most well known as the scripting language of the web page, many non-browser environments also use it, such as Node.js. The JS in there stands for JavaScript, Apache CoachDB, and also Adobe Acrobat. JavaScript is a prototype-based, multi-paradigm, single-threaded dynamic language, supporting object-oriented, imperative, and declarative functional programming style. And do not confuse JavaScript with Java, they are totally separate programming languages. If we take a look in our layer cake of web technologies, JavaScript, as well as the other two, HTML and CSS, are part of that layer cake web development technologies. HTML, as you may or may not know, is the markup language that we use to structure and give meaning to our web content. For example, defining paragraphs, headings, and data tables. Nobody uses data tables anymore, but they are there. Or embedding images and videos into our web pages. CSS, on the other hand, is a language of style rules that we use to apply styling to our HTML content. For example, setting up background colors, or font sizes, or font styles, and laying out our content in multiple columns. And then comes JavaScript. JavaScript is the critical language that enables you to create dynamically updating content, then control multimedia, animate images, and pretty much everything else. Okay, not everything else, but it is amazing what you can achieve with just a few lines of JavaScript code. So what can it really do? Well, JavaScript can store values inside variables. It can perform operations on pieces of text known as strings in programming. It can run code in response to certain events, for example click events, key up events, key down events, load events on the web page, and much more. So what is JavaScript actually doing on your web page? When you load a web page in your browser, you're running your code, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, inside an execution environment, the browser tab. This is like a factory when you throw in your raw materials, which is the code, and outputs a product, the web page. A very common use for JavaScript is to dynamically modify HTML and CSS to update the user experience via the Document Object Model API, also known as the DOM. So there's only one question you should ask yourself: why learn JavaScript? Well, the most obvious reasons for learning JavaScript is if you have hopes of becoming a web developer. Even if you haven't have your heart set on a tech career, being proficient in JavaScript will enable you to build amazing web pages from scratch, a pretty useful skill to have in today's job market. So if you want to become a web developer, here are some of the main reasons why you should learn JavaScript. First of all, JavaScript is in the top programming languages. Don't believe me? Let's ask Google. Let's do a quick Google search. Top programming languages. Well, you know, JavaScript is on number 3. So go into the link: Python, Java, JavaScript, C, and C++, Ruby, Go, Kotlin, PHP, Objective-C, and Swift. Let's check out another link: top 10 in-demand programming languages for 2020. If we scroll down, we'll see Python number 1, JavaScript number 2, Java number 3. So if you find JavaScript in the top 5 in each of your searches, then learn JavaScript. Another reason to learn JavaScript is that JavaScript experts are in demand and well paid. JavaScript is among the most popular programming languages in the world, so it is no wonder that JavaScript is one of the most sought-after skills in the web development industry today. According to global hiring and skill reports, 70% of companies are looking to hire JavaScript experts. Enter the search word JavaScript on sites like Indeed, and you will find over 40,000 jobs requiring this skill. Run the search term again in LinkedIn, and the results will be 100,000. In the same time, the global demand on JavaScript seems to outweigh the expertise available on the market. And this is just economics 101, supply and demand. If the demand does not meet the supply, then the price goes up, so you are more expensive. According to Hackers Report, 48% of employees worldwide need developers with JavaScript skills, while only 42% of students developers claim to be proficient in JavaScript. Not only are JavaScript experts in demand, they are also well paid. In the United States alone, JavaScript developers earn an average yearly salary of over $100K per year. The third reason to learn JavaScript. JavaScript experts are versatile. JavaScript is an extremely versatile language. Once you master it, the possibilities are endless. You can code on the client side, which is the front end, using Angular, or on the server side, which is the back end, using Node.js. That JS there stands for JavaScript. You can also develop web, mobile, and desktop apps using React, React Native, and Electron, and you can even get involved into machine learning. So if you want to become a front-end developer, JavaScript is a pre-required set of skills. However, that's not the only career path open to you as a JavaScript expert. Mastering this key programming language could see you go on to work in full-stack development, game development, information security software engineer, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, to name just a few. Ultimately, if you want any kind of development or engineering career, proficiency in JavaScript is a must. And last but not least, JavaScript is beginner friendly. It is your friend. Compared to many other programming languages, JavaScript offers one of the most beginner friendly entry points into the world of coding. The great thing about JavaScript is that it comes installed on every modern web browser. There's no need to set up any kind of complex web development environment, which means you can start coding with JavaScript right now. Don't believe me? Let's go to Google again. If you ever want to pull a trick on a friend of yours, then just go to Google, right click, click on Inspect. In your Elements tab, so here's the Elements tab, here's the console. Use the Elements tab, we'll select, using this selector up here, this arrow, let's select this div right here. Now this div has an ID right here of LGA. Let's copy this ID, go into our console, and let's clear our console, clear console. Let's go in here and let's type in document.getElement by ID, open and close parentheses. Within the parentheses, between double quotes, we'll paste in our ID LGA, then dot style dot display is equal to none. Then close it with a semicolon, hit enter, and Google is gone. Oh my god, what do we do? Don't worry. Click on the up arrow on your keyboard, go into display none, delete it, and type in display block. And voila, Google is back. So as you saw, another advantage of learning JavaScript as your first programming language is that you get instant feedback. With a minimal amount of JavaScript code, as you just saw, you'll immediately see visible results. Not only is JavaScript beginner friendly, it will also set you up with some extremely valuable transferable skills. JavaScript supports object-oriented, functional, and imperative styling programming language. Skills which can be transferred to any new language you might learn later on. such as Python, Java, or C++, actually C# also. JavaScript provides a crucial introduction to key principles and practices that you'll take with you throughout your career as a developer. Okay guys, so if you're convinced by now, see you in the course. Take care, bye bye. Okay guys, so before we get started with the course, we need to set up our environment. We only will need for this entire course two things: a web browser, and I would suggest Google Chrome. There's also Mozilla Firefox or Opera, Internet Explorer. Please don't use that. I would suggest Google Chrome for this course, and if you want to use something else later on, please do so, but for now we're just going to stick with Google Chrome. And for this you can open up Internet Explorer or whatever browser you use, search for Google and install Google Chrome. So just go into Google and type in Google Chrome. Okay, this will prompt you to download Google Chrome. Click on download now and download it and install it. Also, you will maybe need an account, but I will show you later on how you can go into incognito in order for your JavaScript to don't make any mistakes. Because Google will start loading a few JavaScript and JavaScript snippets which we don't need, and we will always launch our Google Chrome in incognito mode. Okay, the next thing we will need is a code editor or a text editor. So in this case, I'm going to use, for now, it is the most popular and I really love it, Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code is from Microsoft and it's an excellent code editor. So let's just search for Visual Studio Code or VS Code. If you can type in VS Code into Google, this will send you to Visual Studio Code. Just click on it, and either you're on a Mac or a Windows, just download the version that you need, or actually the platform that you're on, and install it. It's pretty straightforward, don't worry about it. After you have installed Visual Studio Code, or just pause the video now, install it, then get back, and I will show you a few add-ons that you will also need. So after you have installed Visual Studio Code, you should have something like this. This is Visual Studio Code. So let's really quickly go over a few things here. On the left side, we will have the Explore tag. If you don't see it, just right click here, click on Explore. You see, I can hide it and I can click it back in. So these are the things that we have on left bar: Explore, Search, Source Control, Run, and Extensions. Now, the extensions part is very important because I want you to click first of all on the extensions and search for a few extensions that we will need in our course. The first extension that we will install will be Live Server. So just type in up here, Live, and there you will have it, Live Server. So this one right here. I already have it installed, but you most likely don't have it, or if you never use Visual Studio Code, then you most certainly don't have it. And now you can install it. Maybe it will prompt you with a restart and restart Visual Studio Code, and if not, install all of the extensions that I'm going to show you and restart it later on. But after you are finished installing all of them, please restart Visual Studio Code in order for all of the add-ons to work correctly. Now next, I would suggest to use bracket pair colorizer. So just type in here bracket, and it's already there, bracket pair colorizer. This just colorize the different brackets that you have. As you can see, we have here a purple color and it ends here, and here we have a blue color bracket. So this just colorizes your bracket and also your parentheses. You can see here you have a purple and then a blue parenthesis. Okay, next extension that I would suggest to install is Code Spell Check. Type in Code Spell Check, and this will check your code if you spelled it correctly. And believe me, this is really useful because in JavaScript, when you don't type something correctly, it will prompt you in an error and you have to search that error, and it takes up time. So as soon as you start typing in something, you can see here the example, and it's not typing correctly, it will prompt you with an error. I will show you later on how you can fix it. Also, I would suggest to install HTML and CSS support, this one right here. It's an excellent support for HTML and CSS, although we are not using that much HTML and CSS. But when we're going to get into string literals and you will type in HTML and CSS in your JavaScript, this will be pretty helpful. You will see later on. I would also suggest to install Prettier. Just type in here Prettier. And what this does is it just automatically organizes your text. So So you don't need to do that indentation constantly. And the last extension that I would suggest to install is JavaScript ES6. This will just install a few snippets for the ES6 syntax. Okay, so this being said, let's, for example, I'm just going to show you how this works. So this will be, for example, the first chapter of the course where we'll learn about the basic, and this is just a simple HTML. And if we right click anywhere in this HTML and click open with live server, this will open up the web browser. So this is just a local server. So for example, down here you can see we're running on port 5500, and also up here IP address port 5500 and index.html. So this is just a local server on your machine. So instead of right clicking a file, a HTML file in your Explorer and open it up with the browser, HTML live server will actually create a server and open it in the browser. Now, as you can see, I'm in incognito mode, and I'm going to show you how this works. So go down here, the manage tab, and then go into settings, then search for browser. Just type in browser, and down here, live server settings, custom browser. Down here you would choose Chrome private mode. If you're using Firefox, you can also choose Firefox private mode. I'm going to just really quickly show you how this works. So as soon as you select it, you can close the setup, go into HTML again, open with live server, and this will open up Firefox. Again, it is in incognito mode. So I'm going to change this back to settings, browser, and I'm going to change it back to Chrome private. And this is because I don't want, for example, right click on your browser, inspect, and we'll see here in the console nothing is loaded excepting our own JavaScript. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this lecture. See you soon. Bye bye. Okay guys and girls, it's time to learn about variables. First, we'll create a new file, new JavaScript file. We will name this 01 variables. And .js, and let's go back into HTML, and now let's comment out the first script source with app.js, and let's replace it with another script source. Now we're going to target the 01 variables.js. Okay, so we are now in this one. As you can see up here, nothing that is from the app.js is longer working because we are now only targeting this JavaScript. So what is a variable? By definition, a variable is a name reference to a value. So nothing more, nothing less. It's just a named reference to a value. And it is the way an unpredictable value can be accessed through a predetermined name. We are going to learn about 3 ways of declaring variables. There are actually only 3 ways. The first one we'll use in this instance, and I'm just going to show it to you, but we're not going to use it throughout our course because it's, well, kind of obsolete, and there's also a problem with it. So there are 3 ways. First one will be var, then let, and then const. Now const is different from let and var because const actually defines a constant and not a variable. So let's learn about var. Let's first of all declare a variable. So var, let's call it name, and let's assign it a value of a string Norbert. Let's close it up, hit save, and nothing happens. Now we need to access this variable. The first example will be by console logging it, and let's just console log the name that we declared for the variable name, and now we can see the console spits out the string of Norbert. Now var exists in JavaScript from the beginning, and var is a variable type that can be redeclared and updated. And this is actually the problem with var. And we'll see what the difference is between let and const and var. This is why the community kind of drafted away from var and is only using let and const. And the instances where we're going to use let or const will be explained to you throughout the course. Another interesting thing with var is that it's globally scoped. Now we'll talk about scope later on in the course, but just know var is globally scoped. So global scope. Global. And as I said, we can reassign a variable. And as I said, var can be reassigned its value. So if I would take, for example, the variable name, and let's reassign it to Laura. Now let's console log the name again. And now we can see that from the position 10, the new name is Laura. If I comment this out, this console log, only Laura will appear. This is because I reassigned the variable name, which had the value Norbert, the new value Laura. If I would reassign it again, so name is equal to Norbert, now it would change again to Norbert. I'm going to just leave this name down here. Now let's talk about initialization. So let's type in here comment, initializing a variable. By initializing a variable, we can create a variable without assigning it a value. So if I would just type in here var, and I'm just going to give it the name of initializer. Initializer. Okay, I didn't assign it any value. Now if I would console log this initializer, what do you think will happen? So initializer, hit save. As you can see, undefined appears. Now, undefined doesn't mean that the variable doesn't exist. It just means it is not defined. So the variable does exist, but it's not defined. Now let's talk about hoisting. So let me actually, above the console log, type in here comment hoisting. And what hoisting does, hoisting is a JavaScript mechanism where variables and functions declaration are moved to the top of their scope before code execution. What this means is that if we do this, so let me just grab onto the initializer variable, and now let's assign it a value of, let's say, hello. Now you can see that from the state of undefined, the variable has now a string of hello. So keep in mind, var variables are hoisted to the top of their scope and initialized with a value of undefined. Let's talk about now how we name variables. So let's type in here comment naming variables. There are a couple of ways we can name variables. But first, we cannot name variables that start with a number. So let's type in here comment no numbers. For example, if I would define a variable called var and give it a name of one name, you can see already an error appears. So let's actually try this. Let's say this should be Norbert test. Now Norbert number. Okay, now let's console log the one name. And let's see what happens. Syntax error, invalid or unexpected token. It doesn't even let me complete the code and it doesn't run. But if I would take this one and put it to the end, now it works. So variables cannot start with numbers, but they can end with numbers. We already saw that variables can start with letters and end with numbers or without numbers. But variables can also start with underscore or the $sign. So let's create here another variable. It's called var underscore name. I'm going to just type in here Norbert. Let's console log this underscore name. Let's hit save. This is working. Let me just copy this and let me change it to, let's say it starts with a $sign. I'm going to console log this. Okay, so this is also working. So we can start them with underscore or with a $sign. For example, if we have multiple word variables, so let's just type in here another comment, multi-word variables. And let's declare a variable with var first name. Let's say Norbert, and var last name, and let's say Meinhardt. So assign it the value Meinhardt. Now let's console log the first name variable. Let's see what happens. So we got Norbert again, and if I would console log the last name, let's just change this. Instead of first name, let's console log last name. Then we have Meinhardt. Now this right here is called a camel case. So let's type in here comment camel case. So camel case is actually really simple. It starts with a lowercase and then uppercase. This is the way you can define multi-word variables by using camel case. We can also have an underscore. So if I would last name underscore between them, see the plus sign didn't work, but if I put in underscore, this also works. So let's type in here comment underscore. Then we have Pascal case. And Pascal case is basically starting and ending it with the uppercase. So let's type in here first name like this and assign it the value of Laura. And let's console log this. Okay, so this also works. And we can also start them with capital case. So let's just type in here name and Arabella. Okay, let's console log this one. This also works. I would recommend to use camel case for the future. So the last thing I want to talk about is why var isn't used anymore. And let me give you an example. I'll also use here an if statement, and don't worry about this, we'll talk about if statements a bit later on in the course, but just so you know, this is an example why var is not used anymore, or it's less often used. So let's create a var and give it the name of greater, and let's type in here I am greater. Okay, now let's create another one with var number, and let's give it, let's just say the value, the number 4. Now let's take this var of number, let's redefine it to 2, and now let's create an if statement. So if number, and I'm going to use an equality operator, is greater than 3, then var greater, let's call our variable greater, is equal to I am not greater. Okay, so let's console log this. greater, and let's see what happens. So if number is greater than 3, then var, the variable var with the name of greater should be I'm not greater, and the result is I am greater. The number we just assigned is 2, so it remains I am greater. Let's comment the number 2 out. Let's see what happens. I am not greater. This is the problem with var. Because its value can be reassigned and it's globally scoped, we are more prone to errors within our code. This is why ES6 came up with let and const instead of var. var is still used, is not out of JavaScript, as you can see right here. It still works, but it's less often used by developers. Okay guys, so next up we're going to learn about let and const. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Here with our two variables. So let me close this up. Create a new one. Let's call this 02 variables. And let's just create another underscore let, another one const. Okay, .js. So let's go back into HTML, comment, copy this, comment the first one out, and actually I'm going to just go in here, replace this with variable let and const. So this JavaScript is now loaded within our web page. Okay, as I said, let and const replace var, and let and const have overall browser support, so you don't have to worry about, hey, is this supported by the new browser? Yes, it is. Let and const are supported for a couple of years back, dating back, and they are a part of ES6. So when ES6 appeared, they said, okay, this var, this isn't working. Let's create two new types. So a var, which is a variable called let, and a variable called const, which is actually a constant. And we will see what's the difference between the two of them. So let's start with, type in here comment let. Capital. Okay, so first of all, let's type in another comment. Let, this is the way we define let, and it's since ES6, and it is a block level scope. So let's type in block level scope. So what does block level mean actually? A block level is a chunk of code bounded by two curly braces. Variables declared in a block with let are only available for use within that block. So let's type in here another comment. So these are curly braces and this is the block. Okay, so everything that is declared within the block is only block level scope. Okay, now let's create our first variable using let. We declare it by just typing in let and then giving it a name. So I would just use the same example. So let name and the string of, I'm going to actually type in two strings, Norbert Meinhardt, and I forgot the T there. Now let's console log this, console log name. Let's hit save, and as you can see, we have now Norbert Meinhardt within here. So just like var, a variable declared with let can be updated within its scope. But unlike var, a variable declared with let cannot be redeclared outside its scope. So let's just create another variable called let greeting. And let's assign this a value. So first of all, this equal sign, this means assigning something a value. It doesn't mean it equals to. We will talk about this a bit later on. For example, this means equal to its type, and this means equals to type and value. So we will talk about this later on, but just so you know, equals means we are assigning it a value. So let's assign this a value of a string of I am outside the block. Okay, now let's create a if statement. So if I also need another variable, so another let called number equals 4, let's say. Let's close it up, and let's say if number is greater than 5, then greeting is equal to another string of I am in the block. And I'm going to use now a else statement. Else, actually I can just leave it as it is because I already have this statement right here. Okay, now let's console log again greeting. So let's type in console log greeting. Now let's see what happens. I am outside the block until now because the number is less than 5. So let's go with 6. Now I am inside the block. So what would happen if I would declare, so I would cut this out. Actually, let me just copy it, comment it out, and copy it in here. And as you can see, greeting is not defined because greeting was defined up here in a global scope, and we're defining it in a block scope. It cannot find greeting outside its scope. So let me take this console log and copy it in here, and let's see what now happens. I am in the block, okay, because it was redefined. Even if we take the number and change it to 4, and now it actually disappears because the statement is not met and it doesn't know what to do. So what would happen if I would take here a else, and within parentheses I would take this, copy it in here, and actually we don't need this, and I'll take the console log and put it outside the block. Now let's see what happens. I am in the block, but as you can see, greeting, this let greeting, is undefined within here. That is why it's a blue-gray. Okay, let's continue on. Let's type in here comment of redeclaring variables. And we're going to focus on let. Actually, let me comment out everything that we did until now. Okay, so we're going to get rid of that. And now let's just create a let with block. Now I'm going to assign this a value of high. Now I'm going to use a if statement with a boolean. So booleans are true and false. So if this is true, then let block equal to, or assign it the value of hi, I am in a different block. Now let's console log this. Let's console log block. If I would take this console log and copy it outside, now comment it out, as you can see, it takes in this value. Now let's give another example. Let's say let greeting, assign it the value of, say, hi. Now let's redefine it, greeting and let's say hello instead, or just hello. Let's leave it at hello. And now let's create a number. So let number is equal to 2. Assign the value of 2. Let's create an if statement. And let's say number, if number greater than 3, then let hello be the string of I am in the block. Now let's console log this. So first of all, I'm going to console log greeting. Okay, let's see what happens. So this is, where do I have it? So just console log greeting, and let me just comment this out. As you can see, nothing happens because it's outside of the block. Now let's console log hello. Hello. Well, I actually have to change the number here. So let me comment this out. So now that the number is true, greeting is logged within here, say hello. If I would take this out, then the first value would be true. If I want to redefine it or reassign it a value, I would just copy it. Then I would just comment this one in. As you can see, say hello instead. Now, if I would console log hello, then I am in the block. And let's create an else statement. Type in here else. And now let's console log another string of my value has changed. Okay, now let's change the number to 2, so this would not be true. And now let's see what happens. Now the console log gives us the string of my value has changed. And this is a perfect illustration how a block level scope works. Now I'm going to just very quickly talk about hosting. So just like var, let decorations are hoisted to the top. So let's try this out. If I would declare now a variable called name and just console log it, what do you think will happen? We now get again the value of undefined. So I could now take the name and give it a value. Let's say Norbert. As you can see, let pretty much works like var. Now let's talk about const. And actually, let me put in a comment. So this is the end of let, and now we're going to take a look at const. Let's go to the top here. So const is also like let since ES6. Const is also block scoped. Variable declared with the const maintain constant value. It cannot be updated or redeclared. And that's just going to give a simple example of, let's say, const, and let me actually comment out this. I will leave the name as it is. First name. Now let's give this a string of Norbert. Norbert. Now let's console log first name. And let's see what happens. So we get the value Norbert. But if I would now take the first name and try to change its value to Laura, you can see I will get an error, type error, assignment to the constant variable. So constants cannot be reassigned or redeclared. Even if I would try to redeclare it, so const first name, let me actually comment this one also, and also comment this one also, see it's working. Let me change it to Laura. Okay, so there we have it, Laura. If I would now try to redeclare it, so first name is equal to Norbert, it will prompt it with an error. Identifier first name has already been declared. This is why const is so useful. If we want something to have a constant value and it should not be redeclared, it should not be reassigned, then we will use const. If we want to declare something that's going to change, to mutate within our code, then we would use let. Although we cannot redeclare and reassign it, we can do something else. So let's say, let's just create here, actually I'm going to go underneath our console log and comment this one out. So this const of first name. Now let's create a const and let's just type in here name. Now I'm going to assign it the key value pair of first name and with the value of Norbert, and then actually uses comma and last name. And this should be then Mainhard. And let's also give it an age of 35, let's say. Now let's close it up. So if I would now console log the name, let's see what happens. Now we'll get an object which will have first name, last name, and age. You see here also age 45, first name Norbert, last name Mainhard. So what we can do now is now take this const name and now say dot first name and now give it a new value of Laura. You can see the name, the first name within the name object changes to Laura. And I can do the same thing for the last name. So name dot last name is equal to something. And now the last name has changed, and also name dot age is equal to 18. And now the age has also changed. Now for example, if I would have a const with numbers and I would assign them an array numbers, I'm missing here n, so const numbers, and let's use an array of 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now if I would like to change something here, so let's first of all console log numbers. Okay, so I get this array. If I would like to change something for this variable, for this constant, I could not just take number dot 1 and change something with it because it's already in there. But what I can do is type in, for example, push. And I'm going to push to this, let's say the number 6. Now if I would, I forgot to type in an S there. And now if you console log numbers, you can see that the number 6 was added to this array. We'll talk about arrays a bit later on, but just wanted to give you an example of how we cannot redefine but add values or change values from a constant. Now for the hoisting part, just like let, const declarations are also hoisted to the top, but are not initialized. So if I would do, let's say const, let's type in here just an age and leave it as it is, and now console log age. Let's see what happens. Missing initializer in const declaration. So we cannot initialize const, only let and var. So in conclusion, var declarations are globally scoped or function scoped, while let and const are block scoped. var variables can be updated and redeclared within its scope, let variables can be updated but not redeclared, and const variables cannot be neither updated or redeclared. They are all hoisted to the top of their scope, but while var variables and let are initialized with it undefined, const variables are not initialized. So while var and let can be declared without being initialized, const must be initialized during the declaration. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it about var, let, and const. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so next up we're going to learn about JavaScript data types. So let's create a new JavaScript file. Let's call it 03 and type in data types.js. Let's also include it in our HTML. So I'm going to just comment out this, and underneath of our old script we're going to include the data types. Okay, so we have that included. So what is a data type? Well, JavaScript variables can hold many types of data, like numbers, strings, objects, and more. And there are two kinds actually. There are primitive data types and there are reference data types. So let's first of all take a look at, put in here, comment, data types. So first one will be primitive data types, and then we'll learn about reference data types. Okay, so let's go up in primitive data types. I'm going to copy in a few of them. Okay, so there we have it. So primitive data types are stored directly in the location the variable accesses it, or stored in a stack. So what are the primitive data types? Well, booleans, which can be true or false, null, which have no value. We already saw undefined, which is a declaration of a variable, but it hasn't been given a value. So it exists, but it's undefined. Then we have numbers. We already use numbers. They can be integers, floats, and so on. Strings, an array of a character or words, and symbols were included with ES6. So let's take a look at, actually let me go down here and type in another comment with primitives. I'm gonna comment this in with caps lock. So primitives, and let's start first of all with strings. So what is a string? For example, if I would take a const and give it a name of name, and now I will assign it a string of Norbert. This is a string, and Menhard, this is also a string. So strings are just characters of letters, and also can be numbers between quotations. So if I would console log, so console.log, the variable of name, which will result in the string of Norbert Menhard, and I want to check the type of this data, then before the string, before the variable, I would just type in type of. And the console will now tell me what kind of data it is. It is a string, as you can see. Now let's do the same thing with numbers. Let's type in here another comment, number or numbers. Now if I would define a const, let's call it age, and give this the value of 45, and now with console log age, this will result in a number 45. So if I would check the type of this, type of data, it will prompt me that it is a string, because I assigned the age, the number 45, but between quotations. Now if I would take out the quotations and now check the type of, you can see it it results in a number. Now let's see what a boolean is. Let's type in here booleans. There are two types of booleans. Actually, let me put them up here. So booleans are either true or false. So let's type in here const of is let's say student, and now we will assign it a value of true. Okay, now if we check the data, console log, and console log is true, is student, it will prompt me with true. And if I would check the type of this data, so type of is student, will tell me that is a boolean. So let me take out this type. Let's replace it now with false. And now with my console log is student, it prompts me with the boolean of false. Now let's take a look at null. So let's type in const, let's try knowledge, and assign it the value of null. And now if I would console log knowledge, you can see it tells me that it's null. And if I would check the type of knowledge, it will tell me that it's an object. Now, the null value is technically a primitive. The way object or null are primitives, this would typically mean that the type of null should also be null. However, this is not the case because of the particularity with the way JavaScript was first defined. In the first implementation of JavaScript, values were represented in two parts, a type tag and an actual value. There were 5 types of tag that could be used, and the tag for referencing an object was 0. The null value, however, was represented as the null pointer, which was 0, 0, 0, 0 times 0, 0 for most platforms. As a result of this similarity, null has the 0 type tag, which corresponds to an object. This is why when we check the type of knowledge, which is assigned the value null, it spits out an object, but it's actually 0. Now the last thing we're going to take a look at is undefined. And I'm just going to initiate here a let called test. Okay, close it up. Now let's console log this test. So test, and let's see what happens. Undefined, because the variable is created, and as long as I don't assign it a value, it exists, but it has no value. You can also see when I hover over it, let test any. So it exists, but it's just undefined. So let's take a look at last thing is symbol. And let me just create here const. Let's call it symb. And now for the symbol, we actually have a method. So capital symbol and open and close parentheses. Now let's console log the symbol. .log, and I'm going to console log the constant symb. And let's see what happens. It prompts me with a symbol. And if I would check the type of symb, it will result in a symbol. Okay, so that's it for primitive data types. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, so let's talk about reference data types. The reference data types are accessed by reference objects that are stored in the heap. So let's take a look at 2 of them. One would be arrays. We have an entire lecture about arrays, and objects. Not going to get too deep in them, but I'm just going to show you what an array and what an object looks like. So let's create an array. Let's create a const with student. Let's call it student skills. What kind of skills do you have? So the way we assign arrays is by using this rectangular parenthesis. And an array can consist out of numbers 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I would console.log the student skills, student, actually should be skill. Okay, so we get this array. You see, it is an array. If I would check the type of, and actually let me comment out everything that we did until now, it will actually prompt me with an object. So let's take out the type of. So why is this an object? So let's just take it out and leave it as it is. Console logged it. A JavaScript object literal is a comma separated list of name value pairs wrapped in a curly braces. Object literals encapture data, enclosing it in a tiny package. This minimizes the use of global variables, which can cause problems when combining code. So let's change this array into a string. So let's type in here, for example, our skills are HTML. So student skills, then let's say we also know CSS. And we are now learning JavaScript, so it's over the skill, and JS. So now if I would console log student skills, you can see we have on a 0, the HTML, and the position 1 CSS, and position 2 JS. But now they are strings. Okay, let's create an object now. So I would just create a const with student address. And let's assign it a value. As I said, objects are encaptured between curly braces and separated by commas. So let's say he lives in a city and it's called the city, comma, and is also in a state. So the city is in a state of TC. Okay. Now let's console log student address. Okay. So let's check this two out. Here you can see this is an array, and down here now it defines it as an object. So if I would check the type of, let's check the type of student address, type of, it will prompt me with an object. So just wanted to show these two types of reference data, and we'll talk about them much more later on in the course. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. I know this was a short one, and see you in the next one. So bye bye. In this video, we are going to learn about how to convert data types. So I'm just going to create a new JavaScript file. Let's call this 04 converting types.js. But I'm not going to write the JavaScript within this file, because the problem is, as you can see in the console, it's taking up too much space. It's displaying also the file name. So what I am going to do from this point on, I'm going to write everything in the app.js right here. I'm going to comment everything out, and then at the end of the lecture we're going to copy everything into this file, so the converting data types, so you will have everything separated. Okay, so let's get started. We first of all we're going to type in here comment of converting data types, so we just know where we started and when we're finishing. So converting types, and let's actually type here a comment so we know this is the end of it. Let's go into our HTML and let's comment in app.js. Okay, now let's go back into our app.js. Let's really quickly go over data types again. So JavaScript, type in here comment data types. So in JavaScript, we have 5 different data types that can contain values. So let's type in here comment of data types that contain values. So as I said, there are 5 of them. I'm just going to copy them in. There are strings, numbers, booleans, objects, and functions. So these 5 data types can contain values. There are also 6 types of objects. So let's type in here another comment. Types of objects. I'm going to copy them in, go very quickly over them. So there's the object, the data, the date, array, strings, number, and booleans. And there are 2 data types that cannot contain values. So data types that can not contain values. Okay, and those are null and undefined. Okay, now let's just initiate a variable. We initiate a variable called with let, and we're going to name it var type. So I'm not going to assign it a value, I'm just going to initiate it. And down here I'm going to console log the variable var type. And as you can see, it is undefined. So it doesn't have a value. Now let's assign it a value. And let's say that var type will have a value of, let's say 35, a number. Now how can we convert this number to a string? First, let's check the type of the variable. And as you can remember, we can check the type with the type of operator. Okay, so type of var type is a number. We can also check the length of it. So I'm just going to copy this console log. Now var type, and now just type in here length. This will give us the length of the var, which is undefined. We cannot check its length because it's a number. So now what we can do is convert this number into a string. So let's type in here comment converting numbers into strings. And there is a method for this, and the method is called string. So let's type in here comment string open and close parenthesis method. And the global method string can convert numbers to strings. It can be used on any type of number, literals, variables, or expressions. So if I would type in here, so grab onto the variable var type that we created and assign it to string, you can see this is a method, allows manipulations of formatting of text string and determines determination and location of the substring within the string. So let's choose this string, and within parentheses I'm going to type in here again 35. Now if I would console log the type, the var type, and now let's search for the length. As you can see, it already converts it into a string. It's not blue as displayed here, because if I would check the type of var type, it's now a string. It's no longer a number. Up here you can see it's still a number, and down here after I used string method, it converts it into a string. So now I could take this and delete the type of, and check its length. So dot length. Now it prompts me that it has the length of 2. So the 3 and the 5, it has 1 and 2. So it has 2 values in it. Now let's say I would like to make an operation with this. So var type, assign it to the string method. And now let's just type in 3 plus 5. Now let's console log this. So the var type. Let's see what happens. It prompts me with 8. And now if I would check the length of this, so length, it's only 1. Okay? Because this is a method, it actually takes the operation, it executes it, converts it into a string, and then it prompts me that it has the length of 1. Because 8 was the sum of 3 plus 5. Now let's take another example. Let's convert arrays to string. So array to string. So let's take this var type. Let's take the variable of var type. Create a array. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's console log it. Actually, I need to close it up here. So console log the var type. Okay, it prompts me that this is an array. Now if I would use the var type and the string method on it, so string, and within parentheses I'm going to include the string again, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now let's console log this. You can see now it prompts me with a string, so it's no longer an array, and I could actually check it by typing in the type of. You can see it is a string. If I take it out, it will show me the string of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's take a look at the toString function. So let's type in here another comment, and this is basically the same as the string method, but it is a function. So this will be toString, and it looks this way. And the toString function in JavaScript is used with a number and converts the number to a string. It is used to return a string representing the specified number object. So let's take our variable of var type and assign it within parentheses, let's say the number 7 dot to string. You can see it already pops up here, and open and close parentheses. Now let's console log the var type. You can see it prompts me with the number 7, but it's actually a string now. Let's check it by typing in type of var type. You can see it is a string and not a number. So it's basically the same that we did up here. So I would change it to 35. Just a sec. So 35 type of, it is still a string. If I take up the type of, it will prompt me with a string of 35. I can also check the length of this. So dot length. You can see it's 2. If I were typing here, then it's 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's convert a string to a number. Let's type in another comment, string to number. For example, if I would take the var type variable, and now we can use the number operator. Actually, it's a function. So if I would type in here a string of 35, and console log the var type, it will prompt me with a number of 35. So let's check the type of var type. It's a number. We just converted this string into a number. Now let's see what happens if I would take this and type in here the name of Norbert, and let's take out this. It will prompt me with not a number. NaN stands for not a number. So if I would check the type of var type, it prompts me that the type is a number, so it's trying to convert it to a number, but it checks within the string and it recognizes that it's not a number. So let's try now to convert an array. So var type, and we'll assign it to number, and then let's type in here an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's see what this prompts us with. So the type of will be a number, and if we take out the type, it will prompt with not a number. So we cannot convert regular strings and variables into numbers because they need to be a number. Now let's take a look at the parseInt function, which parses a string argument and returns an integer of the specific type. So let's type in here var type and use the parseInt. And I will type in here, let's say 120, something like that. So now let's console log the var type again. And you can see it returns a number. We could also use parse float. So actually I'm going to use it up here. So var type and assign it to parse float. And what parse float does, parse float is also a function that parses an argument, converting it to a string first if needed, and then returning a floating point number. So I'm just going to use here actually this should be a string, so 102.54. You can see it parses it with decimals. If I would check now the type of, it is a number, and I could also use on this the toFix. Let me just really quickly show you this. So var type dot toFix, and let's type in here the number 3. You can see it moves, it actually adds a decimal. If I would go with 5, it adds 5 after the comma. If I would go with only 1, then it's 105. So it moves, it allows us to include more than one decimal. So if I would do, for example, let's just create 2 new variables. So first one will be let type. I'm just going to give this the name of var type underscore 1 and assign this a value of 10, and let's copy this, and the second one will be 2, and this should have the value of 22. Now let's create another variable, so let, which will be the sum of var type 1 plus var type 2. Let's close this up. Now let's console log the sum. So console.log sum. Let's see what happens. So just added these two numbers together. If I would check the type of the sum, you see it is a number. Now let's take this sum and convert it into a string. So I'm going to leave, should I leave this in? Yeah, I could leave this in, and let's not take the var type 1 and convert it into a string. So we'll use string, and let's insert the number 10 here, and var type 2 I'm going to just leave at 22. Now let's create another variable of sum2, and this will be the var type 1 plus the var type 2, and close it up. And now let's console log the sum2. Let's see what happens. So this results in a string of 1022. So it didn't make a calculation, which up here, where do we have it? Let me actually take out the type of. You see up here, it actually made the calculation, and 10 plus 22 results in 32. And down here, it took the number, changed it into a string, and then added the number to the string. That is why it's not 32, but it's 1022. And if we check the type of this, you will see it is not a number, but it is a string. Okay, now let's take a look how we can convert booleans to strings. So let's type in here another comment, converting booleans to strings. And we'll use the global method string, which can convert booleans to strings. So if I would take, let's say, the var type again, and reassign it the value of string, and within here true, okay, which is a boolean. Now let's console log this. So var type, you can see it prompts me with true. Let's check the type of this. So type of, you can see it is a string and is not a boolean. Let me just change this. I will take out the string. It will be a boolean. Now let's change it to false. It's still a boolean, but if I comment this out, so let's copy the false, type it into the string, and comment out this, you can see it's a string again. Let's also take out the type of. It prompts me with a string of false. We can also use the toString method. So let's type in here var type is equal to false dot toString. Now if I would console log this, var type, you can see it results again to false. So actually, let me comment this to out up here. So only have this, and let me change this to var type bool. Boolie. Let me leave it at bool. Okay, so let me change it in here. You can see it's false and it is a string. And we can also check the type of. So it's basically the same thing. Now let's convert the boolean into a number. So let's type in another comment, converting booleans to numbers. And we will again use the global method number, which can also convert booleans to numbers. So I'm going to now initiate another value of let var bool. And I'm going to just initiate it, not assign it anything. So now let's take that var bool. So var bool, and use the number method on it. And let's type in here false. Now let's console log the var bool. Let's see what happens. Now it prompts me with 0. So 0 is false, and if I change this to true, then it should result in 1. Okay, and if I check the type of, you can see it is a number. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for converting types. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so in this video we're going to learn about the math object. So let's first of all take everything that we created in our app.js. So the last section of converting types. So we had it, I think, yeah, this is it. And as I said, let's cut it out and copy it into the converting types. Okay, so this is separated from the other, and now create another one. I almost created a partial like it says. Oh my god. Okay, so number 5 will be the math object. The math object.js. And as I said, we're going to write our code in the app.js and then paste it into the math.js. Okay, so JavaScript math object allows you to perform mathematical tasks on numbers. So let's start by creating a comment, the math object. Okay, underneath of this, I'm just going to create 2 variables, but using const this time. So const, let's call the first one number 1 and assign it a value of 100. And let's create another const and let's call this one num2 and assign it a value of, let's say, 50. Okay, I'm just going to initialize now another variable with let and call it calc. So for calc calculation. Calc. Okay, close it up. And now let's talk about basic. I actually want to type it into a comment. So basic math operators and calculations. Did I type in here something wrong? Calculations. I'm missing an L. Okay, I'm actually going to close this up. So the first one will be sum. I'm actually going to type in all of them. So multiplication, then we will have subtraction and division and module operator. So modules operators. Okay, so let's start with sum. Now we have our variable of calc. So let's take this variable and let's say that number 1, so num1 plus num2, and let's close it up. And now let's console log our calc. Okay, so as expected, 100 plus 50 equals 150. Now let's take a look at the multiplications. I'm just going to copy this, paste it in here, and going to replace the plus with a multiplication sign. And now as expected, 100 times 50 is 5,000. Okay, now let's take a look at subtraction. So I'm going to copy this again and type in here minus sign. So 100 minus 50 is as expected 50. Now let's take a look at a division. 100 divided by 50 equals 2. And now we're going to use a module operator. So this. And this is actually giving us the rest. So let me explain it a little bit. So if I would replace this with 55, let's see what happens. So the rest is actually 100 divided by 55. So 55 goes into 100 one time exactly, and the rest will be 54. For example, if I would take 90, the rest should be 10. Okay, it goes into 100 one time. If I would decrease it to, let's say, 5, let's see what happens. Actually, we have no rest, so 5.5. Okay, it's exactly 1. And now let's try a 2.5, 0, because this is also going to it exactly 2.3. Let's try 3.3. So this would be the rest. The rest would be 1.1, blah, 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 76. Okay. Now let's type in here another comment of the math object. And now we're going to talk exactly about the math object. So as I said, the JavaScript math object allows us to perform mathematical tasks on numbers. So if I would take that variable of calc, keep typing it calc incorrectly. And this is the way we do use the math object. So we just type in here math, and you can see it is an object. And for example, if I would use pi, you do know what pi is. Let's console log it. This should be 13 or 3 point. I just console log pi. So it's actually the number for pi, which is 3.1415. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so it's automatically in JavaScript. Now let's type in here another comment. We'll take a look now at math round, which will return a value of a specific value that we insert and round it to its nearest integer. So let's type in here math dot round. Okay, and this will take in a value. So let's just call it x. So now if we take our variable of calc and assign it math dot round, you see it's an operator of it. And if I would type in here 4.4 for example, and now let's console log calc again, we'd get 4. If I would increase the 4.4 to 4.6, what do you think will happen? Now it gives us 5 because it's nearer to 5. 4.6 is nearer to 5 than 4.4. 4.4 is actually near to, I can also use 4.5 and it will still give me 5, but as soon as I go underneath 0.5, it will give me 4. Now let's take a look at math.ceil. And this will return a value rounded up to its nearest integer. So if I would take this again and replace it with ceil, you see it gives us now 5. And even if I go to 4.1, it will still remain at 5. Okay, so it rounds it up to its nearest integer, which would be 5. Now if I would use math.floor, this will return a value of x rounded down to its nearest integer. So even if I would use 4.9 and type in here floor, it will still give me 4. Okay, so 4.1 gives me 4, and also 4.9 rounds it down actually to its nearest integer, which is 4. So now let's take a look at math.square root. Math.sqrt, and this will also take in a value. And this will return the square root of x. So if I would call a variable and go math.sqr of, let's say, 6, and now let's console log calc again, it would be 2.4494 and so far and so on. If I would go to 2, the square root of 2 is actually 1.41. Now if you want to return a power, we will use math math.pow. So let's just type in here pow, and let's go with something easy like 2. Now you can see it prompts with not a number. Math.pow expects 2 comma separated values. So the first one will be what, and then to what power. So 2 at the power of 3 is 8. If I would change it to 2, it will be 4. If I would change it to 5, then we get 32. Now let's take a look at math.apps. So math.apps, which will return a absolute positive value of x. So if I would go in here and replace it with apps, and even if so let's take 4, obviously it's positive. If I would type in here a negative number, it will still return a positive number. We can also use min-max. So let's type in here comment math.min and math.max. Okay, and this can be used to find the lowest and the highest value in a list of arguments. So let's first of all take a look at min, and let's type in here math.min, and let's type in here a few numbers. So let's go with 0, 100, and they're always comma separated. So 0, 160, 20, minus 10, and minus 2. No, it prompts up with minus 10. And why is that? It's because minus 10 is the lowest number out of these 5 numbers. So 0, 160 is obviously greater than 0, 20 is greater than 0, but underneath of 0 then comes minus 2, and then comes minus 10. So the smallest number out of this is minus 10. Now let's take a look at max. I'm just going to copy this and replace it with max. And what I just did, let me go back, is if you select one in Visual Studio Code, all of the similar code will be highlighted. If you press Ctrl D, then it will be selected downwards, and we select the next one. And if you keep doing this, then it will go up to the code, completely up here, and go through it again until it reaches, again, this one and this one. Okay, so I just selected both of them, and then I replaced them. This is a really neat trick. Okay, so which one is the maximum now? It's 160, obviously. Now we also have math.random. So let me just type in a comment, math.random. And this will return a random number between 0 inclusive and 1 exclusive. So let's type in here calc. I'll take the variable of calc and assign it the math.random. And let's see what we get if we console log now calc. Okay, so we got now 0.17. If I hit save again, so Control save, you will see I will get a different number. So this will just give us a different random number. So let's say we want to limit this to 15. So we could do calc and assign it math.random, and now multiply it with 15, close it up, and now let's console log our calc again. So if I hit refreshing it, it will not go over 15. Okay, want to limit this, so let me just copy this, between 1 and 15, then I would leave this at 15 and plus 1. Now let's try this out. So this will not go underneath 0, as you can see. And let's say, for example, we want to round it up and get rid of the decimals, then we can
then we can wrap the entire thing into a math.floor. So let me take this again, copy it, go down here, and we have math, and then I would just take this math, this entire argument, and wrap it into two parentheses. And then before this, I'm going to use math.floor. Okay, so now if we hit refresh again, I got rid of all of the decimals, and as you can see, I'm getting a number between 1 and 15. Let me actually go underneath of this to 5. Okay, so this is more obvious now. I'm getting a random number between 1 and 5. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the math object. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so in this video we're going to learn about strings. So let me first of all copy the method object. Okay, let's cut it out. Go into the method object, paste it in, save it, and close it up. Now let's create a new file. 06 strings.js. Okay, we're going to go back into our app.js and start creating a comment here. Strings. So let's talk about strings. A JavaScript string is a 0 or more characters written inside quotes. Okay, so that's basically it. So let's create here a const, and let's give it the name of first name, and let's assign it the value of Norbert. Okay, so this is a string from 0 to more characters, and it starts and it ends within quotations. Okay, let's also create another one. I'm going to call this last name, and let's type in here Meinhardt. You can obviously use whatever you want. This is just for showing purposes only. Now let me initiate a variable and I'm going to name this name and close it up. And now let's console log name, and nothing will appear. But now let's assign name, and we're going to assign it the first name plus the last name. Okay, let's hit save. As you can see, now we have Norbert Meinhardt. Now let's concatenate the two, and let's insert here a space between them. I can obviously do this. So if I go up to Meinhardt and create a space, you see now we have a space between them. Or I could also go to Norbert and create a space within here. So there are no empty spaces in JavaScript. They always do something. But this doesn't look that elegant. So what we could do, we're going to actually create it up here and replace the name. I'm going to assign it the value of first name, then plus, then quotations again. And I'm going to place a space between the quotations, and now plus last name. Let's see what this yields. As you can see, this space right here is now inserted between the first and the last name. Now we can achieve almost the same thing by using the concatenation method. So let's just type in here comment concat and open and close parentheses. So concatenation method is used to join two or more strings together. This method does not change the existing strings, but returns a new string containing the text of the joined strings. So I'm going to copy this console log. Now actually, let me just copy it. So paste it in here and take the variable name again and assign it first name. Did I just type in your fist name? Oh, okay, let me grab onto all of them and let me just change them from first name, fist name. Why don't you say something? Okay, so we have here the first name, now dot concat. Okay, and within parentheses, I'm going to now create a quotation with an empty space and then plus the last name. Okay, so if I would save, you can see I would have the same result. Let's say we want to add something to a string. And the way we can do that is by appending. So let's type in here another comment, append. So let's say our female name, assign it a string of Laura, and then female again. So I'm going to take this female name, and if I would now type in here main heart, actually capital M, and now let's just console log female name. Let's see what happens. You can see, and actually let me comment first of all this out. So we had Laura, then I would change it to main heart, but if I want to replace it or add to it, actually, then I would use a plus equal. Okay, so now we have Laura main heart, and obviously if I would just make a space here, then I would get the space also. So instead of reassigning it, which we just overwrite the value, the plus sign will add to the variable. Okay, now let's create down here a const of year. I'm going to assign it the number of 2006, let's say. Now I'm going to create another variable, let sentence. Now within here, I'm going to create first of all a hello, my name is, then plus, let me actually close this up, first name, plus, quotations and a space within them, then plus again, last name, then plus, another string of and I love, then plus again, then female name. Now plus again, another string of since, and plus the year. Okay, so if I would console log this sentence now, let's see what we get. Hello, my name is Norbert. I actually forgot to... Hello, my name is first name. I could also create here a space. Oh, we don't want that. And plus sign. So, hello, my name is Norbert. Main heart. And we're again missing here space. First name, last name. Let's create another space. And plus. Actually, this should be here. Oh, I could just cut this out. So, and I love Laura main heart since 2006. Okay, so after this example, let's talk about properties and methods of strings. So let me go up here and type in another comment. Properties and methods of strings. Now, first property we're going to take a look at is the length property, and we already saw what this does. But let us go through it again. So the length property returns the length of a string. So if I would take name equals to first name dot length, and now I would just console log the name. Let's see, the first name, which was Norbert, is made of, it has a length of 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Now if I would take the, let me copy this and change it to last name. Let's see what this has. It has 8. Okay, so main heart has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters. So that's basically the length property. Now another property we're going to take a look at is the concat, which is actually, this is a method. So let's type in here concat. Actually not going to type it in that way, but with lowercase. So concat, and this is a method. And up here I'm actually going to type in that this is a property. Okay, so you guys have this. So length is a property and concat is a method. And the concat method is used to join two or more strings together. And this method does not change, as I said, the string itself, but returns a new string containing the text of the joined strings. So let's take a look at this again. If you take the name and assign it first name, then dot concat, and then go in here and create an empty string plus last name, you'll get, and console log it also, console log the name, you'll get Norbert Meinhardt. Next up, we're going to take a look at the change case method. And actually, there are more than one change case method. So let's type in here comment change cases, and these are methods. And the first method that we're going to learn about is to lowercase. And this method returns the calling string's value converted to lowercase. So if I would take the name is equal to first name, so the name is equal to first, did I close something up? Well, I have an error here. So first name and then call the method of to, so dot to lowercase. And now if I would console log the name again, then I would have converted to lowercase. If I would want to transform this to uppercase, then we would use the to uppercase method. So let's try this out. Name, and we'll assign the value of first name dot to uppercase. Okay, so let's console log the name again. And let's see what happens. We got Norbert completely transformed into uppercase. We can also treat strings like arrays. So for example, if I would take the name variable, so name, and it's equal to first name, and I would now take in the first value of it. So let's console log the name. Let's see what we get. We get n. I can do this all over again. I'm just going to do it here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's actually not working because I have to. I'm just saying. So the second one is n, which we will attack with 0. Then let's try the third one, r. Then the fourth one, b. Then the fifth one, which is e. Now we should get a. So wait a second, I got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Okay, and the last one will be t, the seventh one. We can also grab onto the index of. So let me just show you what this does. Index of. So let's take the name, assign it first name and index of, and I'm going to take now the index b. So let's console log the name. And will tell me that b is within the array, the third, actually it's the fourth one, but as you can see, exactly as we console log, so let me just take all of this out. Let's see, let's check it if it's true. So 3 is, if you type in here in the array 3, we get b, And if you type in here B, we get the number 3. Okay, which is actually the 4th letter. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's take the R. And the R was the 5th one. So I'm going to comment this one in to see it. So 5 is R. And if you do the same thing here and replace it with R, I should get the number 5. It's also the second one. So let's go with T, which is the 6th one. So let's say we have up here T, and if I type in T here, it prompts with the number 6. Next up, we're going to take a look at the chart_add method. The string object chart_add method returns a new string consisting of the single FUT16 code unit located at the specified offset into the string. So let's type in here a comment. Let's go up here of chart_add. Okay, and the way this works, we would just take the name variable again and assign it the first name, then dot chart_add, and let's take the string, the second one, and now let's console log the name, and let's see what we get. So the second one will be R. If I would like to get the first character, so for example, I'll copy this, and within here I'm going to grab chart_add from the first name and dot length, because you need to use the length property, and -1, for example, we will get T because it's going to go now from the end to the start. So this was going from the start to the end. It is going from the end to the start backwards. Let's take a look at substring. Let's type in here comment substring. So what the substring method does, it returns the part of the string between the start and the end indexes, or the end of the string. So let's take an example here. Name is equal to first name, then dot substring, and now it's awaiting 2 values. So we're going to go from 0, 5. Okay, so let's console log this name. Let's see what we get. It's going to go from Norbert and stop there. So it didn't go. We're missing R and T. So let's go to R, and this would mean that we're going to go to 6, and we're going to go to T, then we will type in 7. We can also split up strings. So next one would be split, which is also an extremely useful method. So what this does is that the split string method breaks the text node into 2 nodes at a specific offset, and by keeping both nodes in the tree as siblings. So let's try this out. I'm going to create now a const, which I'm going to name just string, and I'm going to assign it a value of a string. Let's say hello, my name is Norbert. Okay, now let's take the name and assign it. Actually, let me start typing here console log name. Now I'm going to take the name and tell it string dot split. And where do we want to split it? Well, within the string. And now this would split up our string into 24 characters. Okay, so everywhere where it's a space or it's a letter, you can see also the spaces are split up. Now, if I would do the same thing, but now typing here space, it will split it up between the spaces. Okay, so we got hello, my name is Norbert, and this is actually an array. Okay, now let's try something else out. So if I would take this and type in here string, I would get the entire string. Okay, so only one object from the node, which will be the entire string. Now let's try and replace something. And we'll use the replace method. So let's type in here, replace. And replace will replace the selected value with the comma separated one. So if I would take name again and assign it to string, so the constant that we created, and now type in replace, and within parentheses we're going to replace between Norbert, now comma, and what we're going to replace it with is Laura, for example. Now if I would console log the name again, console.log the name, you can see we have now hello, my name is Laura instead of Norbert. If I would replace this with Arabella, now we'll get Arabella. So this is the way we can replace something in a string. If we want to check if something is included in a string, then we can use the includes method. Okay, so the includes method determines whether one string may be found within another string, and this will return a boolean of true or false. So if I would take the name again and assign it the string, the constant string, and type in includes, and now we'll search for Norbert. Now let's console log the name. Let's see what happens. So it prompts me with true because Norbert is included in this constant string. So if I would now search for Laura, it will prompt me with false. It is not included. If I would search for Arabella, it's also false. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for strings and method and properties. Then see you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video, we're going to learn about template literals or template strings. So let me just copy out the strings and paste it in here, close it up, and create a new file 07. I'm going to name this template literals. .js. Now let's go back into our app and close this up. So what are template literals? Template literals are string literals allowing embedding of expressions. You can use multi-line strings and string interpolation features with them. They were called template strings in prior edition of ES 2015 specifications. So let's type in here comment template literals, and let me just create a few variables. So const name, and I'll assign this the value of Norbert. Then another one const age, and let's say 35, so a number, not a string. A const diploma, and let's type in here engineer. And another one const experience, and we're going to give this 10 years plus, and a string of, I already put a space here, okay, so years. Now you can see that on the left side where we have our HTML file, this ends with scope, okay, and it starts with variables, let, and const. Now I'm going to create here HTML, and I'm going to assign it a template literal, and we do this by using backticks. And we do this by pressing the button left to your number 1 button underneath your escape button, okay? So this should be it. Now, we can create and insert template literals into the HTML. So for example, if you want to create a unordered list, let me just create a UL, open and closing tags, and between the UL I'm going to create some LIs. Actually going to place it up here, so opening and closing tags, and now I'm going to type in name, and within here we're going to use the $ in curly braces and then type in name or constant. Okay, and let me just show you what will happen. So we're going to close it up down here, and I'm going to take the document. I know we didn't do this until now. I'm going to take the documents. This is our document. Let me actually show you this. So document. Now I'm going to take the body. And now inner HTML is equal to HTML. So this HTML that we created. And I just replaced the document. So document's body with our new template string. Okay. Now let's copy this a few times. And let's see, I'm going to here replace it with age. And here also age. So age 35, as you can see from here, takes it from here. Then I'm going to replace the next one with diploma. And this should be not capital. Okay, so diploma, and it's gonna give me the value of engineer. Now let's take the next one, experience. $10 years. And for example, I could type in here, experience 2 + 2. Hit save. This would also work. Or we could also use, let's see, age. Shouldn't delete this. So age. Or we could also use a callback function here. So let's say I'm going to go up here and create a function. And oh, we didn't go over functions yet, but I'm just going to show you this really quickly. So let's say company, and a function must return something, and this will return a string of some company. Okay, now I'm going to call this function by just copying the name and including it down here. I have too many curly braces. Okay, so this should be company. You can see company, and it takes in the function, and the function returns a string of some company. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it about temporary literals. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so next up we're going to learn about arrays. So let me just take out this temporary literal and cut it out. Open up our template literal file, paste it in here, and let's create a new file. So this will be 08 arrays and .js. Okay, now let's go back into our app and let's type in here comment arrays. So what are arrays? Well, arrays are list-like objects whose prototype has methods to perform traversal and mutation operations. Neither the length of the JavaScript array nor the type of its element are fixed. Okay, so let's just give an example of an array. And for this, I'm just going to create a const. I'm going to name it simple array. So this is just a name, this is not array, but with the way we define arrays is by parentheses, and let's type in here a few values. I'm just typing in some values. It doesn't matter what we type in, but I typed in number values, okay? So let's console log this array, and let's type in here simple array, and let's see what happens. And nothing happened because I have to relaunch the server. Okay, there we go. Let's inspect it and open up our console. So there we have our array. Now let's open it up, and as you can see, arrays are zero based. That means they start from 0, they go 1, 2, 3, 4, and so far and so on, depending on how many items we have in an array. Okay, so our array has a length of 5 items, but they start with 0. And also down here, you can see it's defined as an array. If we would type in here, type of operator, and it will give us an object as always. It will not give us an array. Okay, let's close this up. Next up, we're going to look at the array object. So let's type in here comment array object. And the way we create an array object, I'm just going to create now another const, and don't forget this is just an A. We're going to name it array object, and then when we create an array object is by typing in new array. You can see this is a object, and now we'll use normal parentheses. Now we can type in here some values. So whatever we type in here doesn't matter. I'm just using again a few numbers, and now let's console log our array object, and let's see, we will get the same thing. So we're getting exactly the same thing, but this time I used the array object. Next up, let's create an array of strings. So until now we used numbers to create our array, or we included numbers in our array, and now let's include strings. So this is also pretty straightforward. I'm just going to create a const again. I'm going to name it, let's say cars. And let's give this array a few values. So let's see BMW. And there should be a string. So BMW. Then Skoda. Then Audi, and Tesla. Okay, now let's console log our cars. And let's see what we get. We get an array of strings. Now, because this is JavaScript, we can use different data types in arrays. Normally, we cannot use this in our language, for example, in C++, or in Java. But here, let's type in here, mixed array. I'll just create a new const. Let's call this mixed array. And we could give it values like numbers of 14, 25, and then I would give it a string of Norbert, and I could then give it a null value, then a boolean of true, then a not a number, and also another boolean of false. And now let's console log this, and let's see if this works. So mixed array. Let's see what we get. As you can see, we can get everything that we typed in there. So numbers, string, null, booleans, true and false, not a number. We can include everything, any type of data into an array. Okay, now let's initialize a variable, and let's see what kind of properties we have in arrays. So I'm going to just initialize now a let, and I'm going to call it array. Now let's assign this array a value of simple, or I'm going to take the simple array that we created here, and I'm initializing this array because I'm going to console log it down here. And I started with let, so I can not assign it. I'm going to use this variable and assign a different value. So first of all, I'm going to assign it the simple array value, and now I'm going to type in dot length. So when we console log array, we will get the length of 5. So as I said, if we take a look up here where we console logged our simple array, you can see it has the length of 5, and also down here when we're checking its length, it results 5 again. So this is the way we can check the length of an array. We could also check if it is an array. So for example, let's take array again, and now I'm going to use the array object up here and then type in is array. Now I'm going to check if the simple array is an array, and it's going to prompt me with true. I could also check the array object if it's an array. So let me just replace it here, and it's also true. Now if I would replace this with a string, so let's turn this into a string, it's going to prompt me with false. Okay, so let's undo this. Now let's see how we can get values from an array. So let's take this simple array again down here, and if I want to get, actually I'm going to copy this and take out the length, and if I want to get something for the simple array, so I just console log the array again, simple array. So let's say we want to get 124, and for this I'm going to use, so we're going to take the number 1, and we got 124. If I would type in 0, then I would get the first value, which was 15. So let's check it out. Yep, it's 15. If I want to get the last one, so let me take out this. So the last one was actually number 4. So let's select number 4, and I should get 325. So as I said, arrays are 0 base. So they start at 0 with the numeration. So now comes the question, can we modify an array? Can we add or take out something from an array? So let's take a look at how can we insert and replace to an array. So let me copy this, and I actually don't need to redefine it. So let's say for the value of 0, I'm going to assign it a new value of 200. So let's check this out. We're still console log, so let's console log simple array. You can see the first number was now replaced. We'll still have it up here, which was, this didn't change. Just a sec, let me hit the save again. Oh yeah, because it's actually showing me here the initial value, and then if we take a look in the array, you can see it's already changed. Okay, so this is the way we can change a value in an array. We can also find the index of an array. So let's take, for example, this cars array. Let's go down here, and let me just take array again, the variable array, and let's type in here cars. So assign it to cars and index of, and now I'm going to choose, let's say the Audi. So the string of Audi, and now let's console log array again, and let's see what happens. So I'm getting the index 2. So where did we have it up here? So 1, 2, 3. So this should be 0, 1, 2. It is the index 2 Audi. If I would now take Tesla, this should be index 3. So let's check it out. Yep, it's index 3. Okay, so this is the way we can get the index of an item out of an array. Now let's take a look how we can mutate arrays. So let me type in here comment mutating arrays. And we can mutate an array by, let's say, adding to the end of the array. So let's take our simple array. Actually, I'm going to do this with cars. So I'm going to take cars, and the way we add something is by typing in push. So when we use the push method, and I'm just going to push here, let's say a Dacia. Now if I would console log cars again, you can see Dacia was added to the end of the array. Let's check it out. Now the length is 5, and at the number 4, at the position 4, we have Dacia added. Now if you want to remove something from the end of the array, so this is not removing from any way out of the array, but from the end. So let me type in here comment, remove from the end of the array, then we will use the pop method. So cars dot pop, and I'm just going to open and close it, and as soon as I do this, if I console log cars again, you see Dacia is no longer in the array. Now if you want to add something at the start of an array, so let's type here another comment, add to the start of the array, we'll use the unshift method. So cars dot unshift, and now we'll type in here what I want to add. So let's say we'll add a Ford. Let's type in here the string of Ford. Okay, and now if we console log cars again, we got Ford at the start of the array. You can obviously add also numbers, so I can add 150 for example, and now we have 150 at the start of the array. And if I want to remove something from the start of the array, so let's type in here remove from the start of the array, then we will use the shift method. So cars dot shift, and just open and close parentheses, close it up. Now if we console log cars, let's see, 150 is now removed. We can also reverse arrays. So let me show you how this works. Reverse arrays. So let's take the cars and just type in dot reverse. And this method will reverse our array. So normally it should now start with Tesla and end with BMW. We can also concatenate arrays. So let me type here another comment, concat arrays. Let me scroll up so we have more space. So I would just take the variable that we created of array and now assign it the simple array dot concat, and we want, and now we need to type in with what we want to concatenate it with. I'm just going to concatenate it with the array of cars, and now if I console log array again, we will get our first array of simple array and then the cars array. Okay, now let's take a look at how we can sort arrays. So let's type in here comment sorting arrays. So I'm going to take our array variable again and assign it cars dot sort. And now if we console log cars again, you'll see it's sorted in an alphabetical order. Okay, Audi, BMW, Skoda, and Tesla. Let's try this also for the simple array. So let me copy this because that had numbers in it. let's take this, and actually should have console logged arrays here and also here. And as you can see, also the numbers are sorted, but this isn't highest number, but they are sorted always by their starting. So 1, 1, 1, then 2, then 3, 2, 5. Okay, so they're sorted actually after the highest first number. So for numbers, we need to a compare function in order to sort the number. So we can do this by typing in array. So let's take our variable that we created and array object now and dot sort. And now we're going to create a function which will take in two values, the x and the y, so we can compare the x and y to each other, and this should return a x minus y. Okay, now if I would console log array, so we have this console log for this one, and now if I console log array again and hit save, actually I should put in here the simple array so we can have the same example. You can see it's sorted from the lowest to the highest value. And if we want to do it the other way around, then let me just copy this, and actually I'm going to replace it here. Oh no, let me put the console log here so you can have the difference. So then we take y minus x. This would be the other way around. So the first value and then the second value. This just means that we will constantly take the first value and then subtract the second value from it. Now we are taking the second value and subtracting the first value from it. Okay, last up, we're going to take a look at the find method. Let's type in here, find method. Now this takes in a testing function and it will find the first number. And because I mutated our arrays a couple of times, I'm just going to comment everything out. So I'm going to comment, no, not this, but just from here. So from where we started our arrays. And let me create a new array, let number. And I'm going to create here an array with, let's say, I'm just going to type in a few numbers. Okay, let's close up our array. Now let's create a function, let's call it less than 100. Okay, and this will wait for a number. And a function, I know we didn't learn about functions, but a function always needs to return something. This will return the number that is less than 100. Okay, so now let's take this function. Let me create an array. Let's say array 2. And I'm going to assign this the number. And now dot find. Okay, and what should it find? It should take in this function right here. Now let's console log the array 2. And let's see what happens. So out of the entire numbers that we had here, the only one number that is less than 100 is 35. Let's change this one also. And now it's found 85. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for arrays for now. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so in this video we're going to learn about object literals. So let me first of all copy, actually cut out anything that we have within our arrays. So up here, cut it out, close up the templates and put this into our arrays. Okay, now let's go back into our app.js and actually let me also create a new file. So this will be 09 and this would be object literals.js. Okay, so let's go back into our app and let's start with the object literal. So what are object literals? A JavaScript object literal is a comma separated list of name value pairs wrapped into curly braces. Object labels encapture data, enclosing it in a tidy package. This minimizes the use of global variables, which can be used to avoid creating problems when combining codes. Okay, so let's just first create a object label, and the way we do this is, for example, if I would create here const, and let's call this user, and as I said, we create object labels between curly braces, and now we can type in here, for example, we can insert strings. So let's just type in here first name, and let's assign it a string of Norbert, then comma for the separation. And now I'm just going to go down here and I will initialize a let. I'm going to call it object, so I don't have to do this over and over again. And let me just assign it, wait just a second, and let me assign this object the value of user. Okay, now let me console log the user, and let's see what we get. Not the 0 user, just the user. Okay, so we get this first name from our object. You can see it is a object. Now there's another way of getting things from an object. So this is the second way. And I don't suggest using this. We will only use this way. Okay, so let me just type in here. For example, I'm going to, oh wait, I actually didn't get the object. So I want to get the first name. I just console log the entire user. But if I want to get the first name, then I need to type in here first name. Okay, I'm just selecting this right here. Okay, so we have our key value pairs, and I'm selecting now from the user the key of first name. And this gives us just the first name. Now, there's another way, and let me actually type in here also last name. So give it another value. And let's say this is Manhart. And let's save this. Now, if you want to get only, now we console log object. So if I want to get only first name, then I would type in here user.firstname, and now I'm console logging the object itself, and I'm only getting the first name from the object. Okay, so if I want to get the last name, then I would get dot last name, and this will prompt me with only the last name. Now there's another way of doing this, and this is by actually typing in the key. So this would be the, I should type it underneath of this. So object, let me just copy this entire thing. Object, and here we're going to replace this with a string of first name, for example. You can see I'm getting Norbert again, or last name, and this will probably be Manhart. Okay, but we will use this way. So I'm going to leave this in, but comment it out. Okay, so what else can we insert into objects? We said that we can insert strings, so let's also insert numbers. So let's type in here age, and let's say 35. And now if I would, I'm just going to copy this and now use age. So if I would console log now user.age, I would get the number 35. We can also insert arrays. So for example, birth date, and let's give this an array of, I'm going to combine here the array. So let's use a string of February, and then 15, and then a number of 68, 86. Now let's copy this again, and let's console log. So get from the user, get the birth date. Let's see. So now we're prompted with an array, because we used here the array. Now let's use again a string. So let's type in here position, and I'm going to give this the string of CEO. We can also use multiple strings. So for example, if I type in here key of company, and give this a multi-line array, a multi-line string, the now let's say main heart media. Okay, so I hit save. Syntax error because I didn't close this up here. So let's get from the user the company, and let's actually get first of all the position. So we get CO, and if I would want to get the company and had media. Okay. We could also use another object, and this is called embedding a object into an object. So if I go up here and let's just type in address, then I'll close this up again. Okay, so address, and let's type in here, let's create another object, and this address will have a city, which will be a string of the city, then comma separated again, and this also has a street, and I'm going to type in here another street of some street, and also let's type in here number, so I just call it number, so street number, and can use dot here, and let's give this a number of, I don't know, 16, something like that. Let's save it. Now if we would now get the user address, so let's see what happens now. We'll get the object again. Okay, and I could get now from this, for example, the city, and I will get from the address only the city, and I could also use the dot number, and I will get the number of the street, for example. Okay, we can also use functions within it, and let's just call this function get birthday, actually birth year. We already used day, so birth year, and we're going to assign this to a function, a anonymous function. Actually, we'll learn about this later on when we learn about functions, and function must return something, and we return the number of 1968. So now let's copy this, and if I want to get this function, I'm just going to take the function name, go down here, and functions need to be called, open and close parentheses, and I would get the name, and not the name, but the year of 1986. Okay, so there's another way of creating object literals. Now we're going to take a look at array of objects. So I'm going to type in here comment array of objects. Okay, this is almost the same way that we created our first object. So let's create here const of users. So let's say we have multiple users, and exactly like we create arrays, within this we're going to create now curly brackets, and the first user will again have key value pairs. Let's say name, I'm going to give it the string of Laura, and then a comma separation, and she will have an age of 32. So let's close this up, and now let's create another one. Let's say name and a string of Arabella, and she will have an age of, let's say, 10. Now let's do something else. Now let's loop through this array. Okay, now we didn't learn about loops, but let's just create a for loop. So for loop is created this way, for, and then we need to create here let. We will always use let or var, never use const, because this needs to change. I'm just going to give it an I equals 0, and then I'm going to explain this later on. And as long as I is less than our object up there, so object dot length, because the object also has a length, and we'll use an iteration I plus plus, And now let's see, let's console log the user, and because it's an array, I can get specific values from it. So this will give me the entire, wait a second, what did I do wrong? Oh, exactly here. So users. Okay, so now we loop through our array of users, and it gave me array of objects, and it gave me both of the objects. Okay, so if I would insert here another object, let's give this a name again, so a key with the value of Karina, and she will have an age of 8, hopefully. You can see we have our third object in it. I can use, and exactly as up here, I can now take, so for example, let's take console log, and from the entire thing, let's take only the names. Okay, now I'm prompted here, down here with, actually let me comment out this console log. So only get the names, Laura, Arabella, and Karina. And let me copy this and comment it out. And now let's say I want to get the age, and I will only get the ages, so the numbers. Okay guys, so first of all, this is pretty much it about objects for this lecture. We will use objects later on in the course. And yeah, see you in the next one. So bye-bye. Okay, boys and girls, next up we will learn about adding and updating properties of objects. So let me take first of all everything that we typed into our app and cut it out and paste it into our object layer. Okay, let's go back to our app. Actually, I'm going to switch up things a bit. So I'm going to put this here and this one here. And I'm also going to change the console. So the way you do that, you go to these dots and select this one. If you want to do this, okay. If not, you can stay with your current preferences. Let me also close up everything that we have here and close this one up. Okay, let's type in here comment, adding and updating properties of objects. So I'm just going to create a empty object now. And I don't know if I told you this, but I always prefer to use const when I create an object, just because the way const and let work. As I said, const cannot be changed. So let's create the object and let's call it family. As I said, this will be an empty object. Okay, let's close this up. And now if I console log family, what do you think will happen? Will it give me an error? No, it will give me the object. So as you can see, the object is created, but it's empty. So let's add to an object. So adding to objects. And there are two ways to add to an object. First way is by using square brackets. And the second way will be using the dot notation. Actually, let me just type in here dot. So let's see. Now we'll select the family object and I will add to it by using the square brackets. And let's say I will add mama. Now we just added the key. Let's also add the value. So let me actually show you this. Although I'm down here, I'm console logging family up here. Let's take a look in our object. And let me hit save again. So I added the key, but it has no value, so it's not computing yet. So let's also add a value of a string Laura. Let's say mama has the name of Laura. And there it is. Now the object has a key value pair of mama with the value Laura. As I said, the second way we can add to an object is by typing in the object and then dot, and let's type in now father. And now I assign it the value of, let's say, Norbert. Yay, I'm a papa. Now let's take a look in our object. As you can see, father with the key father with the value Norbert was added to the object. Now how about we want to change the value of mama to something else. Let's say we get divorced. So let's update our wife. So updating a property of a object. And it's actually the same way that we add something to an object. We can use the square brackets. Let me copy this too. So we can use the square brackets. And let's say this would be Arabella. Now if we take a look in our object, mama, the value of mama was updated to Arabella. And we can do the same thing to our father by using the dot notation. And let's say this will be David. Let's say mama got rid of Norbert and now it's David in the picture. And we have a new family. Now the father is David and the mama is Arabella. We could also add something to this. So if you want to add something to a value of a specific key, we now take, so let's say adding to the value. Let me scroll up here. Let's say we take our object again, family, and now we need to type into what we want to add. So let's say we add to mama, and we can add by using the plus equal sign, and now we'll type in a string. So I'm going to leave here a space and then type in a family name, let's say Menhard. Now let's take a look in our object, and now mama has also the name of Arabella but added a Menhard to it. Let's also add something to the father by using the dot notation. So dot father plus equals Menhard, and if we take a look in our object, David has also now the name of Menhard. Now let's add another key value pair to our object, and this time we're going to use a number. So let's say family, and going to use now square brackets again, members, and we have until now 2 members. Okay, now let's take a look in our object. The key value pair of members with the value 2 was added. Now if you want to add something to this, we can also use family, and I'm going to use the dot notation now, so I'm just mixing it up. And let's say I want to add +1 to this, I could just use the plus sign, and if I close this up, there we go. Now we had 2 members, and if I take a look now, here we have 3. I could also do this equals and 3. Now let's take a look in here. We have now 6. So to the 3, another 3 was added. And let me change this to 1 so you can see now we should have 4. Okay? So both this works. This just adds 1. Just like in a loop. And you will see this later on in the course. Now let's see how we can add another object to our object, because we saw it in our last video that objects can contain arrays, can contain objects. So let's add an object to our object. So let's type in your comment, adding a object to a existing object. So let's take our family object, and now I'm going to use square brackets, and let's add info. And now we will define a new object, so curly braces again. Let's add the key value pair of age with the value of 15, comma, sex, male, value male, not melee. Okay, now let's take a look at our object. As you can see, info was added, and let's check it, and it is a object. Now let's get things a bit more complicated. Let's add a value to the object in the object. So let's type in here, adding values or properties, prop to existing, now to nested objects in a object. Now we're going to take the object of family and out of square brackets all dot notation. So I'm going to use now dot notation, and we want to add to the object of info. And now I'm going to use square brackets. I'm going to add a child, or actually children. And I'm going to use a numeric value of 1. So let's take a look in our object now. In info, children was added to the nested object. And if I want to update this or add something to it, not update, but really add something to it. So let's say family.info, and I'm going to use the dot notation again. So just so you can see that they both work. The children I'm going to add, and the way we add is plus equal, and I'm going to add another child, so the number 1, and we got now 2 children. So if I would replace this with 12, which you shouldn't really do, got 13 children. Whee! Kindergarten. Okay, so I'm going to change it back to just 1 and leave it as it is. Next up, let's add an array to our object. So adding and nesting a array to an existing object. So let's take our object again of family, use the dot notation, let's add address. And how does an array look? As you can remember, array is defined by square brackets, and arrays can hold strings, either one or multiple strings. So let's add the city, and we also have a street, so some street, and let's also add a number of 25. So now let's say we want to add something to our array. Let me refresh this. Now, how do we add something to our array? Let's say we want to add a postal code. So let's take our object of family, and we want to add to the array of address. And how do we add something to array? Well, we can use the push method. So dot push. Remember, this is an array. This is no longer an object. We are now adding to an array. When we add it to the object, we use just the dot notation, but in this case, we need to use the push method. And now, within parentheses, let's add a postal code, something like this. Okay, now let's take a look in our object, and now in our array, we had city, some street, 25. Actually, let me comment this out. Actually, I didn't show you the array. So there's our array address with the city, some street, and the number 25. Okay, now if I comment this back in, and we take a look in our array again, the postal code was added. Now this should actually be, the postal code should actually be in the first position. So let us get rid of the postal code. How do we do that? We use the object and the array of address, and now we use the pop method in order to remove something from the end of the array and close it up. And now let's take a look in our array, and it's gone. Okay, so now let's add something to the start of the array. So let's use family again, dot address, and now we'll use the unshift method. Now let's add the same thing, and actually let me add something new, this. Let's take a look in our array, and there we have it. It's at the start. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the video. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so in this video we're going to learn about nested arrays and objects. And in real life situation, you will deal with a combination of these two. Either nested arrays in objects, or objects in arrays, or a more complex combination of these two. So let's take everything that we had in our app.js and copy it into our object literal. So let's make here a breakpoint and copy it in. Okay, so we have here everything clean, and now let's start typing here comment nested arrays and objects. There's the end. There it is. Now let's create an object and perform a few operations on it. And I'm just going to create an object. Let's say const user. Now let's type in here a key of first name. And let's give it a value of Norbert. Obviously, you can give this whatever name you want. You don't have to use my name all over again. At the end of the day, you will dream about Norbert. And now let's create another one, last name. And I'm going to give this a string of Meinhardt. Okay, now when typing a comment, I'm going to insert an array. So attributes. And square brackets. I'm going to type in here teacher. And another string of developer. Okay, now we're going to create a few objects. So let's type in another comment, objects. And let's create an object of experience. I'm gonna type something wrong, experience. Okay. And let's say we worked at a company 1 and we had 3 years of experience. And then another company 2 and we had 5 years of experience, and a company 3 and we had 6 years of experience. Okay, now let's create another object. I actually forgot to close this up there. So let's create another object of salary, because we work for money. So salary, and let's give this a few values. Let's say when we were a junior dev, and we had 1,500 something gold coins. We had 1,500 gold coins. And then when we were a senior developer, we had 2,500 gold coins. And then we became a team leader, and our salary almost doubled to 4,000. Okay, so we have our object of user. Company. There we go. Now let's say we want to get the total amount of experience that this user had. Now let me change this to person. Person, that's much better. User. Okay, so let's console log our array of person. And let's see what we get. So we have our array, our object here. Now let's perform a operation, as I said, on the experience. Now let's get the total amount of experience that the person had. So I'm just going to create a let, and I'm going to call it total XP. There we go. Now we could just create a sum out of this. So we're gonna use the object user, and from the object user we're going to take the object experience, and for this we're going to take company 1 plus user dot experience dot company 2 plus user dot experience dot company 3. And that's basically it. So now if I would console log, let me go down here, console log total XP. Let's see what we get. We get an error. Users not defined. I changed it. Let me actually go in here, select all three of them. So if you don't know how to select multiple items that have the same name, just click on one and you can see all three of them are highlighted, and then you hold down Control and press D once and 2 times. And now Control V. And there we go. We have 14 years of experience. I could actually also type in here plus a empty string of experience. There we go, 14 years of experience. We could do this, or we could, let's say we wrap all of this into a parenthesis and take this and type it in here. So when we console log total experience, we will automatically get the sum and the string of experience. And don't forget, I left here a empty space. Now, what if we want to get the average salary? So let's create another let. I'm going to call this average salary. And this time I'm going to wrap everything in parentheses, and I'm going to take person, so object, and from this we're going to take junior dev, so when we were junior dev, plus person when we were senior dev, plus person and when the person was team leader. Okay, so this would just give us the sum, and now we need to divide it by 3. So let's console log now experience salary actually. So average salary, and let's see what we get. Not a number because we forgot salary. Okay, now we got our average salary. But you can see we have too many digits after our comma, after our dot. So because this is a string, what can we do with it? What can we do with numbers? We can now type in dot to fix. Not here, but after the average salary, dot to fix. And this should be a method. And this will give us the exact number. Now, if we want to have something after the commas, we can type in here, let's say we want 3. We type in here 3, and we'll get our salary with 3 decimals after our comma. Now let's create another variable which I will assign this value. So let precise salary is equal to average salary dot to fix and open and close parentheses, and it now is like console log precise salary we'll get our precise salary, and I'll also add in here a string of plus let's say gold. Now, how can we find out what is the total amount of salary that we got within our 13 years of experience? This is actually pretty easy. So we had here a total experience, and we have here a total salary. So now let's create another variable. Let total salary, and let's now grab onto the total experience and multiply it by our precise salary. Now let's console log this. Total salary, not a number because we had our string in it. So let me just, and we'll get not a number. And this is because we have here a string and here a string. We cannot perform this multiplication. So let's take out this and so this plus and the string, and let's also take out this string. Okay, so this is the total amount of salary that we got within our 14 years. And we can also add in here a string of total salary. Plus this, and there we go. We can also use the to fix here, to fix and 3 commas. And we could also then add another string of, let's say, the $sign. Let me go to 2. Okay, so that's pretty easy, isn't it? Okay, now let's create an array with a few objects in it. So let's say const users. Now square brackets, and I'm going to pack this into here. So user 1. Now curly braces, let's say name is Laura Menhart. So this is the full name, and then she has an age of 35. So now we're going to use a number, and now we have a role of, let's say, assistant. Okay, now let's create another user. So let's say comma user 2, and this will be Norbert, and he will have, let's actually change this to 30, and he will have 35 years of age, and the role will be teacher. Now let's say we want to grab onto the first user, and because this is an array, so let's console log the array of users. You can see we'll get the array, and the first user will be Laura. So if you want to grab onto the first user, as always from array, we'll select the 0, and if you want to grab onto the name, then dot name. Okay, so now we have Laura Menhart. Now let's say we want to have the names of the users. So let's create a const, and let's say this will be user names, and now we will get from our array of users the first one dot name, so the first user and the name from him, and from the users again the second one dot name. I have a problem with typing today. And now if we console log user names, we'll get those two users. And obviously we need to leave a bit of space here, so let's leave it plus empty string and then another one, and we will have our two users. So let me make this larger. Okay, Laura Menhart and Norbert Menhart. But as you can see, this gives us a string. And let's say we want to have an array out of this. So what we can do is convert it to an array. So let's create a let, and let's call this list of user names. And the way we create arrays is by typing new array, and we're going to create our array from our object user, users, and we want to grab onto the first user, and from this to its name, then comma users, the second one, So number 1 and name. And if I would now console log the list of usernames, we can see we get an array now. And this will be really helpful when we're going to learn about loops, because now we could loop through these users and do something with them. Okay, next up, let's say we want to find out the average age of the users. So let's create another variable, average age. Now we'll grab on to the users, the first one, and this time we're going to grab onto the age plus from the users the second user, and again to its age. And now let's divide it by 2 because we have 2 users. Now let's console log the average age. You can say we get 32.5. Now let's say we don't want to use the number 2 here. Let's say we have more than one user, more than 2 users. So let me actually type in here another one, user 3. And let's say this is David. And he's not 15, 19. And here's a second assistant. Now how will we do that? I'm going to leave this average age as it is, copy it, and now comment it out. Now I'm going to add in here another user, so let's copy, actually let's type in plus user from our users, the number 2 dot age, and this could be even shortened if we would loop through it. So if we keep adding to these users, but now this part right here, I would divide it now with the users dot length. Okay, let's see what we get. We get 28. So we just divided the amount of the users, the sum of the users' age with the length of the users. So if we would type in, let me just show you, console log, and now let's type in here users dot length, we'll get 3. Okay, so we just divided the number of users to the sum of the ages of the users. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for the video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello friends, it is time to move on and to learn about date and time. So let's get rid of this object, cut it out, copy it into our object little right here, and let me make a breakpoint and paste this in. Okay, so we can now close this up and create a new file, and let's call it number 10 date and time.js. Okay, let's close this up and go back into our app, and let's type in here comment date and time. Okay, there are 4 ways to create a new date object. So I'm just going to first of all initiate a let here. I'm going to call it my initials mbn, and let me copy in these comments. So the 4 ways will be new date, or an open and close parenthesis. This will give us a new date, or new date, and you will type in year, month, day, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. We can call it new date and milliseconds, or new date, date string. Okay, now let's create a const, and let's call this today. Now let's set it to a new date. So this is a method. And now if I would console log, actually let me set mbn now to today. Hit save, and now let's console log mbn. Let's see what we get. We get today's date, so it's Monday, January the 1st, 2020, and hours and minutes and so far and so on. It also gives us Central Europe summertime. Okay, now let's create another variable. Let's say a let with birthday, and we want this to assign it to a new date. And now let's type in here a birthday. So by using a string, let's type in here 02, 15, and 1986. And also let's type in a time. Let's say I was born at 10, 15, and 00. Okay, so if we would now console log this birthday, let's see what we get. So now we're getting a new date of Saturday. Oh, it was Saturday. Amazing. So it was Saturday. I was born on Saturday, February the 15th, 1968, and time. I could change this birthday. So let's type in here again, birthday, and let's change it to new day, new date. And let's type in here with a string February 15 and 1986. And let's see what we get now. As you can see, we get exactly the same thing, but with the time set to 000. Now let's talk about JavaScript get date method. So let's type in a comment, get date method. And this method that I will show you can be used for getting information from a date object. So first of all, I'm going to take our variable let and assign it to the today variable. And now let's assign it a get month method to it. And the get month method will return the month of the date as a number. So if we would now console log down here, mbn, let's see what we get. We get number 5. Because as you can see up here, we are today in June. So it's January, February, March, April, May is the 5th, and June is actually the 6th. But as you can remember, strings start from 0. So January starts with 0, February is 1, March is 2, April is 3, May is 4th, and June is the 5th, and that is why we're getting the 5th number. Okay, now let's take a look at another method. So let's type in here today dot get date. The get date method returns the day of the date as a number between 1 and 31. So let's save this, and as you can see, we get 1. Okay, and up here we also have 101. Now next up we will take a look at get day. So mbn, and let's assign it to today dot get day, and this will return the weekday of the date as a number between 0 and 6. So let's close this up. Let's see what we get. We get 1 again. Now the next step will be for year. So mbn is equal to, and we will assign it to today dot get full year, and the full year method will return a year of the date as a 4-digit number. So if we close this up, let's see what we get. We get 2020. Okay, so this is a number. Next up, we will take a look at ambient today dot get hours. So get hours, and get hours will return the hour of the date as a number between 0 and 23, and 0 being the 24th number actually. So let's see, it's 9. As you can see up here, it's 9 o'clock. It's almost 10, but yeah. Next up, we will get the minutes, and for this we'll use today dot get minutes, which will return the minutes of the date as a number between 0 and 59. So let's close this up and let's see what we get. We get 47. Okay. Next up, we will get today seconds. So get seconds. And seconds will return also the date as a number between 0 and 59. So let's close this up and see what we get. We get 50 seconds. And if I refresh this, you can see it's changing the seconds. And if I get to, we got here 47. And now it's past the minutes. So if I comment this out, I will get the minutes again. So let's say this should change to 48. Okay. Let's comment this back in. Next up, we will get from today milliseconds, which will return the milliseconds of the date as a number between 0 and 999. So let's close this up. And as you can see, and if I refresh, this is changing really quickly because these are milliseconds. Now, next up, we will get from today the time. So type in dot get time. And time will return the number of milliseconds since the certain date. So if I close this up and hit save, you can see we have passed this milliseconds since this date. And if I refresh this, you can see this changing. Okay, next up will be how can we set a date? So let's type in here another comment, set date method. Or methods, because there are many. There are more than one method. Okay, so let's get our birthday again. Birthday, and let's set the month first of all. So set month. Now let me also console log down here so we don't have to type it in 100 day. So we don't have to type in here more than once. So console log, we're going to console log our birthday. Now for the set month method, this will set the month of the date object, and it takes in between 0 and 11. Okay, so if I type in here open and close parentheses, and I will change it to 1, it's set February. Okay, if I change it to 2, what do you think it will happen? Actually, I want to type in 2. We have March, so after February comes March. If I want to get January, then I would have to type in 0. Okay, so now we get January. Now, next method. So let's type in here birthday again and dot set date. And the set date method will set the day of the date object between 1 and 31. So let's change this to, let's say, 20. Okay, so now we have January, and it's the 20th of January. We can also set the full year, get set full year, and this will set the year of the date object. And in this example, we're going to set it to 1988. So let's see, and we changed our birthday to January the 20th, 1988. I can also set it to, let's say, 2000. You see? Okay, so you can see how it's changing now to the year of 2000. Next up, we'll take a look at setting the hours. So birthday dot set hour, and we can set it to, let's say, 10. So it's 10 o'clock, and if we change it to let's see, 8, now it's 8 o'clock. We can also set the minutes. So birthday dot set minutes, let's say we set them to 20 minutes. So it's 8 and 20 minutes. So next up, we're going to set birthday, and we can set set seconds. Okay, and let's also set it to 20 seconds. So it's 8, 20 minutes, and 20 seconds. Okay, so let me give you an example of how we can compare two dates to a specific date. So I'm going to initialize here. I'm going to initiate here 3 variables. Today, and also birthday today. I'm going to call this today with a capital D, and then another one someday, and the third one text. Okay, now I'm going to set today to new date, and I'm going to set someday to also a new date. And now I'm going to use someday, and with the set full year method, I'm going to set it to the year, let's say 2022, and 0, so this will be January, and 14th. Okay, so now let's just console log someday, and let's see what we get. We get Friday, January the 14th, and 2020. Now let me create a function, and I'm going to call it the date. I know we didn't learn about functions right now, but this is just an example. And now let's create an if statement, and let's say if someday is greater than today, then text is equal to the string of today is before January 14th and 2020. And now we want to return the text. Okay, and if it's not, then I'm going to create an else statement. It should return a text, and the text should say today is after January 14th, 2020. And this should return then also the text. Now let's console log our function right here. So let's see what day is it. So let me copy the function and type in our console log. Today is before January the 13th, 2020. Now if I would change this to, let's say, 2018, we get today is after January 14th, 2020. Okay, as you can see, we can also compare dates. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for now for dates and time. See you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video, we're going to learn about the ternary operator. So let's take out the logical operators and let's copy them out and put them in our comparison. Okay, let's close this up. So what is this ternary operator? The conditional ternary operator is the only JavaScript operator that takes 3 operands. First of all, it takes a condition followed by a question mark, then an expression to execute if the condition is truthful, followed by a colon, and finally the expression to execute if the condition is falsely. This operator is frequently used as a shortcut for the if statement. So I'm just going to initiate here another let, and let's say number, and we're going to give it the number 300. So we're going back to the Spartans, and I know we didn't learn about functions, but I'm going to use here a function, and let's say get fee. So this is actually the number fee. And let's type in here, argument is member, and now a function must return, and we will return is member, and now I'm going to use the ternary operator, so a question mark, and now a string of, let's say, $ and 2, and then colon, and then let's say $10. Now let's console log our function. So console.log function get fee. So once again, we're not talking about diameter fee. And now I'm going to change the number. I'm going to assign it 300. Did not change it, but reassign it, and type in here the ternary operator, and here correct, then followed by a column of incorrect. So we're basically saying if the number is 300, then it is correct, and for the correct we have 2, else we have 10 and incorrect. So let's just delete this entire thing here, and also this one. So let's console log here, for example, true. So if it's true, we'll get 2. Now if I would console log false, I would get 10. If I would console log just the number 1, I would get 2. And if I would console log 300, I would also get 2. Now let me give you another example. Let's say we're going to initiate here a let of age, and we're going to assign it 19, the value. Now let's say I'm going to initialize here. Now let's create a const, and we're going to call it can drive. Okay, now we're going to use the ternary operator. So if age is greater than 18, then give me yes. So I'm just going to type in here a string of yes, else give me no. So let's save this, and let's console log now can drive. And let's see what we get. So is age greater than 18? Yes, it is. And we are getting yes. And if I would change it to, let's say 18, then we would get no. If I would ask it if is age greater or equal to 18, I would get yes. Is age, if I would change age to 17, we would now get can drive with no. Okay, so this is basically a shortcut for the if-else statement. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we're going to learn about switch. So let's switch it up by, first of all, deleting this or cutting it out. Ternary operator. Let you be gone, evil spirit. And copy it in here. Okay, now let's check out the switch statement. So the switch statement evaluates an expression, matching the expression's value to a case value. So we'll see, we will create cases, and executes the statements associated with the case, as well as statements in cases that follow the matching case. Okay, so this was hopefully really confusing. So let's give an example. Let's say car. Actually, I have to create let car, and let's assign it to Tesla again. And now let's create a switch statement. So we'll use the switch keyword, and this will take in a variable of car. Now within curly braces, we'll create a case, and our first case will be if it's a Tesla. Then colon should console log your car is a Tesla. Okay, and now we need to break. So when this happens, we need to create a break, and the case will break here. Now let's create the next case, and this case will be Audi. And if this case happens, then we will console log your car is a Audi. Now we need to break again, and the last thing, when it's all over, we need to also create a default. So this will be the default value if both of them are not true. And now we'll console log again, you have a bicycle exclamation mark. Okay, that's here a small mistake. So car Tesla. Now it's checking the car. First case, if the car is Tesla, yes it is, then console log Tesla. If I would now change the car to Audi and hit save, now it's checking, okay, the car is now an Audi. I need to console log your car is an Audi, and it breaks, it doesn't continue. If I would change the car now to a Dacia, which case does not exist, let's see what happens now. Now we get you have a bicycle. We can also use template literals in switch statements. So let me copy this, and let's say within here we're going to use a template literal. Actually, I could have left that in, but we don't want the string. And I'm just going to take in here the car. Okay, so I'm going to copy this into here and into here, and change this. Oh no, I didn't want to copy it in here. And change this also to a template literal, and take out the. Okay, so now let's test this again. We're going to comment out Audi and Dacia. So we're getting Tesla, so we're getting exactly the same results. If I comment in Audi, see we're getting the same results from here, from our second case. And if I comment in Dacia, we're getting you have a bicycle. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. Hope you enjoyed it, and see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay boys and girls, it's time to start learning some JavaScript comparison and logical operators. And first we'll start up with the comparison operators, which are equality, inequality, identifier, and strict equality, non-identifier, strict equality, the greater than operator, the less than operator, the greater or equal operator, and less than or equal operator. So JavaScript has both strict and type converting comparisons. A strict comparison, like triple equal, is only true if the operands are of the same type and the same contents match. The more commonly used abstract comparison, the double equal, converts the operands to the same type before making the comparison. For relational abstract comparisons, for example, less than equal, the operands are first converted to primitives, then to the same type before comparison. Okay, so enough with the definitions. Let's start out with our first, the equality operator. And I'm going to initialize here a variable, so let's just call it let and statement. Okay, so let's name statement and I'm going to assign it to a number, let's say 300, like the Spartans. Okay, so let's start with the equality operator. The equality operator converts the operands only if they are not of the same type, then applies strict comparison. If both operands are objects, then JavaScript compares internal reference which are equal when operands refer to the same object in memory. So let's just give an example and you will get the drift. So I know we didn't learn about if statements, but this is going to happen in this section right here. So let's start with an if, and let's say if the statement, so our statement is double equal to, let's say 301, then let's console log correct, and let's close it up. And now else, if it's not, then let's console log incorrect, and it should be a string. So first of all, let's change it to 300. So as you can see, it is correct. It is 300. 300 is equal to 300. And if I would change this to 301, then it's incorrect. So that's basically the equality operator. Now let's do the same thing for the inequality. And the inequality operator returns true if the operands are not equal. So it's basically reversed. If the two operands are not of the same type, JavaScript attempts to convert then operands to the appropriate type of the comparison. If both operands are objects, then JavaScript compares internal reference which are not equal when operands refer to the different object in memory. So let's give an example, and for this we're going to start with an if statement again, and let's say that the statement is not equal to 300, and we will console log correct again. I'm still typing in with a small c. Okay, and else we will console log incorrect. Okay, so let's see what happens. So is 300 not equal to 300? Well, it's incorrect. Let's see, 301. Now it's correct. So the statement, which is 300, is not equal to 301. And it is correct now. If I would change it to 300, and we will ask, hey, is 300, the statement, this variable, is it not equal to 300? It's incorrect because it's equal to 300. Okay, now comes the really important part. The identify strict equality operator, and in most cases I will always suggest to use this one instead of this one, and we'll see why. So first of all, the identity operator returns true if the operands are strictly equal, so both the value and the type are equal. And believe me, in most cases you want them to be strictly equal. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's hit save, and now I'm going to type in here a triple equal, and let's see what happens. It's correct. So what would happen up here, so at our first console log, if I would change this to 300, so now it's correct, okay, but I would change it to a string. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we have correct. Although this is technically, well, in this case it is correct, but let's take a look down here. If I change this into a string, triple equal, let's change it into a string, and now it's incorrect, because not only that it needs to be the number 300, but it also has to be a number, and now we have a string. So up here we're only checking well, is the number equal, is the value equal, and the value, yeah, yes, it is equal, but the type is not equal. And this will come really handy further on in the course. You will see why. So let's move on with our non-identity, our strict inequality. Well, actually, let me give you a second example for this. if I would create another one, statement, let's say 2, and I would assign it to 300. And let me actually convert this to a string. And I'm going to check this again. And I'll say that this, see what this happens. So now it's correct, because it's now also the type and the value is correct. Just wanted you to have both examples. Oh, like it changes to 200 and 200, and there we go. Okay, so now let's move on to the strictly inequality. The non-identity operator returns true if the operands are not equal and are not of the same type. So let's give a few examples for this. So let's say if, we're going to take our statement again, actually this should be in parentheses. So our statement is not equal to the string of 300. Then return, I'm just going to copy this part, and we don't need this one, and else it should return incorrect. So let's see. We have correct. So we have up here, we have 300, and we're checking is the type and the value not equal to the string of 300. And yes, it is not equal, because up here we have a number of 300 and down here we have a string of 300. Now let's check the same thing for our statement 2. So let's change this down here, and now we get incorrect because the statement 2 is a string of 200 and we are checking it against a string of 200. It is absolutely equal. So this one is true and this one is false. Now here I could give you another example. Is also useful. We could check for existence. So does something exist? So let me just initiate another let with existence. Let's call it just existence. And let's type in here name, string name Norbert. And now let's say if the type of, okay, so you do remember the type of existence, we're going to take our variable, is not equal to undefined. And know what undefined does now. Then let's console log, and I'm going to type in here template literal. This statement is, and now let's use a $, and let's pass in here the variable of existence, and it exists. And now else, let's console log another template literal of no statement. Okay, so let's check this out. So we're checking this string, so the type of existence. So actually, let me just console log here the type. Console log type of existence, and this should return a string. Okay, so we have here a string. Let's comment this out. So we're checking if it's not undefined, because if I would just initiate, so let me copy this, comment this one out, and just initiate it. Let's see what happens now. No statement. Okay, because it's undefined. If I would now here console log, so we're now console logging existence again, you see it prompts undefined. And now this one is true. Okay, next up, let's learn about greater than operator. And this is pretty simple, so let me copy this one right here. And now is the first statement greater than 300? Let's see what we get. Incorrect. Is it greater than 200? Yes, it is. Is it greater than 100? Still correct. Is it greater than 500? No, it's not greater than 500 because we had 300. Okay, now the less than operator. So is our statement less than 500? Yes, it is. Is it less than 100? No. Is it less than 400? Yes. Is it less than 200? No. Okay, so these are pretty straightforward. Now let's check out the greater than or equal. And gonna reverse this. So be careful, this is this way, okay? It's not equal and then this, because this is an arrow function and we'll learn about them later on in the course. But just remember, it's always the greater or less operator first and then the equality. Okay, so now we're checking, is the statement greater or equal with 200? And we're getting correct. Is it greater or equal to 100? Is it greater or equal than 400? And we get now incorrect because 300 is not greater or equal to 400. And is it greater or equal than 300? Yes, it's equal. It's not greater, but it is equal to 300. Okay, now the less than or equal operator. So we're going to change this in this direction now. Okay, so this one works, but as I said, don't do something like this because this doesn't exist in JavaScript. Is the statement less than or equal to 300? Yes, it is. Is it less than or equal than 400? Yes, it is. Is it less than or equal to 200? No, it's not, because we had here in the statement 300. Okay, so these are pretty simple and pretty straightforward. Okay guys, in the next video, we're going to learn about the else if and else. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, next up we're going to learn about if, else if, and else. And very often when you write code, you want to perform different actions for different decisions. And this is where if, else if, and else comes into play. I will see that without this, well, JavaScript just wouldn't exist. It is one of the essence of JavaScript, these statements right here. So let me first of all take everything that we did up here, cut it out, open up our file, comparison and logical operators, paste it in here, and go back. Actually, we can close this, and we can go back here, and let's start with if, else if, and else statements. Now let me first of all initiate a variable, let's just call it car. I'm going to give this a string value of Tesla, and yeah, the car that I like to have. So let's create now down here a if statement, and the if statement is as following. So if, and within parentheses, something happens or is true or is not true or whatever we want. So if Tesla, so if car is equal to the value and string of Tesla, then outside of the parentheses, between curly braces, something should happen. And this something in our case, and I can hardly wait to get away from console log. Then we will console log, you have a Tesla. Okay, so if this is true, then we will console log, you have Tesla. And yep, it's true. And now let's create an else if. It is basically the same as if, but it comes always after the if. So if our if statement is not true, then something else should happen. The else if also takes in a condition. So let's say if the car is equal to, and let's say a BMW, a Bayerische Motorisierungswerk, then we will console log the string of you have a BMW. So let's hit save, and we still have a Tesla. But as we know, variables declared with let can be reassigned. So let's change this to BMW, and now let's see what happens. Now we have a BMW. If I would comment this out, then we will have a Tesla. Now else if statements can be actually more than one, so let me copy this and copy it down here, and let's replace these two BMWs with an Audi. We still have a BMW, so let's copy our BMW and let's replace this car with an Audi. Let's see what happens. So it goes through it. Is it a Tesla? No, it's not. Is it a BMW? No, it's not. Is it a Audi? Yes, it is. And it prints out you have a Audi. Now, if statements end normally with else. So if everything that is up here is not true, then let's console log you have a bicycle. Now, what would happen if I would change the car now, let's say a Dacia. This is a Romanian car. And now we have a bicycle instead of a car. And this is also almost true. This is an inside joke. Okay, so once again, if something is true, then console log it. Console log it only if this one is true. If it's not true, then go down here and say, okay, let's check if another statement is true. And if it is, then console log this. Okay, go down once again. If it's not true, then check if this is true. And if it is, then console log this. And if anything up here is not true, then do something else. Okay, so this is basically it for the if, else if, and else statement. And obviously we can do 1 million of this. I wouldn't recommend. We will learn about something new then further on in the course. But yeah, this is basically how if statements work. Okay guys, so see you in the next video. Bye bye. In this video, we're going to learn about logical operators. So let me first of all take the conditional statements out, cut them out and paste them in here. Okay, we can close this up and close this one up. So logical operators. They are used to determine the logic between variables and their values. So let me initialize a let with a name. Let's assign it to Norbert. I think you already love this name, don't you? Norbert. Obviously you can use your own name. I'm just kidding. And let me also give it a age. And let's say we are 35. Now let's take a look at the logical AND operator. So let's say age. Let me redefine it to 61. And now let's create an if statement. And if age is greater than 0 and age is less than 40, then let's console log, and I'm going to use here template literal of name is young. Okay, so let's try this out, and we also need an else statement. Else console log. Going to use a template literal again. Let's type in here variable of name is experience. Okay, so now let's see what happens. So we're asking if the age is greater than 0. So 61 is greater than 0. Actually, let me comment this out. 35 is greater than 0 and it is under 40. Okay? So both of these conditions need to be true in order for this console log to happen. 35 is greater than 0 and is less than 40. And we will console log then name, which is Norbert, is young. And as you can see, it is true. Else, console log the name is experienced. So if I would now comment this one in, you can see it changes to Norbert is experienced. 61. I'm almost a grandpa. So once again, the condition, is it greater than 0? Yep. And is the age less than 40? Nope. We can only console log is experienced. Now let me also create another statement here. Let's say else if, and let's type in here another condition. So after the else if, between parentheses, age is greater or equal to 40 and age is less than or equal to 60. Then console log, and let's use a temporary literal again, to the name and is still young. And we need to close this up here, and we also need to close this one up. Else if. Okay. Now, if I would change the age to 60, now we have Norbert is still young. So let's check out this statement. Age, is the age greater or equal to 40? Well, it's not equal, but it is greater. 60 is greater than 40. And it must be less or at least equal to 60, which is also true. It is equal to 60. Then console log, name is still young. So if I would change this, now let's go and change it to 35 back again. We're getting is young. If we change it to 60, we're getting is still young. And if we change it to 61, so none of these conditions are true, then we are console logging all less statement, which is experienced. Okay, so now let's learn about the logical OR operator. So let's take our age again. I'm just going to redefine it here. Say 50. And let's do here actually the same thing. So I'm going to copy this. And now I'm going to replace these two with OR. And these are just shift and left to your enter, where you have your backslash. If you hold down shift, they will get this pipe. So two pipes, and this means OR. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to replace this with unexperienced and replace this. It is time to teach, not reach, teach. And down here, share your wisdom. Okay, so let's check this out. And let's replace this with 18. Ooh, 118. I wish to leave that long. And this with 25. Let's leave this at 40, this at 60, and everything else we can leave as it is. Okay, let's also change this to 60. Now let's see what happens. So, if the age is greater than 18 or is less than 25, then console log is on experience. Damn it, I typed on experience wrong. Okay, so now let's change this to 20. Set 20, typed in 10. Now if we change this to 60, Oh yeah, and also need to change this to strictly equal to 40. And this should be less than 18. Okay, so let's try 10. Age is 10. Age is less than 18 or age is less than 25. Unexperienced. If we leave 25, let's say we go to 26, we get it is time to teach because it is less than, so if we check this, the next one, else if age is strictly equal to 40, which is not true, not the case, or it is less than 60. And in our case, 26 is less than 60, but it's greater than 25 or 18. So we get it is time to teach. Now, if I go over 60, 61, let's say, then we get share your wisdom. Okay, now let's take a look at logical not operator. I'm going to take the age again and change it to 19. And let's start with the if statement again. And let's check if the age is equal to 17. Then console log the string of name is minor. And if this is not true, so else, let's console log adult. Now, we are getting adult because this is not true. Where the not operator comes into play is actually here. So before the 17, you hit Shift 1. So it returns adult. But if I would change this now to, let's say, 17 and take it out, so it's equal, it will always transform this into its not equal value. So if I put it back in, you'll see it will give me adult. And if I take it out, so it's equal, it will give me minor. If I would go above 19, then I will get adult. If I put it in and change it back to 17, then we get minor. Now, let's take a last look at the double not. This is basically a double negation. So I'm going to do the same thing, copy this, but this time I'm going to type in here 2 exclamation marks. So let's change this to 18. And let's change up here, this one to 19. As you can see, if I change back to 17, let me actually type in here the negation. And now 18. Now 20. It's always double negation. Okay, that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay guys, it's time to get functional. And in this video, we're going to learn about functions. So what is a function? Well, basically a JavaScript function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task. A JavaScript function is defined with a function keyword. So we just need to type in function, and this is already a function. Well, not yet, but this is the keyword for the function, followed by a name. So let's call it my first function, and then followed by 2 parentheses. Now, a JavaScript function is executed when something is invoked or it is called upon. So normally a function ends then within curly braces with, wait a second, first. There we go, first function. So a JavaScript function needs to end somehow and it needs to return something, okay? So in this case, let's just say we'll return my, this is my function. Okay, so why isn't anything happening? Well, because a function needs to be invoked, as I said. So there's a few ways we can do that. We can call my function, and if I close this, nothing will happen because I could actually console log. So let me just very quickly show you this. So console log my function. Let me actually copy this in. And this will console log the function itself. We just console logged everything that is in here, but we should see this is my function. So let me comment out the console log, and here we open and close parentheses. And now the function would be returning a string if I actually console log this. So console log this right here. Okay, and now it's returning a console log of a string with this is my first function. We could do this with the console log if we take this out, so it should return this is my function within here. So I'm going to comment this one out. This is my function, comment back in the console log. And now I'm going to open and close parentheses. And as you can see, now it's returning, it's console logging the function, and the function is returning what we typed within the function. So we can call functions by invoking them by typing the name and opening and closing parentheses, or we can also call them within a console log. But this is just for sharing purposes. We're not constantly console logging things. We could also return multiple things in a function. So let me actually just use this function right here. So let me copy this, and instead of this function name, I'm going to type in now multi-return. So I'm just renaming and giving the totally new name. This is a totally new function. Return. There we go. Okay, so we could return multiple things. So I'm also going to take this out, and I'm just going to type in here a argument, and we will learn about arguments in just a few seconds. A color, and I will say if, now let's create an if statement. If the color, so if this argument, you see is blended out, but as soon as I type it in here, it's now called upon. So if the argument is equal to the string end value of red, then return a string of danger. Else if our argument of color is equal to the string of green, you should return success, and else it should return color is missing. Okay, so now let's invoke our function by calling upon it. So let's say function, actually I'm going to console log it because it doesn't do anything if I don't console log it. So function, I'm going to call my function now, and within parentheses again, so color is missing, it already spits out color is missing because it didn't type in anything for the argument. If I type in a string of red, then it's returning danger. If I type in green, it returns success, and if I type in, let's say, blue, then it says color is missing because it doesn't have anything assigned to it. Okay, so this is a multiple return. And now let's talk about this parameter here. So function parameters. Or arguments. So what is this argument or parameter? Well, it's actually something that is predefined or just called or just invoked in a function. So let me create another function. Let's actually we can actually use our first function. So still my function, and now let's give this a parameter of name. So the parameter always goes within the parentheses. And now we will return this parameter of name. So as soon as I type it in here, it is invoked. And if I would now console log our function again, let me copy this instead of here and pass it in a string of Norbert, then this string will be passed in here and it will be returned. As you can see, we have Norbert. We could also add something to it. So if I would concatenate something to it, let's say Norbert is here. Boom. Then we have, actually let me put a space in it. Then we have the name plus the string of is here. So function arguments are the values received by the function when it's invoked. Inside the function, the arguments or the parameters has a local variable, so it's only working within here. We could also pass in multiple parameters, so I'll actually create another one. Let's copy this, go down here, and let's type in here comment multi parameters. Okay, and let's give this a first name, so one parameter, and a last name. Again, I typed in first wrong. First. There we go. So the two parameters are separated by a comma, not a dot. And now let's say I want to return my first name plus my last name. Now let's console log our function again. And now, well, it's returning a Norbert and a undefined, because we only have within here one string. So in order to solve this, I will type in now another string of main heart, and as soon as I typed it in, it returns the second string. Now let me also type in here a empty string, so we have a space between them. Now before ES6, if we wanted to do something like assign default parameters to a function, then we would need to use if statements and the type of. So let me just give you an example. Let's say my function again, and within our function we would have the first name and the last name. So until here it's pretty much the same. And now I would need to create a if statement, and within the if statement I would say that if the type of first name, because let me actually console log first name first of all. So if I console log within here first name, let's see what happens. And let me comment this part out. Undefined. So from the, actually, did I talk about this from the, you can see in the JavaScript, it's also telling you from what file of JavaScript and from what code line it's returning something. So from the line 37, which is this console log, actually, let me comment all of this out. Everything that we got up here, so it doesn't get confusing. Now let's console log and also invoke our function, console log function, my function. So now it's returning undefined, undefined, and undefined from 69. It's also returning this as undefined. The first name wasn't defined. If I would also console log last name, we have two undefined. So let me comment this out. This is why we use the type of first name is equal to the value and type of undefined, then first name should be, and now we would assign it a default value of, let's say, Arabella. And now it would need to move on, so create another if. And once again, if the type of last name also is equal to the type and value of undefined, then it should return a default value of last name, which is, let's say, beautiful. Okay, so now let's try this out by returning now the first name plus a empty string with a space with internet and the last name. Okay, so if I would close this up and console log it down here, my first name, and although I didn't pass in here a parameter, Arabella beautiful. Okay, but these are the default values. This can be changed. So if I would type in here now a string of Laura, then Arabella, our first value, the first name, would be replaced with Laura. And then we could also replace the second one with is a mom. Is a mama. Okay, so we could create default values and we can also change them. Now, after ES6, or not after, but with ES6, we have another possibility. So I'm just going to copy this. Actually, I don't know if you notice or not, but you can actually close out things from here. So let me copy this entire thing and comment it out. So we will have it. And now let's type it in. Let's copy it in here. And instead of having this, I'm going to actually delete this if statements. And I'm going to assign them. Let me also take out this. The values, the default values, we're going to assign them right within the arguments or the parameters. You can see if I hover over them, parameter, and takes in whatever. So if I would give this the string of Laura, and then the last time you can see it already appears, Laura and undefined, it's waiting for a second value here. And let's say another string of Menhart. Okay, and as soon as I hit save, we have our default values, which can be then later on also changed. So let's change the first name to Norbert, and then comma, and let's say, what should I say? Dad. Okay. Okay, next up, let's take a look at function expressions. Next up, let's take a look at function expressions. And this just means that we are assigning a variable to a function. So let's create here const, and let's call it sum. And now we are assigning it to a function. So let's say function, and really quick note, this function can be named or unnamed. So I can name it something and then type in here the value. So let's say x, and then actually return something like x plus x. And now if I would console log our function, console log the function of sum, and invoke it, well, it's not a number because it's nothing assigned. Now if I would type in here 20, so I'm giving x the value of 20, and 20 plus 20 is equal to 40. Now let's take out the name, and we'll see this is now a unnamed function, and this is still working. And I could also, let me take out the 20 from here, I could also assign it within here a value of 20. So see, we get 40 again, and we can reassign the values. If I would type in here 15, then 15 plus 15 is 30, and as you can see, we could reassign it. Now, next up, let's talk about ifs. And if it just states, let me type it in, E-E-I-I-F-E-S, ifs. And an ifs means immediately evocable function expressions. So basically, we are declaring and running a function at the same time. And we need to put the function into parentheses and then also close it up with parentheses right before our semicolon. So let me just give you an example. So let's say, so we need to put it into parentheses, and we're giving, so this would be normally an anonymous function. So function, and then curly braces, and let's say it will console log a hello, actually a string of hello, and let's just close it up. And now right after this parenthesis, I'm going to open and close. So let's just take a look in our console. Open and close parenthesis, and it's running. So as soon as I do this, it's automatically running. Now, of course, we could also type in here a argument, a parameter of, let's say, name. And down here, I would just add this name. So concatenate it with, let's first of all type in an empty string, and then use the name. Oh, and this should be now in a template row. Okay, so, whoa, so we don't need to do this anymore, and also this. And now down here is where I would pass in my argument. So let's say I pass in here the name of Norbert, and we get hello Norbert. And there are too many spaces here, so just hello Norbert, exclamation mark. Okay, so once again, a iffy is a function that is automatically called, so automatically invoked as soon as it is created, and it normally is a anonymous function, and it could also take in one or more parameters, and yeah, that's an iffy. So if you're by now asking yourself if we can put functions into objects, then the answer is yes, we can, and they are extremely useful. And when a function is put inside an object, it is called a method. So let's create something like const user. And let's say so first of all, create an object. And let's say the user exists, or users. Actually, users. Let's say this now exists, and we want to add a user. So for this, I'm just going to create a add, then call a function, assign this a function. So we're adding something, we will invoke a function. And now let's console log. We also have a project using this, but I'm just going to show you right now how this works. So console log, let's say user was added. Okay, now you can see it closes up with a column. So now we could do something like edit then user, and this will invoke another function. And now we could console log, and now let's use template literals, and this time I'm going to use template literals, and let's say edit user. Okay, and within here, normally which user would you like to edit? So I would suggest using also a ID for this. So we would type in here argument and ID, and now let's use the ID within our console log. So ID, and now let me actually also call upon the, and now let me actually also call upon this method So the way we do this is by typing users dot add, and now open and close parentheses, where we're invoking this function right here. And you can always see user was added. And if I want to edit a user, then I would invoke user dot edit, open and close parentheses, and we are invoking now this function out of this method. We can also add functions to our existing method outside of the method. So let's say down here I would use now, so we add to our method of users a delete user. So we could just type in dot delete and function, and now let's say we want to console log delete user. Okay, and if I want to invoke it, it's the same thing as here. We would just now type in user dot delete, and we'll get this. And if we want to edit, because we can now use a parameter in the edit, let's say the second user, just type in here 2, and the undefined disappears, and now we're editing the user number 2. Okay guys, so this is pretty much it for the basics of functions. We will learn much more about functions later on, but this is basically it for this video, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, in this video we're going to learn about arrow functions. So let's take everything that we created until now, let's take it from here and cut it out and copy it into our functions.js. Okay, let's go back to app.js and let's type in here comment arrow functions. Now arrow functions are recently introduced into JavaScript. Not that recently, but more recently. They are actually introduced since ES6, and they're very often used instead of regular functions. And you will find both of them used everywhere. Now visually, they allow you to write functions with a shorter syntax form. So let's first of all create a regular function. So let's just type in here function, and we're going to call it regular function. So open and close parentheses, open and close curly brackets, and now let's return a string of this is a regular function. What is that function? Okay, and now down here let's invoke our function. So regular function, and actually I should return the console log. I can console log it here. So console.log, and just going to copy our function in here. Okay, so we are returning this is a regular function. Now let's convert this exact function into an arrow function. Now arrow functions, now the thing about arrow functions is that they are basically anonymous functions. So in order to create an arrow function, I will use first a variable to assign it to. And also let me type in here comment. I will return this function explicitly. I will tell you what the difference is. So explicit return. And I typed in explicit wrong. Explicity. Let's just go with explicity. Okay, so what does this mean? Let's create first of all a function, an arrow function by using a const. Let's call it let message. Now we will assign it to an arrow function. So instead of typing in the name of the function, we're just going to create the parentheses and now equal and greater than. So as I said, when we learned about comparisons and comparison operators, this means a arrow function and this means greater or equal to, and this less or equal to. But this right here, this is a arrow function. And now open and close curly braces, and now let's return, actually let me return not the same message but a new message with this is a arrow function. Let's close this up, and now let's console log our message and open and close parentheses, and there we go. This is an arrow function. You can see open and close parentheses equal, greater than, curly braces, return, and close curly braces. Now this is returning something explicitly. Now if I want to return it inexplicit, then we would do something like this. We could take this out, curly braces, the return, and also the ending curly braces. Let's see what happens. It's exactly the same thing. So actually, let me go back. So this is explicit, and damn it, let's make a copy of this. And now I'm going to return it inexplicit. And we have a syntax error, message already defined. Yeah, I know. We'll redefine it, reassign it. Okay, now let's pass a argument into an arrow function. So let's just create another let user is equal to open and close parentheses, and you know we will pass in the argument within the parentheses. So let's say name. Now arrow function, and I'm going to return it inexplicit. So let me use here a template literal hello, and we will type in here the name. Now let's console log user, and let's type in here a string of Norbert. Okay, and now it's returning hello Norbert. So we just created a variable using the keyword let. We named it user. Now we assigned it to an arrow function, open and close parentheses. We typed in here an argument of name, then we typed in the arrow, and then a template literal or hello, and we called on the name. Then we console logged the user, so the variable, and within parentheses we inserted our argument of name. Okay, so that's pretty much forward, but we could actually, let me copy this, copy it down here. I'm going to take out the let. So because we have only one argument, we could actually take out the parentheses. As you can see, this is still working. Let me actually change this to Laura and comment this one out. And because we have only, so this works. I want you to have close parentheses. Okay, it puts them back in, but nevertheless, it works. Believe me. Now we cannot do this if we have two arguments. So we need to have parentheses when we have two arguments. So let me create a const of let's say name, and I'm going to assign it, so open and close parentheses, two parameters. So first name, and I'm going to automatically assign them also values. Let's say Norbert, and then last name. I'm going to assign this a value of Menhart. Now comes the arrow function, and we're going to return it again inexplicit, and I'm going to use a template literal of user name is, and let's call on the first name, and still staying between the backticks, the last name. Okay, and now if we console log the name and open close parentheses, we will get username is Norbert Menhart. And as always, we can also replace them with, let's say if I replace Norbert, so the first argument with the string of Laura, then it's also working. So username is Laura Meinhardt. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video, we're going to learn about the for in loop. So the for in statement iterates over all enumerable properties of an object that are keyed by strings, including inherited enumerable properties. So let's create a const of user and let's assign it first name of Norbert and the last name of Meinhardt. And let me also give it an age. Ooh, age 40. And did I close this up here? Yep, there we go. Now, the for in is, well, almost the same as a for loop, but instead of having for and I equals to something something, we would use let and now a variable, and let's just call it k in user. Okay, so we're taking this variable and going through each property of the object. So first let's grab onto the keys. So let's say console log k, and this will give me each key, first name, last name, age. And now let's grab onto the values. And for this, I would need to use user dot, and now this, now I need to put the k in an array, not user dot, but user, and this will give me the values. So Norbert, Meinhardt, and 40. And actually, let me type it like this so you will have both of them. So these are the keys. Let's type in here comment get keys, and here get values. Now if we want both the keys and the values, so actually the properties, we would do something like console log, and I'll use a temporary literal of the variable key and its value. So user and k. Okay, so let me comment this to out up here and hit save, and we will get first name Norbert, last name Meinhardt, and age 40. Okay guys, so that's first of all it for in. See you in the next one. And let me actually cut this out, paste it in our loops, and that's it. So see you soon. Bye bye. In this video, we're going to learn about the for of loop. So the for of statement creates a loop iterating over literal objects, including built-in strings, arrays, array-like objects, so like arguments or node list, typed arrays, map, set, and user-defined literals. It invokes a custom iteration hook with statements to be executed for the value of each distinct property of the object. Okay, so let me give you an example. Let's create a variable. Let fruits, because we used a lot of cars. Now let's use a few fruits. So I'm going to create an array here, and let's say banana, apple, orange, and avocado. Is avocado a fruit? I don't know. Let's just type in avocado. So we got our array. Now let's first of all use a for loop, just to have an example of this. So if I would want to go over this with a for loop, so let I equal to 0. Now the condition, this should go on as long as I is less than fruits.length, and it should iterate I++, and close up this parenthesis. And now we should console log fruits and the variable I. Okay, so we got a banana, we got an apple, orange, and avocado. Now let's do the same thing using a for of loop. And this will look like this. So for, and now within here, we create a let fruit. So we're going to use the singular again. Or actually, I'm going to use the singular again. You can type in here anything you want. You can type in X or whatever. I just want to use the singular to demonstrate that let fruit of fruits and now let's console log our fruits. So the fruit itself, fruit. And now if I would comment this out, our for loop, you can see we have exactly the same result. Let me hit save, banana, apple, orange, avocado. Actually, let me type in here something else. So for loop, for of. So for of fruit, for of banana, for of apple, for of oranges, and up here we got our regular for loop. Could use here. Copy this in, and let's change this just to 4. Let's hit save, and for banana, for apple, for orange, for avocado, and down here we have our for of loop. And you can clearly see how much cleaner and easier a for of loop is instead of a for loop. Now we could also loop over a string, and this is really interesting. So I'm going to use a long string, and because so let's create English language doesn't have that long words, I'm going to use a German word. So let's say for each character, 4 characters of the string of brace yourself, Gesundheitsministerium, Ministry of Health. Now let's console log our characters, or char, and we get each letter from this string. Okay, so G-E-S-U, blah, 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 down here. And I could also do a uppercase, use the uppercase method to uppercase, and oh, this is a function, so bang, there we go. So it loops through each character and also loops through its uppercase. So G, capital G, E, capital E, and so on, far and so on. Okay guys, so that's it for of. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, in this section we're going to learn about loops. Say loop, yeah, I'm just kidding. So loops. And although we call them loops, they are actually statements, which then executed perform as certain loops depending on the statement. So we will learn first of all about the 3 basic, or the 3 general loops, which are the for loop, the while loop, and the do while. After that, we are going to cover array specific iterations and methods. So there would be then the for each, map, the for in, and the for of. And there should be an R. Okay guys, so hope you're excited. So let's start looping. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this video, we're going to learn about the for loop. So let's actually create a file here, a new JavaScript file. Let's call it 13 loops.js. And each time we're done with a loop, we're going to copy it in there. So after each video, please copy everything that we wrote in your loops.js. Okay, so the for loop. As I said, these are statements. And the for loop statement creates a loop that consists of three optional expressions, then closed by parentheses and separated by semicolons, followed by a statement, usually a block statement, to be executed in the loop. So for loops taking three parameters separated by semicolons. So it would look something like this: for, then parentheses, then will come a variable, we usually call it I. Actually, we have to declare, so let I, and quick note, always use var or let here, never use const, because this I will constantly change. So it cannot be a constant, it needs to be a variable. So let's say I equals to 0, then semicolon. Then we need a condition, so as long as I is less than something, it could be greater than, less than, greater or equal, and less than or equal. So this will be the condition, then separated again by semicolons, and then comes the iterator, which is I plus plus. And this basically just means, let me type it in here, I equals to I plus 1. Okay, so this is what I means. We could also do this by 3 and it will iterate 3 through it, but this just adds 1 to I. So I times 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so I'm going to just leave this in as a comment. Then comes the semicolon, and within here we need the statement. Okay, so this is basically how a for loop looks. So let's create a for loop. So for parentheses, let I equal to 0, then as long as I is less than 6, and now let's increment it I plus plus, and this should then console log I, the variable. Okay, and as soon as we hit save, this goes from 0 to 5, so 6 iterations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I would change this to 5, let's say, then it will only iterate until 4 and then stop. So basically the for loop goes until this is true. If I would type in here less than or equal to 5, then it will stop at 5. I wouldn't use this. I would always use less than. This is more precise. Now let's say we want to iterate it 2 times. See, this is iterating, but this is also an infinite loop, and this will break our JavaScript now. So let me just stop this and also comment this out. Now let's create an array of cars. Let me actually delete this. So let's say cars, a constant. Let's call it cars, and we'll set it to an array which will have a string of Tesla, then a Audi, then a BMW, and a Dacia. In order for us to loop through this array, let's use our for loop, and let's say let, I'm going to use C this time, C is equal to 0, and as long as C is less than cars dot length, because we need the length of the array, here we don't have numbers, and let's iterate C plus plus. Okay, and now I'm just going to console log our array of cars, and I'm going to use our variable of C. As you can see, it will loop through each item of the array and paste out each string within that array. Okay, so that's it for our for loop. So let's cut this out and paste it into our loops. Okay, so see you in the next video. Bye bye. Okay, so in this video we're going to learn about continue and how to break out of prison. I mean loops. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's just type in here comment. Breaking out of loops. So I'm just going to create a for loop. And let's say let I equal to 0, and as long as I is less than, let's say 10, then iterate I plus plus. So usually if I would console log I, this will loop until it's less than 10. As now if I would type in here equal to 10, then it will go to 10. Now if we want, let's say, stop at, let's say 4. So I'm just going to create a if statement. So if the loop reaches 4, so I is equal to, I'm going to use triple equals to 4, then do something, and let's just say we, step in here, let's print out a string of we reached the number 4. Okay, so this being done, if I is equal to 4, we're console logging 4, but we are still printing out 4. So this is where continue jumps in. And continue just means keep going with the loop to the next iteration, and instead of printing out the number 4, it will print out something else. So down here, in our if statement, I will use continue. Okay, so now if I hit save, and actually this console log should be now down here. So instead of printing out the number 4, it jumps over the number 4, prints out this. So when I reaches 4, print out this and then continue. If I would comment out now continue, you can see it prints out the number, we reach the number 4, but also the number. So let's say we want to end abruptly the loop, and there is where the break keyword comes in. So let's do another if statement. So if, let's say I equals to, where should we stop? At 7. And when it reaches 7, we'll say break. Okay, so let's see. When it reaches 7, you can see the loop breaks. So we're breaking out of the loop here. If I would console log, if I would comment this out, it goes on, and if I would comment this back in, it reaches 7 and it stops. We could also do this for 8, or let's say 5. And let me comment this continue back in. And this is where the loop will stop. Okay, so that's pretty much it for continue and break. So see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to learn about while loops. So let's just cut this out. Let's break out of it and put it down here in our loops. Let's go back in our app, and right underneath of here, let's take a look at the while loop. So the while statement creates a loop that executes a specific statement as long as the test continues evaluating to true. As long as the test condition evaluates to true. The condition is evaluated before executing the statement. So for this, I'm going to create a let, and I'm just going to put m for Manhart, and let's create a while loop. So while the variable m is less than, let's say 6, we're going to console log, and let's type in here a string of step plus m. Okay, and now we also need the iterator, which is m plus plus. And because I have it on autosave, I just broke my JavaScript again. So let me take out that autosave. Where do we have it? Have the delay off. So if this happens, you need to restart your browser. And it's pretty simple. Actually, just go on our index and start our browser again and close this one up. Okay, so let's go back into the console. And there we have it. We have our loops. Okay, so step 0, and let me actually put a space in here. If we would go to 10, but not 0, 10. So as long as this is true, the loop is going on and it iterates 1 to m. Now let's take that array of cars that we created earlier on in the course. Let's create, let me actually create it here again. So const cars, I don't know, I'm going to copy it in. Let's take the array of cars, let's copy it in. And let's do a while loop for this. So I'm just going to initiate here a C variable. And let's say while C is less than the array of cars dot length, we're going to console log cars and C++. Okay, so if I would hit save, this will iterate 4 times through the loop. Now, in order to iterate within the loop, so this just iterated 4 times the array. Now, if I would copy this down here and type in our variable of C and change now C to 2, this will give me the last 2 values are array. So if I would change this to 4, you see nothing happens, but if I would go to 1 and hit save again, we just skip the first one and then get us RD, BMV, and Dacia. Okay, so if I go back to 4, this will now console log all 4 items. Okay, so this is pretty much it for while loops. See you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video, we're going to learn about the do while loop. So let's take this while out, because we're finished with it, and paste it in our loops. Actually, I could just go out here. So let's take a look at the do while loop. So the do while statement creates a loop that executes a specified statement until the test condition evaluates as false. So instead of true, like in a while loop, this will go on until it evaluates false. The condition is evaluated after executing the statement, resulting in the specific statement executing at least once. So let's create here a let, let's call it n, and we're going to assign it to 0. And let's say do console log, and I'm going to type here a string of pace space plus n, and I'm going to iterate n plus plus, and now the condition comes after the curly braces, so while n is less than 10. Okay, so if I do this, you can see it paces from 0 to 9. If I would do equal to 10, then it goes to 10. Okay, so this is pretty much it for do while loops. Let's get to the next one. And let me actually take this out, paste it in here, and that's it. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this video, we're going to learn about for each, which is a method. And the method calls a function once for each element in an array in its order. And please note that the function is not executed for array elements without values. So when we are looping through an array, instead of using the for loop, we can use for each loops, which looks much cleaner than the for loop and yields the same result. So I'm going to take that array of cars again. So just copy it in. And now let's create a for loop, a for each loop. And when we create for each loops, we have to assign them to something. So we're going to call our cars array and now dot for each. And now it takes in a callback function. So let's say function. And within here, we're going to type in. And within the function, we're going to type in the iterator, which I usually use the single word for what we're looping through. So in the array of cars, we're going to loop through each car. Okay? So now within curly braces, we're going to console log car. Let's see what we get. We get each car. Now we can also use the index of. So if I would now copy this console log and let's type in here actually a template string of. Want to use the index of the car and let's type in con and the car itself. So in order for us to use the index, so this would prompt us an error, we need to call the index within here. So we also want the index. Okay, so we can see Tesla is 0, Audi. I am also console logging this. Let's take out the first console log and hit save. And now Tesla is 0, Audi is 1, 2 is BMW, and 3 is Dacia. We can also call the array itself. So if after the index, I would type in here the array. And now I would call the array down here using console log. You can see this loops now through, let me comment this out. This will loop through the array itself. So it will loop over the array 4 times. Now, instead of using here a regular function, we could use a arrow function. So let me do exactly the same thing I did up here. So cars dot for each. And instead of having a function, a regular function, we can now type in parentheses and arrow function. And within the arrow function, we'll call an iterator of cars. And now let's console log car. Let's see what happens. It results exactly the same thing. This is where arrow functions are extremely useful. Okay, so that's pretty much it for each. We'll learn more about loops further on in the course, but for now, let's just stick with the basics. Okay, so see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to learn about map. Now, let me take out everything to here from the for each and paste it in here. Now, the map method creates a new array populated with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. Okay, so this sounds a bit complicated, but don't worry. Now let's just create an array of objects. So let's call this const and let's say users. I'm going to assign it to array. I'm going to assign it to an array of objects. So the first object, and actually users also have ID. So I'm just going to create an ID of 1 so for our first user. And it will have a name, our little user here of Laura. Don't start with Norbert for the first time. Okay, let me copy this 4 more times. So this will have a second, a third, and a fourth ID. And let's say, let's just start with 3. Let's say Norbert and Arabella. Okay, so we have our first array of objects. Now let's create another const which will name IDs, and we will take our first array of object of users. Now use the map method, so dot map, and this also takes in a callback function, so type function. And now what we want to iterate through, we want to iterate through the users. and we want to return the user's ID, the user.id. Now if I hit save, and we also need to console log, so call this const of IDs, IDs. Okay, so now let's console log our IDs, let's hit save, and we get our IDs. So if I would just call on the users down here, we will get each user, and by using map we can get our IDs, or we can get, let me console log here, IDs again, or we can get names. Okay, so this would just prompt me with the names. Now we could also use the arrow function here, so let me just copy this and paste it down here. Let's comment out the first one, take out the function, and use here a arrow function. Okay, so we will get exactly the same results. Actually, let me change this back to IDs. Now let's hit save, and we get our IDs again. Okay, so for now, that's pretty much it about map. We will use map later on in the course. So let me copy and cut the maps out and paste it into our loops. Okay, so see you in the next video. Okay guys, so until this point we got through our basics of JavaScript, but I think it's time to get moving and learn about the DOM. So the DOM being the document object model, and this is how we then grab things and change things in our web pages. So let's create a new folder and let's call it DOM. And within here you can copy your files. I'm actually just going to create a new file. So I actually just grab and drag and drop it in here, and I'm going to create the index.html and this file app.js. Okay, and basically in the index I'm just going to copy in our HTML file. Okay, there we go, and we don't need this because we're going to only use one app, this app.js. So once again, as soon as we create something in our app.js, then as soon as we finish with it, we're going to copy it back in. Okay, so let's open up our HTML first of all, and let's see what we got here. We got this beautiful web page. Boom, let me resize this. So let's talk about the DOM. First of all, what is the DOM and what does it do? So the DOM, as I said, is an abbreviation for the document object model, and it is the data representation of the object that comprises the structure and the content of the document on the web page. So basically in this section we'll briefly introduce the DOM and start grabbing onto things from the DOM and start modifying them. So we're going to learn about single element selector, multiple element selectors, navigating through our DOM. We're going to have some event listener, so when something happens, then something else should happen. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun section. So what is the DOM? Well, the DOM is the document object model, as I said, in the web browser, and represents the document as a node tree, where each node represents part of the document. The element is text string or a comment. Okay, so basically if we go into app.js, and let me also open up our console, not that. So let's go to our console and just too small. Let's make this larger. Hope you guys can see this. Let me increase this also. Okay, so let's say I'm going to initiate now a variable x, and let's assign this x to the document. Okay, so this is our document, and if I would now just console log x, let's see what we get. We get this node tree. Okay, so this is our entire document. You can say the doc type, the HTML, the header, the body, everything that is in our document. So this is the document. This right here, this is how we select it. Now let's try and get an HTML collection out of this. So let's say x is equal to document dot all. So let's see what we get now. An HTML collection. So we got our array of an HTML collection. Let's click within here. So you can see we can access our HTML, our head, our meta, our links, title, style, body, everything that we actually have in our document. If I hover over something, you can clearly see where it is. Okay. So let's say I want to select the HTML from it, because this is an array. Could go x and it's equal to document, and we're going to select the first item, which will be the HTML. Actually, dot all, and now item, this should give me the HTML. Okay, this only selects the HTML. So if we go further down, type in 1, you know what this gives me? It gives me the head. If I would now select 2, no, not 12, 2, this will give me the meta tag, and so far and so on. And if we could also check, for example, the length of this entire thing. So all dot length, and this will give me 59 elements. Okay, so if I would go say into HTML and delete, I'm just going to comment this out. Okay, so comment this out. Let's save. We have 55 elements. It doesn't see this as an element anymore. Okay, if I comment it back in, then we have our 59 elements. Hey, hit save. There we go. I could also, for example, go x equal to document dot body. Okay, so this would, we can also select tags from it, but I wouldn't recommend this at all. For something like this, we have query selectors and get element by ID and get element by class and so far and so on. We could also select the header. Do I have a header tag? No, I didn't have one, but I had a head tag. Okay, so we can select this, and let's see. Yeah, that's, we can select this form right here. So dot form. So we select all of the form and get to give me again a HTML collection. Okay, so that's basically just an introduction for the document. Next up, we're going to take a look at single element selectors. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so let's continue on by learning about single element selectors. So let me just copy everything that we've done right here, and I just created a new file 01 DOM introduction. Okay, so let's create another one, and let's call this 02 single element selector. I'm just going to type in here, and let's just type in a single element selectors .js. Okay, but we're not going to write in this, we're just going to write it on app.js. And if we're finished, please copy everything in your single element selectors. So DOM selectors, as the name suggests, are used to select HTML elements within a document using JavaScript. Okay, there are 5 ways to, and all those methods are properties. So all of the methods that we're going to learn by selecting elements are properties of the document object. So in order to use one, we should prefix this element. Now we are going to learn first of all about, so these are single element selectors, and the first is going to be a selected element by its ID. Okay, and this is pretty straightforward. This is get element. Actually, let me use the document. So document dot get element by ID. Okay, this is it. Let me comment this out, and let's just console log something. Let's console log document dot get element by ID, and let's say we're going to grab on to the DOM definition. So within here, DOM underscore def, and this should, let me check, get element, this should be a dot. What am I doing? Okay, so I'll grab onto the UL DOM definition. If I hover over it, this is grabbing me the DOM definition ID. And don't forget, this is grabbing onto a element and defined by its ID, it will get us the element that has that ID. So in our case, the UL with the ID of DOM definition, and it also has a class of DOM definition items, but we will learn about this later on. Okay, now that we have our ID, we can do specific things to it. So for example, if I would now, let me just copy this. For example, I would get element by ID, so grabbing onto this, and now I want to grab onto its ID, so only to its ID, so dot ID, and now it's getting me down here. Let me comment out this part and hit save. Now I'm getting its ID, DOM definition. Let's see, we can also grab onto the class. So I'm going to copy this, and instead of .id, we can grab onto the class. So class name, and we should have a dot here. Let me close this up. Okay, so now I'm going onto the DOM definition items. Let's just take a look at HTML. There we have it. So we have our there we have it, DOM definition, and it also has a class of DOM definition items. Okay, so not going on to this, but we're grabbing on to its class. Okay, so let's go back in our app. So we know that we can grab onto things, but can we also do something with them? And yes, we can. Let's say we want to change something. For example, the background color of this. So for this, let me just grab onto this again and delete this. And this time we're not going to console log it, but let me actually assign this to a variable. It's better if you see what I'm doing. So exercise this, document dot get element by ID. I'm going to grab onto the DOM definition again. Okay, so there's our DOM definition, the UL, which has two LIs within it. So now let's say we want to change its background color. And exactly like in CSS, we would now type in style. So not like in CSS, but we want to change the style of CSS. And if I would want to change something in here, as you can see, I'm also using a style tag. Okay, so this style that we have in here, I didn't create another CSS file. I just used a style tag within our HTML file. So if you want to change the style of an element, you just grab onto that element, then apply the property of style. So dot style, and now we want to change this background color, so we can change background. And this is perfect because you can see everything that we can change here. So in CSS it's background dash color, and we have here no dash and a capital C. So this is the way in JavaScript how we can change the background color. And now we have to assign it to something. So equal to, let's say red. Doesn't matter what I type in here. Okay, so we just changed the background color of the entire element, the UL, to red. Now we can use here also hash or RGB. So let me just prove to you. Let's say 333. We get this dark color. And if I would now want to change the color of the text, so let me copy this again. So instead of background color, we will have color, just color. And let's change the color to red again. .reg red. Okay, so this would change the color of the text. We could also change its, so let's change document dot get element by ID of DOM definition, and now style. And now I want to change its font size. So we have the background, we have the color, so font size, and we'll assign it, let's say, to RAM. Okay, we can use RAM, we can use pixels. I'm going to change it to, let's say, 10 pixels. Okay, we could use EMs, 10 EMs. Jeez, this is enormous. Never used 10 EMs. As you can see, we could basically do everything within JavaScript, every style change that we normally do with CSS. We could also hide it. So let's say document dot get element. So getting a element from the document which has the ID of, and within quotes, single or double quotes, it doesn't matter, get the ID of DOM definition, which will grab on to the UL. And now we want to change its style, and let's say we want to now display it as none. Okay, so this will get rid of it. It's gone. And we want to display it back, then we will just display it as block. And there we go, we have it again. Now, we could also change the content of the HTML file. So let's say we grab onto the document again, and just going to copy this. And instead of style, we'll have now text content. And now let's say that the entire text should just say a string of Norbert. Okay, and that's it. We got rid of everything, and we just have Norbert. Obviously, if I comment this out, then it's going to go back to its initial side. We don't change the actual HTML file. We just change what the DOM is displaying. So this would change the text content. And now let's say we want to change. So there's another way of doing this. Get element by ID. Just for exercises, we're typing this in, and definition. So we're having this. Let's say we want to change the inner text, and let's assign this to Laura. Okay, so this is also a way. Now let's say we want to insert something in it, and for this I'm just going to copy this, and instead of, let's delete this. Instead of inner text, we now have inner HTML. And within here, we can now type in a string. Or let's say Norbert. And now I can create the element within it. So let's say UL. And let's open and close it. And within this UL, we will have an li. Let's say li, and open and close the li. So we have two li's, and within the first li I'm going to have Laura, and the second li, no, don't go away, and within the second li I'm going to have Arabella. Okay, so as you can see, I just inserted into our HTML a new file, another new file, but new tags, new elements, and I also inserted text within them. Okay, the next way we can select singular elements is using query selector. So let's type in here, comment query selector. Also a single element selector. Now let's say we want to select something, and until now we used document get element by ID, and within here we selected our ID. Let's say we want to use a class, so we can't use, for example, document.get element class. Do you see a class? Here it is, but it's elements. So this will select multiple elements. We want to select only one. This is where query selector gets in to play. Query selector, but this selects elements exactly like in CSS. So if we had in CSS, for example, an ID, so let me select exactly the same ID as here, we would use, obviously between quotations, we would use a hash. Okay, so DOM and definition. We would get the same thing. So let's see what we have here. Now it's selected our new DOM element, which has a Norbert and it has colors and font size inserted within the DOM, and it has this UL and yeah, tool LIs. But I'm kind of tired of doing this, so doing it this way. So let's create a let up here. Let's call it single. So I'm just going to create a variable single element. So don't have to type in here the document blah blah blah. I'm just going to assign this. So this, we're defining a variable with a keyword let. We're calling a single element and we're assigning it to document query selector get this ID right here. Okay, so as soon as I'm console logging now, console log single element, let's see what we get. We get our single element right here. Great. Now what can we do with this? Well, basically the same thing that we did with get element by ID. So if I would now, let me comment out this console log. So single element and dot style dot background color. Let's change this background color this time to green. Okay, so we're changing. This is basically the same thing as getting element by ID, but with a query selector. Yeah. But this time using query selector, and the difference is we can select multiple elements within this query selector. So because we define this with let, I could redefine it now. Let's say the single element selector is now getting a document. So getting from the document using query selector a class. And I'm going to use grab onto the class of single element, which is, what is you? Here it is, class single element. Okay, so grabbing onto this class. As you can see, exactly like in CSS, we're using the dot to grab onto the class. So if I would console log single element right now. Okay, so let's see what we get. We get this li with single element. But we are only getting one li. Okay, so this one. And we're not getting all of them. So each one with the class. This will select the very first one. So not because I copied this, but this is really the first element that has the single element selected, the class. And in our entire HTML, you can see we have multiple single elements selected. We will select them a bit later on in the course. But this will always select the very first element that it sees. So in our case, the first element which has the class. Okay. Now, as I said, we can also do things to it. Let's say I'll change its. So let's grab a single element and let's change this inner HTML and let's just type in here a string of green. What am I doing? What am I doing? There it is. Green. Okay, so as you can see, I changed this inner HTML and let's change this color also. So single element and let's say color, actually style dot color, not console color, and let's change it to a white color. What could go with this? This is what change the background color. So background color, let's change this to red. So we grabbed onto an ID, we grabbed onto a class, and now let's grab onto a tag. So let's reassign a single element is equal to document query selector, and now let's grab on to a li. Then here li. Okay, so let's, if I console log this single element again, let's see what we got. So what do you think we're going to get? We are going to get right here our very first li. Okay, well, we could also be more specific. We could say that from the, let me just take a look. Let's say that this has this has an ID, DOM selector. Okay, so we're going to go here, DOM selector, this UL, and the first one is single elements, and we're going to grab on to this li. Okay, so the way we can do this is going in here, selecting first of all the ID, and then from this ID, wait. Now we need this DOM selector. So DOM selector, and grabbing onto the li. So let's see which one we got. We got now this one. You see, we no longer have Laura. We have this one. So we can, as I said, be more specific. We can also use. Let's see. Let's grab onto this. Let's grab onto this ID. And let's grab onto this class, multiple elements. So from the DOM ID, if I select the li, this would give me, let me just save. Just give me null. Why? Because we don't have an li. That's right, because we need, this is not wrapped into anything. I should have done something else. Let me deselect this and put it in here. Okay, so now, yep, as I said, we get from this multiple selector, which is this UL, we're going to get this first li, because it's still selecting the first element that it sees. Okay, so even if I change it to the class, so from the ID multiple selectors, get me now the class of multi-elements, is still getting me the first one, which has this class. And again, we can do something to it, so single element selector dot style, and let's change its background color to green. Let's go with black. Okay, so there we go. So it's changing exactly so it's not changing the ID's background color, but the classes background color. Go back there. Okay, so this ones. If I would take this out, then it would change the entire ID, and the ID now was for a UL, so it changes the entire unordered list this time. Okay, so this is pretty much it about single element selector. See you in the next one where we have multiple element selectors. Okay, so in this video we're going to take a look at multi-element selectors. So let's take everything that we have in our app.js and cut it out and paste it in to our single element selectors, and also create a new file, and we're going to call this 03 multi-element selectors. Okay, so everything that we do in our app, after that we're going to copy it into a multi-element selectors file. So first thing, we are going to learn about get elements by class name. So element, and this is elements, not a single element, so multiple elements by class name. So how does this look? First of all, we're going to create a const. We're going to name it items. There we go. And we're going to again grab it from the document with get elements by class name. And we're going to grab on to the classes of DOM underscore definition items, or just item. Okay, now let's console log our items and let's see what we got. We got this HTML collection of DOM definition item, and DOM definition item. Okay, so if we hover over them, you can see each one of them. So these 3 items we got. So as you can see, when we select multiple elements using the get elements by class name, this will give us a HTML collection of items, which is actually a node list. And as you can see, each item has an index just like an array, and this means that we can select them. Now, if we want to select a specific item from this, we can now treat it as an array and select, for example, the first one, which will, if we want, let's console log from the items, the first one, and just give us the first item. And now let's say we're going to take our items variable that we created, select the second one, and let's say dot style, and call not this. Let's say dot style dot color, and let's change its color to red. Okay, this is pretty easy. And now if we want to take the second item, so items, and let's take the third one, so using 2 and dot let's say style, let's say background color, and let's assign it a green background color. Let's say green and type red as usual. We could also take it, so items, and change, let's grab the second one, change its inner HTML, or let's change its text content to, let's say let's just say red. Boom, there we go. So it's red on a background color of green. Now the example above has selected the class name on a global scope. If you would want to select them on a local scope, or to be more specific with the UL, for example, then we could do the following. So let's say I create another const, and let's say list items, and let's grab them from the document with query selector. So using a single selector, and we're going to select the UL, so very first UL, and now get element by class name. We're going to select multiple elements, and let's select the DOM definition elements again. So just going to copy this. Okay, so now we selected a tag and a class. A tag using a single selector. This will select the very first tag for my HTML, and then we selected a specific class with the get elements by class. So we selected multiple classes. So now let me console log this. Console log the list items, and let's see what we got. We got the first 2 items up here. Okay, so this and this one, and again in a HTML collection. The difference is that if I would now create somewhere outside this UL a node class of DOM definition item, the item would not be selected. Okay, so this is basically the difference between local and global scoping. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for get elements by class name. Next up, we're going to take a look at get elements by tag name. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this video, we're going to learn about get elements by tag name, which is also a multi-element selector. So let's type in here a comment, get elements by tag name. Okay, so let's create another const, and let's call this tag elements. And let's assign it to documents, grab for document, get elements by tag name. By tag name. So let's try and grab onto the allies. Let's type in here alias and let's see if we console log the tag elements variable that we created. Let's see what we get. We will get all of our allies. So again, we will get a HTML collection, and again we can treat it as this. And let's say we want to get, actually within our console log, we want to get the first one. So if we hover over it, you can see this. Let's say 0, and so we're getting the first one. Again, style dot background color. So we're getting the first one. Now let's grab onto this tag elements and let's grab onto the first one again, and let's say style, and let's change its background color to white. So assign it to, actually let me use here hash of FFF. Let's say okay, so we change it to white. That's also, so this is just for showing purposes. Let's change its color to 111. This would be black. Actually, we cannot reassign this. And there should be a small. Okay, so we have a dark color now. And let's also change its font size. Font size to, let's say, 1.5 RAM. Okay, so we can also do this. Now, because it's an HTML collection, as I said, and we can now use array methods on it. Because it's an HTML collection and it's not an array, we could not use array methods on it, but we could convert it into an array. So let's see, if we would use, let's say, create a let of tag, let's call this tag elements and ul, just like that. And let's grab onto the document dot get elements by tag name again, and this time we're going to grab onto the uls. So let's console log this really quick. So let's see what we got. Tag elements ul. Let's hit save, and let me comment out everything that it created up here so it won't interfere with our new creation. So we're getting our uls. Okay, now let's say if I would do a tag elements ul dot reverse, this is a method. This would obviously not work because it's not an array. But if I would not take the tag elements ul and say that array dot from tag elements ul, and now I'm going to copy this underneath of it and hit save. Now it's working. Okay, so without this we will have it normal, and with this it would be reversed. So because now it's an array, let's do a, let's say, for each. So tag elements ul, and let's say for each, not from, for each, and we don't need this array, and we're not going to use arrow functions right now. So let's say for each, we're going to use a normal function ul. We want to console log ul dot class name. So we do the same thing as we did in our last lecture, and this will console log each and every class name of the ul. Now we could go through it and let's say ul dot inner HTML, and let's change everything to Norbert. Okay, so if I hit save, each and every HTML, each and every class of the ul would be changed to Norbert. We can also assign them a color. Not in HTML. Dot style. Dot color. And let's say we're going to go with red. Okay, so as you can see, we could also use loops now on them. Okay guys, so next up we're going to take a look at a query selector, so the query selector all. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so the last element that the last selector we're going to take a look at is query selector all. And this basically replaces the need for get elements by class name or by tag names, elements. Okay, so get elements. So let's cut out this selector and paste it in here. And now let's take a look at query selector all. So by definition, the document method query selector all returns a static not live node list representing a list of the document's elements that match the specific group of selectors. And with this being said, this is basically the same thing as query selector, but this just selects everything, and we're going to use the same selectors as in CSS. And by selectors, so let's define this again. A DOM string contains one or more selectors to match against. This string must be valid CSS selector. Okay, so if it's not, then a syntax error expression is returned. So once again, these need to be valid CSS selectors. So let's create a const and let's say all items. Let's call it all items, and I'll scale bound from the document using query selector all dot query selector all. And once again, I'm going to first of all select a tag, so the UL, and within this the DOM, let's say the DOM definition items. Okay, so let's hit save and let's console log this. Let's see what we got. So all items. Okay, so we got one. Now let's go further and select from the li the class of DOM definition item. Okay, so now let's take a look at this. We have now two items. So within, let's go with within the UL with the class of DOM definition items. Okay, so this one up here, we selected, as you can see here, we selected the LIs with the classes of DOM definition item. Okay, and as you can see, this time we're getting a node list. So once the node list of matching elements is returned, you can examine it just like any array. If the array is empty, that is, if its length property is null, then no matches were returned. So we have the length is 2, we have 2 matches returned for our selector. Otherwise, you can simply use standard array notifications to access the content of the list, but in our case it's working. So let's just grab onto all items and do a for each loop again. So for each, and let's create a function. This is requiring a callback function for each item. Let's say console log item dot class name. So we can see clearly the class name. So we have 2 DOM definition items. Okay, let me actually comment this class, this console log up there out. So we got 2 DOM definition items. Now, once again, we could select them and let's say that item dot inner HTML. Let's change its name to Laura. Okay, so both of them are changed to Laura. If I would now take item dot inner text and let's assign this to the string of Arabella. Okay, so they will be both changed to Arabella. Now, let's say we want to select, so this is just Good example for some things that we can do in CSS, we can also do in JavaScript. Let's say you want to select some odds and evens. So, you know, in CSS, you could go li and nth child, and then select the odds, and do the same thing for the evens. Okay, well, we can do the same thing in CSS, in JavaScript. So let's say let's create a const of list items, and we call them odds, and let's get from the document dot query selector all. We're going to select all of our li tags, but now we're going to use the nth. So nth child, and let's select all of the odds. Okay, so if I would console log this, let me just copy this in, and actually let me comment this to out. So we're getting, let's go quickly over them, odd, 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 and odd. Okay, now let's do something with them. For example, I could use a for each loop again. So let's go with them, and let's say for each let's type in here a callback function. So for each li, just go to li, within our for each loop, we want to take this li, which are odd, and let's style them. What the hell? Let's give them a background color of red. Okay, so if I hit save, each odd would have a background color of red. Now let's, for example, if I would go with a for loop, let's say let I equal to 0 to O, and as long as I is less than items odd dot length, and we would increment I plus plus. Let's say that list items I dot style dot color dot console color, and we'll give them just a black color. Okay, so if we hit save, now we use the for each loop, and now we're using just a for loop, and we're getting the same results. Okay, now let's take, for example, the evens. So we can also do that. So if I would take this const and just replace this with evens, and down here we need the even. Okay, so we're selecting the same thing, and we could do the two loops again. So for I'm going to replace, instead of odds, even and even, and let's replace this with green and this with blue. Okay, so that's it. We look for our evens and we look for our odds, and we change the background colors and colors of the text. Okay, yeah, so that's pretty much it for selectors. We'll get more deep into this. Actually, in almost each and every project we will use them. But for now, that's it. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, so after we saw how we can select from the DOM things and get through with our query selectors and get element by ID and query selector all, now let's see how we can move through our DOM using the selectors. So this is actually called traversing the DOM. So moving through a DOM using child nodes, parent elements, children. These are all selectors which we can use to our advantage to select certain things in the DOM. So I will just show you that. Okay, so let's get started with let me first of all create another file. Let's call this traversing the DOM. Okay, .js, and allow us go in our app. Let's close this up and let's create a variable called move. So I'm just going to initiate here variable, and I'm going to console log this move, so we don't have to do this 100 times. Okay, it's not defined, but we're going to define it. First of all, let's get a const and let's give it the name of list. Now let's select something, document dot. Let's use our query selector, and I'm going to select from our document a UL, and from this UL a class with single selectors. Okay, so now let's console log this. We didn't get to learn about this until now, so let's console log list, and we got our UL. Okay, now let's also wanted to do something here. Let's create another const, and let's assign this to list item. Okay, now I'm going to grab from the DOM using query selector all of the items. So I'm going to grab onto the allies with the classes of single element. Okay, let me just console log this, so I'm sure I grabbed onto the right thing. List item. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So these are both of the items, and this is only just one item. Okay, now let me type in here comment, actually up here, of get child node. So let's see what this does. And now I'm going to use my move and assign it to list dot child node. This is how we get a child node. So this will return a node list. See down here? This is a node list. So we have a text. These text nodes right here, these are actually blank spaces within our HTML. So let me, so actually this breaks between two elements. Okay, so this right here are white spaces, and these are actually these text spaces. So let me close this up. Now the problem with this is that this returns also these text spaces, which, as I said, are those line breaks in our HTML. So let's just go ahead and say move list, and let's select a child node, and let's select the third one. So if we select this one, this will give us this text. Okay, now we could also do dot node name. Let's see what this gives us. It gives us exactly the name. And if I would ask it now for the node type, it would give me a number, 3. And this number actually means text node. There are, let's say if I would select, what was the second one? Let's just go with 1. If I would select the next one, that was an element, I believe. Let me actually comment this out and hit save. Okay, so let's take a look. Exactly, so we had 0 this text, and if I would select this number 1, which will be an element, I should get 1. So let's try this very quickly. So now if I said I get 3 because it's a text, and now if I select 1, then I also get 1, and this is an element. And let me actually paste something in here. Depending on this, they don't go in a specific order, but depending on what you get is actually it. So 1 is an element, 2 is an attribute, 3 is a text node, we saw that, and 8 is a comment, 9 is a document type. And let me actually put in here a comment. Let's say here comment. Okay, so if I would select the the third one, well, let's try second one. So I should get 8 at a certain point. So save. No, there's a text node again. Yep, now I'm getting it. So now I'm selecting the 8th one, which is the comment now, as you can see, and it gives me 8. So I know that this is a comment. Up here, we have a doc type and document type and doc type. So I would need to go completely up here and select this one. So this would be the parent of the HTML. Okay, so let's continue on. Let's continue on. Let's say we don't want this. We don't want the text nodes to appear. Now we got something else, which is called children. So let's go down here and let's say we're gonna get the children. Element nodes. Okay, so let's reassign move to list.children. So not children nodes, but children. So let's see what this gives me. Now this gives me an HTML collection. As you can see, we're missing those text nodes. And also the comment is missing, okay? So if I would change this to text node again, so we have a node list. We have, you can see there's the comment on the third position. So this is why when I selected 3, it prompted me with 8. So that it was a comment. And we also have the length down here, which is 7. Although we have only 2 elements in it. So this li and this li and after that we have only text, comment, text. So these are just constantly those breakpoints. Now, children on the other hand, give me exactly the elements. So it gives me an HTML collection and it has a length of 2, and we have only 2 nodes, 2 elements. So let's see what we can do with this. So exactly as we did up here, I could select, let me just copy this. I can select the first one, but that is 0, like an array, and this will give me the very first one. You can see if I hover over it, it gives me this one. I could select the next one. Okay, I could do, let's select the text content of it. And this would give me just query selector. Okay, this was our text content. If I go up to the next one, so to the first one, it would give me get element by ID. So this text right here. In here, I could also change it. So let's say I want to change this. Let's assign this to the string of Norbert. Okay, so instead of instead we had, what do we had, yeah, get an by ID, and now we can change it to say Norbert. What else could we do in HTML? So I could completely replace it. Let's say move dot list, it's equal to list dot children, and let's say I want to replace now the first one dot inner HTML, and I'm going to replace it with, let's say I'm going to replace it with get element, too much else there, element by ID, and I'm going to create here input tag, which is just, I'm just making this up as I move along. And let's say that this input tag would have a type of checkbox. And we need to close this up. And let's hit save. And now we should have a checkbox. Yeah, we have a checkbox. Okay, so now let's try and get children of children. So I'm going to try now to get from this element this checkbox. So we're going to do move, no variable, and we're going to grab onto the list, so assign it to the list, and we're going to grab onto the child, the children. We are going to grab onto the first one, and within here I'm going to grab onto the children again, Okay, already if I hit save, you can see we're grabbing on to let's go to 0, and we're grabbing on to this. So I could take this now, and let's say I want to give it an ID. So I'll type in here ID is equal to check. Okay, so if I would hit save, and I did it underneath the console log. There we go. Now okay, so now I grab onto the check. Let's just take this out. Okay, so I grabbed on now to the checkbox. If I take this out, I'm going onto the li. So I want to grab onto the checkbox. So let's do a undo. So now I'm grabbing onto the input of checkbox. So from this, it's child. This is not this will be now its parent. And now I want to grab add to this an ID. So dot ID is equal to check. And if I hit save, I got the ID of check. So yeah, this is pretty cool, isn't it? Now we could also do, let's say, first child. So let's type in here. Let's say, just type in a comment, first child. So let's say we're going to grab on to move again to a variable, and we're going to assign to list and dot first child. Okay, so actually I have to have this console log down here. So we're getting this text node again. If I want to grab onto the first element, so not the text node, the first element, then I need to use list dot first element child. I'm gonna type in here backslash, so first element child. Now let's hit save. As you can see, I'm getting now the li again. We also have last child. So get last child. And exactly as above, we can get moved is equal to list dot last child, which will again give me the text. And if I want the element, then I have to grab onto the dot last element child. Okay, and this will give me the li, the last li, which is Norbert now. And again, we can modify it. That in an HTML is equal to, let's say, Laura. Okay, so we just modified it. This is exactly the same thing. Now let's see how we can grab onto parents. So let's say get parent node. So we're going to take our move and assign to list. We're going to use our list item now, finally. And we're going to type in parent node. Okay, so now let's hit save. As you can see, we will get the parent. We could also grab onto, let's say, move, list item, and we can select the parent element. Okay, so this will give me exactly the element. And we can also grab onto the parent of the parent. So in this case, I'm going to just copy this and type in again dot parent element. Okay, so this will send me up here, the DOM selector. So this is going to grab onto this entire thing. Okay, next up I'm going to show you how to get siblings. So get next sibling. So for this, I'm going to take our move again and list items dot next sibling, which is the text node. And if we want to get element, then I'm going to use here next element sibling. Okay, and this would be now the li. And the same thing if we want the previous. So let's type in here another comment, get previous, just prev sibling. And it's the same thing as the next sibling, move list dot previous, and then type in here parenthesis, so dot previous sibling and of dot equal to list dot previous element sibling. Okay, and this gives me the element again. And I could also go even further, and for example here, once again, next element sibling. So this is actually the way that we can traverse the DOMs. As you can see, it is pretty easy. You just need a little bit of practice, but we'll get a lot of practice when we're going to get into our projects soon. So yeah, we just have a few more sections and then we're going to get into our projects. So see you soon. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so from this video on, we're going to start on modifying the DOM. And first thing we're going to do is add something to the DOM and then we're going to remove it. So let's type in here a comment. Actually, let me create a new file. Let's maybe 05, modifying the DOM. Okay, .js, and as I said, we're going to create new element and actually add it to the DOM and then remove element. From the DOM. Okay, so let's start up with creating elements. So I think this is going to be a two-part video. Yeah, so first of all, we're going to start creating elements. And let's create a const. Let's call it li, and we're going to assign it to the document. And this time we're going to use create. As you can see, we have attribute, comment, and we have element. Okay, so we're going to create an element and we're going to create now a li. Okay, now we could already console log this li. As you can see, we have nothing. Now let's first of all start adding a class. How do we do that? Let's type in here comment add class to new element. So you always saw this. So if we take our const li and we say class name and we get the name of, let's say, new list item. I'm just going to take this console log of the li and paste it down here. Oh yeah, and actually we should have this in our app, and now we'll see what we're doing. Okay, so we console logged it. Let's hit save again. There's our li with nothing in it. So if we now add a class to it and we console log it, we can see we have the li with the class of new list item. Now let's also add id to new item, new element, and we know already how we do this. So dot id, so we take our li dot id and let's call this new. I like to name my id with capital, so new id. Okay, there we go. Now we already have with console log, we see we have also the ID of new ID. Now we could also add a attribute to it. So typing a comment, add attribute to new element. And we're going to select our li dot set attribute this time, so not create or add the set attribute, and this is a two-parter. So first of all, we have to give the attribute a name and then a value. So let's just say we're going to add a title, okay, and it should be new let's say item. Okay, so now we check it out. We added a attribute, a title attribute, and it has the name of new item. Okay, if I would type in here, let's say, actually we're going to add something later on. So let's create, for example, a text node and add it to it. But this time we're going to use something else, not add, not set, but append. So let's type in here, create text node. And you can actually type in append to new element. So check this out. This is how it's done. Li append child. Okay, and now we're going to select document dot create text node. Okay, and now we're going to type in here what we want to create. So let's type in here new text node. As you can see, we added this li, this text in our li, this text node. Okay. Now we could take this li because now it's just somewhere in the document, and we could append it to some specific UL. So let's say we're going to take document. Let me actually type in the comment first of all. Append li as child to UL. So we're going to use a document dot query selector, and we're going to select our UL, and from this I'm going to select the single selector selectors class. Okay, so if I would, let me actually add it to a variable. So let append is equal to, if I would console log also this append, so we can see what we selected. Okay, so we selected this UL, okay? And to this UL, I'm going to append now this li. So either I do it here, let's say append child, and now it's waiting for node, and I'm just going to type in our new li, because this is the only thing that we have in here. So as soon as I hit save, now you can see a new text node. This text node that we created is added to the single element selectors. We could also take this out. Okay, cut it out. If I hit save, it's gone. And I could take this append. It's actually just this variable, and say dot append. Actually, I have it on my Ctrl S, so append this, and there we go. Now it's added. So this is pretty easy, isn't it? Now let's try and adding a checkbox. So let's just say I'm going to take this out. Don't longer need this console log. Let's type in another comment. Create a checkbox. So let's say const checkbox. And we're going to grab on from the document and create element again. And we're going to create a input. Okay, so we just created the input. Let's actually let console log it. Let me take you out. Not here, but here. Okay. And let's hit save and let's console log our checkbox down here. Okay, so there's our input that we just created. Actually, I'm going to comment out this console log. We don't want to see our li anymore. So let's go down here and let's set a few things. So a input normally has an attribute, okay? So let's say checkbox. So use a capital B here. Okay, so checkbox, and let's set attribute, and we want to set the attribute of a type, comma, and the type will be, oh come on, there we go, a checkbox. Okay, so as soon as I hit save, we get an error because let me check reference check was not defined. Okay, because I'm console logging the wrong one. There we go. So we created the input and now we have a type of checkbox and it's nowhere. So let's also give this a ID. So let's grab onto the checkbox again and let's say .id, and let's give this a ID of check. Okay, so it already has an ID. Now let's append it to that li that we created. So now I'm going to take the console log and comment it back in so we can see our li. So it's here. Now let's take this input and append it to it. So we're going to grab onto the li dot append child, and we're going to type in here the checkbox we created. Okay, now as you can see, if we console log our li, we also have our checkbox in it. So if I take out this console log and hit save, we're only console logging our checkbox, and it's actually here. It's also working. Okay guys, so until now we created elements. Now let's see how we can replace created elements or existing elements, and how can we also remove them. So let's just type in here a comment first of all of removing and replacing element. And replacing elements in the DOM. Forgot the P there. Okay, so first of all, replacing. So first we'll create an element. I could use an element from here, but I want you to have that exercise of creating, grabbing onto things and replacing them. Okay, so first step, create element. And actually this time we're going to create a container. So this container will contain two elements. It will create a header h something element and a paragraph tag. Okay, so let's create a const and we'll name this container. Okay, and we'll grab onto the document, and now create element as we learned. Now within here, we'll just create a general div. Okay, now let's give this element an ID. So give ID, and the way we do that is container. We'll take that container that we just created, .id, and we will assign it a ID of, let's say, container. Okay, so let's just say we have the same name. And let me actually console log this so you can see it. So we'll console log the container, and there we go. There's our container. Now the container isn't in the document now. Until now, it's not in here. It's just created and it's in the DOM, but it's not displayed. And first I want to create two new things and then add the contain and add those elements to the container and then add the entire container to the document. Okay, so the HTML document. So let me actually take this space out here. Now let's create a title. So let's create title element. This is actually not an element, but just going to create a h3, not a title element per se. So let's create a const. Let's call this new, let's say h and l, new hl. Let's call it capital EL, L, element. There we go. And let's assign this to the document. And let's say create element. And now within parentheses, we'll create our, let's say h3. If you want to create an h1 or h2 or a6, go ahead. I will create an h3. Okay, so now we have an h3. Let's give this h3 a class. So we're going to grab onto the new variable that we created, our const of new element dot class name. And now we're going to assign it a name of new, let's say h3 free dude. There we go. Element. Let's hit save. Not 6. Let's console log our new element, new h element. Let's see what we just created. Okay, there we go. It's an h3 with a class of new h3 element. Now let's add a text to it. So I'm going to go above our console logs and we can see what is happening. And let's grab onto the new h3, new hel, and let's type in append child. We want to append something to it. I'm going to append a from the doc to the document. Not dumb error, damn it. Document dot create text node, and we want to create a text, and then we're going to type in the text of new DOM title element. Okay, so if we hit save and it console logs here, you can see we have our title. Now I want to add this title, so this title element, to our container. And as you know, the way we do that is we take a container dot append child, and we're going to append within parentheses the new element. Okay, so I'm going to now comment out this console log. Actually, let me cut it out and paste it underneath our container. And let's see. Okay, there's our console log div container. If we take a look in our div container, we have our element added to this container. So h3, the class of new h3 element, and the text of new document title is now added to this. So it's added to this new container. Now above here, we actually, let me comment out this. Don't need this. We just want to see our container. Above here, we're going to now create a paragraph tag. So paragraph tag or element, whatever. And we'll do the same thing as we did with our h3 there. Element. Still typing things wrong. So const, let's create another. I'm not going to create a variable because this will stay constant. So new paragraph element el, and let's assign it to the document dot create new element. So create element, and we're going to create a paragraph tag. Now let's grab onto it and give it a class of, let's say, new p, should be between quotes, new p element, not elephant, element, element. There we go. And now let's also add a text to it. So let's grab onto it again, paragraph append child, and we go to append from the document dot create new text node, and this text node should say new DOM paragraph. Element. Okay, now let's grab onto our paragraph and also add it to our container. So container.append child, and we're also going to add our new paragraph element. And if we hit save and take a look in our paragraph tag, now in our container we have the h3 and we have the paragraph tag. Now we still can see it in our document. So what can we do? Now we can go down here and grab onto the document dot body, okay, and now append as a child the container. Okay, so now if we hit save, and down here we have our new container. And let's also add a bit of styling to it so we can see what this container looks like. So first of all, let's take the container and dot style and dot let's say background color, and I'm going to add now a RGB color. So let's go with the dark color RGBA, and let's say we're going to go 0, 0, 0, so it's dark color, and for the alpha I'm going to go with 0.4, and if we hit save, then we will have this element right here with the background color of RGBA. Now let's also add a style to the text. So let's go with the new H element, and let's give this a style. I just want to give it a style for us to see later on when we're going to modify it. So document color, and let's say red. That's it. Okay, so there's our element. Now I want to modify this element. So let's say this element already exists, the entire container, and we have to start from scratch. So first of all, we need to grab on to the entire. So actually, I want to create something. We already created something. Now we're going to grab onto it as it is already part of the DOM. So if we didn't create it, it was created early on. It was inserted directly in the HTML. So for this, we are going to grab onto the parent. Let's say get parent element. Okay, this is a element. So our parent element was that container, and I'm actually going to create a const here and call it parent. As I said, I'm going to go into the document and I'm going to use query selector and actually get element by ID. And now I'm going to grab on to its ID. So the ID of the container was container. Okay, so let's grab onto this. And now if I would console log, let me comment this out. If I would console log parent now, we get the same thing. So I'm going to get, let me comment this out. Hit save, nothing. And if we console log this, now as we're grabbing onto this from the DOM. Okay, so we're grabbing onto the ID, assigning it a variable of parent, and then we're grabbing it onto its ID of container. So we're grabbing onto the entire element here, which is now a parent, and it has 2 children. Okay, so now let's say that from this parent, we're going to grab on. Let's first of all, let's see what this is. So if I would type in here type of parent, it will give me this is an object. So let's go with parent.children, and let's select from this number 0. Actually, I wanted to have this in a console log, so let's put it in here. I don't need this. So now if I'm console logging the first child from this, I'm going to get the H3. If I would console log number 1, and hit save, I'm going to get the paragraph. Okay, so I can select them this way, or let's say first child. Let's hit save, and I'm going to get the h3 again, and I will say last child. Then I'm going to get the paragraph tag. So pretty straightforward. We can select now everything from this parent. Now, if I would, so there are two ways of dealing with this. Either I could select using a query selector or something like that to grab onto this class, or let's say first child in the console log. Now either I would grab onto the class of new h3 element, and let's say I want to replace this, so I want to grab onto the class, or I could create now a, let's say const, and I'm going to call this old element. Okay, and I'm going to assign this to parent dot first child. Okay, so we know that if I would now console log old element, I should get the h3. So we're getting exactly the same thing. Okay, so I just created a new variable and assigned it to the first child of the parent element. Now let's create another variable. So let me comment this out. Let's save, go down here. Actually no, I'm going to stay up here underneath our console log, and now let's stay up here. Okay, now let's create another const. Now let's get a variable let and replace, let's call it replaced title. Okay, in this, and I'm going to first of all create a new elements, document dot create element, and I'm going to create a new h3. Now let's grab onto the replaced element, replace title, and let's say then I'm going to give this a new class. So class name replaced title, not 0. There we go. And let's also replace the text node of it. So replace title, and we're going to append a child, and we're going to append the child of document create text node, and the text node will be replaced element title. Okay, now let's hit save, and first of all let's console log this. So let's see how this replaced title looks. So console.log, we're seeing up here our old element are going to go under this console log. So console log parent, replaced element, we want this one. Okay, so we're getting our new h3 with replace title, replace DOM title. Down here in our container we're still having our old element. So the way we can replace it, I'm going to type in here the comment, replace old element with new element in the DOM. So let's take a look at this. We're going to grab onto the parent, we're going to replace something in the parent. So parent dot replace child, and within here first we're going to say what is going to be replaced with. So we're going to replace it with replace title, and then what is going to be replaced. So what is the replacement, and then what will be replaced. So it's going to be replaced the old element. Now if I would hit save, just take a look down here, replace DOM title. So we just replaced our element with the old element with a new element. Actually, let me give it a style. Let's say replaced title dot style and it should be color, let's say green. Oh no, yellow. Okay, so there we go. So we just replaced something in our DOM. Now if you want to remove it, let's type in here, remove element. It's pretty simple. We just type in the element that we want to be removed, and that remove. So replace the title dot remove open and close parentheses, because this is a method. Hit save and it's gone. As you can see, it's gone. It's completely gone from here. If, for example, I want to replace, let's comment this out. It's going to pop back in. If I want to replace to remove this one, then I'm just going to grab onto the new paragraph element and type in dot remove open and close parentheses, and then the paragraph tag is removed. And if I replace this with the parent, then the complete parent is removed. Okay, so now, yeah, actually let me leave it this way. Now let's grab onto a couple of things and start removing them. For example, let's grab onto let's say all of the list elements. So let's create here a const. Let's call it list elements. I keep typing in elements wrong. Elements, and let's assign it to the document. I'm going to use now query selector all, because we want to select all of the LIs. Okay, so if we would now go down here and console log list elements, okay, let's hit save. We're getting entire list of all of the elements. So let me, I don't want to see these console logs anymore. So let's just leave this one in. And let's also grab on to the all of the ULs, so all of the lists. And let's say create another const here. Let's call it list. Yeah, just lists. Okay, and I'm going to grab onto the document, and again query selector, because I want to grab onto all of the ULs. So within here, grab onto all of the ULs, and if I would console log list now, let's see, we have another node list of all of the ULs, and here we have a node list of all of our LIs. Now let's start removing a few things. Let's type in here comment remove elements. Now let's say we're going to select from our list item something we want to remove. If I would now type in list elements dot remove open and close parentheses, it's saved, and we get an error because, yeah, we're selecting a bunch of things, so we can't remove them all. But if I would now select something, for example, the very first thing, which is the DOM definition, let's say 0, hit enter, bong, there the DOM definition is gone. And if you take a look in here, when we're console logging it, so it's still here because we console logging it before this method. So this console log, if I would now, let me just copy it, comment it out, and console log it again down here, then we'll see that it is still here, but is no longer displayed. Okay, so it's still within our document. It's not completely deleted, it's just removed from the DOM. Okay, let me take this out and comment this back in. If we want to, let's say, remove something from our ULs, let's say this entire DOM definition UL, then we could say lists, and let's say we grab onto the first element within it, and again dot remove, and hit save, then that is also gone. We could also remove children of elements. So let's go down here, type in a new comment, remove of elements, So let's say if I would now console log lists, and let's grab on to now this one. Let me comment this to out. Okay, so I'm grabbing on again to the very first element in the ULs, so this DOM definition. And let's say we want to remove something, we want to remove a child from it. So lists, and we're going to select the first one. So we're selecting this one. Okay. Now remove child. And now we're going to type in here the child that we want to remove. So we're going to remove the list elements. Let's say we want to remove this one. Okay, so this would be, if you take a look in here and we hover over it, this would be this right here. So number 1. Okay, number 1. And if I would hit save and take a look down here, and it's gone. Okay, so now we just removed a child from this parent because the list element was a child of the parent lists. We could actually go further down, and let's say we're going to grab on, let me just copy this up here, and let's say we're going to grab on from the number 7. Let me actually show you what this is. Let's console log, boom, boom, boom. We don't want this. Let's console log number 7 here and comment this one out. So number 7 would be modify the DOM. Okay, so from this UL number 7, let me comment this back in. We want to remove, let's say, let's remove this one, number 17. Okay, replacing elements. So within here, just type in 17 and it's gone. So this is pretty much it for this video. See how easily you can create, replace, and remove elements from the DOM. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. In this video, we're going to learn about classes and attributes. So let me just really quickly go through over selecting things from our DOM, but just like in CSS. So let's create a const. And let's say we call it first li. Okay, and let's assign it capital, not capital Li. Let's assign it grab onto something to the DOM. Let's use query selector, and let's grab onto the li. The li, and let's use first child. Okay, so if I would console log this, first li, let's see what we get. We will get our very first li from our document object model. Now let's say we want to remove it. We know how we can do this. So first li dot remove, and this is just remove the first li. So this is pretty straightforward. Comment this out. Exactly as we did up here, we could also let's say take the last one. So let's say this is last. Okay, so we got now the very last. Let me also console log this. Okay, let's see, it's this one. Okay, we can also remove this, or we could also use now, let's say we go down here, create another const, and let's name this nth ul, and let's grab on from the document with query select all of the ULs. Now if I would console log, let's see, we would get a node list of our ULs. Now Now let's start working a bit with classes. So let's say, and first of all, let's take here a comment, classes, actually create new element. So get used to creating elements. Let's create a const, let's call it a li element, and let's grab onto the document and query selector. So query selector, and first of all I'm going to grab on from the DOM to a li, and I'm going to grab onto the first child. Okay, so let me comment everything out up here. Now let's console log this so we know what we have. We should be the very first li. Okay, now let's create a variable called let with the keyword let child. Let's call this child element. And let's go into our document and let's create here, create a new element. I'm going to create a anchor tag. Okay, so a. Now let's give this a class. So we're going to grab onto the child element and we're going to add a class name equal to, and we're going to add the string new child. Okay, so if I would console log the new child, the child element that we just created, let's see, we will have our anchor tag right here. Now let's append it to this li. Okay, so we not needing this. Let's say li dot append child, and we're going to append our child element, just the name of child element, type it in here, and we don't see anything because we also have to give this some inner text. So let's go with child element dot append child. Again, we're going to append this time a document create text node, and let's give this a name of, let's say, just link. I want to create here a link element. So there it is. There's a little link. Now also let's add a few attributes to this. So let's say I'm going to grab onto the child element and let's style it a bit. So dot style, text decoration, and as always a link should be underlined. Okay, not undefined, underline, and there should be a string. So we have an underline, and let's also give it a color of gray. Okay, so this is usually how a link looks, and we can also give it a style dot cursor, and here it should be pointer, not pointer, pointer, and end the string. Okay, so if we go over it, our mouse turns into a pointer. Okay, now let's grab on to the new element that we created, so to the anchor tag that we just created, and if we take a look at our li item, we can see that the new element is actually a child of this li. So if we go into our console log, okay, this is a child of this li. Now, because I don't want to constantly type out that element li child, actually let me, if I want to grab on to this first child right here, I would do then li element dot children, and let's grab on to the very first one. Actually actually, let me console log this. I'm going to cut this out here. Paste it here. This should grab onto our, not in here. We need a console log. So console log. And we're going to paste this in here. Okay, so there it is. There's our element and with its properties. So let's create a const and let's call it new child element. Okay, and I'm going to assign this new child element this value, so I don't have to constantly reassign it. And let me also create a let with new child, and I would constantly change this let. So I'm just going to initiate this variable, and I'm going to assign new child is equal to new child element. Okay, so I'm just assigning it this value. Now if I console log new child, it should have the value exactly as up here. Okay, so we could now take this out, and we also don't want this console log, so we're only having this one. Okay, now let's grab onto our new var that we just created, so a new variable, and check if it has a class. So let's type in here comment. Let's see what we can do with classes. So classes. Okay, so new child, the variable that we just created, is equal to new child element, and now dot class name. Okay, and I'm going to take this console log, put it down here, and you can see it gives us now the class name of the new child. Because if let's have both of these console logs. So if we go, now we're console logging the element itself, and down here we're console logging its class name. We're checking if it has a class, and if we take a look in our element, it has the class of class name new child. And down here, when we're console logging the check of its class, it gives us the class, which is actually a string. Now we could also do, let's see, let's copy this, and I'm going to change this to class list. Check this out. This will now give us a DOM token list, which we can access like an array. Okay, so you can see here DOM token list, and it has only one thing in it. So actually, if I would take this, copy it again, and let's say I want to take from our DOM token this new child string, then I would treat it like an array, type in 0, and I'll see it gives us again new child. Okay, so we can also actually add a class to this. So let me comment this out so we can see the class. It has new child, only one class. But down here, if I would take now, actually let me type in new child is equal to new child element dot class list. Okay, and now we would dot add to this class, and let's say we're going to add secondary class, second class. Okay, so now if I hit save, we should have two classes in it. Actually, here I'm assigning it. I should do, wait just a sec, I should actually like this. So I'm taking the element and giving it a class, and let me first of all comment out this. Okay, so I added a second class, and now we're console logging again this new child element, and we take a look in here, see we have now two classes. So let's console log this again. So we're console logging exactly this again down here, and let's say we're going to grab onto number 1 now, again second class, and if we grab onto the first item, which is 0, we get new child, so the very first class. We could also remove this class. Actually, let's go back here. No, we don't want this. Let's take this out, and we could now dot remove, and here we'll just type in the class name. So second class, and if I would hit save, again, we don't need this, not assigning anything, we're just removing. And now because we're console logging the class name from up here again, you see the class is removed. Also, if I would do, let's say I'm taking this out, we have both of the classes. Okay, if I would do number one dot remove, this would not work. Okay, so when we're removing something, we have to do it within here, within the argument of the method. So actually, let me just hit a few Control Z's, and there we go. Okay, now let's take a few minutes and look at some attributes. So let's type in here comment attributes. Now, because it's a link, we could add a few attributes to it. So let's say I'm going to initiate here a let and call it attribute, or att, and let's give this attribute first of all, let's assign it to the new child element. Now dot set attribute. Okay, so we're now setting an attribute, and when we're setting an attribute, first have to tell it what the attribute is. For example, a link should always usually has a href. Okay, and then what should this href do? Well, let's say it's going to go to https / google.com. Okay, so if I would hit save now and click on our link, it would, connection is not provided. What did I type in here wrong? Google.com. Oh, Google. Okay, let's hit save again. Let's try this again. So now let's try this again. Okay, now it's working. So because I was lacking that E there. Yeah. So this is one way of doing it. Now we just opened our page, but let's say we want to have it in a new page. So we would need the blank attribute, the target attribute, and it should be blank. So let me take this and add another attribute, target, and here let's just say blank. Okay, so now if I click on the link again, it should open in a new page. So let's try this, and there we go, it opens in a new page. Okay, so let me just console log this down here, this att, and let's take a look at prompting with undefined. But now let's take a look if I would wanted to get a attribute from it. So let's see what kind of attribute it has. Instead of set, we're going to type in get attributes, and this would, well, not give me all of the attributes because we need to tell it what it should get. Let's say the href. Okay, so now it's getting me the href from this attribute. If I would replace this with target, it's giving me blank. Now we can also check if it has an attribute. So att new child element, and let's check if it has attribute. And now let's check if it has a href. So it prompts me true. This will always return a boolean, true or false. If I would now check if it has a style attribute, it also returns true. Let's say if it has an ID, false. Does it have a class? True. Okay, so we could also remove we could also remove an attribute. So let's say att actually new child, because it's now a method, new child element dot remove attribute. And we just need to type in here what we want to remove. So let's say we're going to remove the target attribute. Okay, and now if we take a look at our DOM list, actually let me console log just the attribute. Document new child. Let's see, we no longer have the target attribute. Also, if we check, if I would type in here, has attribute of target, let's say it would prompt me with false. It no longer has the attribute of target. If I would comment this out, then it prompts me true. Okay, guys, so that's pretty much it for classes and attributes. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. And actually in this entire section we're going to learn about events. So let me go into our DOM folder and create a new folder. Let's call it events. So in this introduction I'm just going to show you what events are, and then we're going to go through mouse events, keyboard events, and some input events. So let me open up this folder using Visual Studio Code. Open with Visual Studio Code, and how did I have this set up? I believe this way. Okay, let's create here a index.html. Actually, you already have in your download folder, in your download files, a index.html, which is, I'm just going to drop it in here. This is just a bit of prefix from, well, we're just going to work on this. It's much easier to show you this instead of typing it all out, because this is not an HTML or CSS course. This is a JavaScript course, so I want you to have all of this. And I hope you can see this. I'm just going to make it a bit better, a bit larger. So as you can see, we have no CSS, and this is because we are using Bootstrap. So this is the link for Bootstrap. You should have it in here, but you can see there's a version here. So if it's not working, then I'll just really quickly show you this. Close it up. Actually, there we have it. So you would go to Bootstrap. Let me close this to up. You go to bootstrap.com, then we land on this page and click on get started, and you would just need to copy this link in. And let me just show you. If I would click copy, go in here, click paste, you can see it's the same thing. And let me actually comment this out so you can see how it's looking without Bootstrap. This is basically it. It just takes a few classes and a few settings from Bootstrap. Okay, and as you know, Bootstrap is excellent for just popping up something and working on it using JavaScript, so you don't have to worry about styling too much, wasting too much time with styling. I also did myself a bit of styling here, just style the UL and the LIs to have no punctuations and no margins and no paddings. Okay, so let's get started. Events, where do we have it? Let's create a app.js. So don't forget, I'm always going to type in this app.js and I'm going to copy it in a new file which is specific for the lecture. Okay, so this is just an introduction. So we're going to talk about events a bit. So what are DOM events? Well, there are events that are sending to so just sending notifications from the code that it has been interacted with. Each event is required to be an object which is based on the event interface and may have additional custom fields or functions used to get additional information about what is happening. Events can represent everything from basic user interactions to automated notifications of things happening in the rendering model. So let's just let me give you an example. So let's select document dot, and I'm going to use query selector. So don't forget, we are going to use query selector and query selector all most often in this course. I'm not going to be using select element by ID on elements, select elements by classes. We are going to use query selector and query selector all. So let's go in here and let's select a button. And we have it. We have a btn class somewhere. Should this submit button? Let's check it out. There it is. So this is this button right here. Let's also inspect it. Let's go to inspect. Let's make this just a bit larger and go on this button. So this is the class that I want to select. So btn. Okay, now let's also have our console opened. Let's make this larger. And I'm going to close this up and make this just a tinge smaller. Okay, so let's go into our app. So we're going to select the class of btn. And if I would console log it, let's just actually put this in the console log. Oh, let me assign it to a variable actually. Let's say that this is a btn, const btn. And let's now console log the btn. Oh, yeah. And link up our JavaScript. Script, this is still happening to me. Haha. App.js. Okay, so there we go. We just console logged our button. Okay, I'm going to comment this out. And the two ways I could either go in here and also, well, let me copy this. So copy this one more time, comment this out. Get rid of the const. I could go in here and say dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for a click. Okay, so within quotations, we will always type in what we are going to listen to. So click. After the quotations, I'll type in a comma and then a function. So when this click happens, a function will be fired off, which will, let's say, console log a string of I have been clicked. Okay, so let's hit save. Now let's go down here, and if I would click this, this just happened really quickly because this is a submit button. And it's doing something. It is actually in a form. So let me go up here and show you what it does. So because the submit button is in this form, this right here, it actually submits the form. So let me first of all going to cut it out and put it in here. So we're outside the form. So if we click on it again, see, I have been clicked, so it's no longer submitting the form. I'm going to show you some examples of how we can prevent this. This is actually a default event of a form. So once again, let me clear this up. We have selected from the document the class of btn, which is this one. We added a event listener to it. We added a we are listening for a click. So when we click on something, and then a function runs, which console logs the string of I have been clicked. So let's try this again. Clicking on it, I have been clicked, okay? So this is basically how it works. Now, if I would copy this back in, so the submit button, where do we have it? There you are. So cut it out and copy it in the form. Okay, so just go to your form. You click on the form tag. You can see it reaches from here to here. And we have the submit button now back into our form. If we click on it, it flashes because it submits the form. Okay, so if I would go now into my form and let's say it has no action, but if I would type in here action, and it should go to, let's say, Google. So https://google.com, and now if I would click on this, it would submit the form and go to Google. So this is actually how forms are submitted. They're listening for a click, and as soon as that submit happens, this has nothing to do with the event listeners, but as soon as that submit happens, they are submitting the form to whatever action is in here. So let's go back. And now I could actually show you something. We have here a event, okay? This event does something. And if we type in something here, we could call it a event handler. So if I would type in here, let's say just event, you will often see just a E. We also use E. We're going to type in here now event, so you know what we're talking about. And let's go down here now, and let's say I'm going to take this event and type in dot prevent. You can see if we go down here, you see it's a method. And let's see what is prevent. Prevent default. Prevent default if invoked when the cancelable attribute value is true and while executing a listener, so in our case, our listener of click, for the event with passive set to false. Okay, so if we invoke this, and because it's an event, open and close parentheses, so it's actually like a function, but it's a method. So let's see what happens if I would click now on this. It no longer submits the form, and we're console logging I have been clicked. If I would comment this out and click it again, it sends me to Google. Okay, so I think this is pretty easy and pretty self-explanatory. Functions can also take in events, and in this case, we are preventing the default event of the form. Now, let's remove this function and replace it with a named function. So actually I could just comment this out, copy it down here. So we will have also this example, comment it out, and we're going to take out this. And let's say we're going to replace it with onClick. Okay, so this is just a function that we now need to create. So let's go down here and let's actually delete this. And we don't longer need this. So this is the clean version. So document, query selector, button, add event listener, click, and when it's clicked, this function will be fired up, which we are going to create now. So on click, and there should be a function. So function on click, which can take in a parameter, so the capital K, and this time I'm going to use E, so our event. So you have both examples, and we will console log I have been clicked again, once again. Okay, and if we're running now this function, click on it, it submits to Google. You saw that flashing very quickly. Just take a look up here. Boop, it flashes and it disappears. Now we're going to take this E, so exactly as we did up there. We're going to take the event that is passed in, and we're going to prevent default again. Okay, so let's try this again. If we click on it, it prevents the default of submitting the form, and I have been clicked once again appears. So it's logged. Let me make this actually larger. Okay, so this is pretty much it for a basic introduction. Yeah, we're going to get next up into different kinds of events. And at the end of this, actually we have another section, and then we're going to create our project. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, in this video, we're going to learn about keyboard events. So let me first of all create here a new file. Let's call it event listeners.js, and we're going to copy in this part right here into our event listeners. Okay, and also let me create another file. We're going to call this key events. Keyboard actually. Keyboard events. KJS. So let's go into our app.js, and after we're done with this, we're going to just copy it into our keyboard events. So let's hit here, save, and event listener. We don't need this. Keyboard events. We also don't need this for now. So what are these? When we say keyboard events, we're actually listening when a keyboard is when a specific key is pressed on the keyboard. So whatever key is pressed or combinations of keys, something should happen. So let's check out first of all. Let's type in here comment keyboard events. and first will be key down. Okay, so let's see what this does. The key down event is fired when any key is pressed. So let's just create a const and let's call it event, and let's grab on to, let's say, custom selector, and let's grab on to the class of custom selector. I'm going to explain. Okay, so let's check out this class, which is down here. So let's console log this event. So we are talking about this one. Okay, so when we will click in here and do something with our keys, arrow keys, change something, type something in, this event will be fired up. Now let's lecture that we could add event listener here, but we're not going to do it this way. You're going to add it, go back, we're going to add it to this variable that we just created. Okay, so I'm going to comment out this console log and grab out to the event variable, and now type in add event listener. And we're going to listen for a key down this time, and also we're going to create a function, name function of log key. Okay, so when we press a key, we want to log it somewhere. Log key is not defined. I know that it's not defined, but don't worry, we are going to define it. So function log key, and we'll type in here parameter event, and now let's say we're going to console log this event. Okay, so when we are going to go in here, we're going to start moving things around. We're going to get the log of what we just typed in. So arrow down, code arrow down, arrow up, arrow up. Now let's say I'm going to go sideways, arrow right, I'm going to go left, arrow left, up again, arrow up, down again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we're just logging what we're doing in here. If I'm trying to type something in, so I'm typing A, let me just refresh this. So go in here, type in A, I'm going to type B, now C, V. Okay, so it's logging everything that I'm doing. Enter, let's see, combinations we cannot log, but even numbers, the 500, okay. So this is for logging actually the event. But we can also do something else in here. So let me copy this and comment the first one out. It's the first console log. And now let's say we're going to want to log the event, but also see what we're logging. So let's say key press within a template literal here. Key press, and let's see what we're pressing. So I'm going to take this event and wrap it into .code. Okay, so this actually show me what I'm doing. Okay, so press key, arrow down. Now right. Now we're going to go left on the keys. Left, A, let's type in B, key B, let's type in enter, let's press 1, 2. Okay, so it's just logging what I'm pressing. Okay, next up, let's grab onto the form. So this entire thing right here, we take a look in our HTML. This form spans from, let's see, here we go. The form spans from here to here. So let me clear up the console. Let's go into our app.js again, and let's create another variable. Let's say some form. Really uninspired today. And let's say document, and going to use query selector again and grab onto the class of form. Okay, so this form has a class up here. It has a class of form, and we're grabbing onto the class of form from it. Let's also grab onto the inputs. Let's say we're going to grab onto this input email, And let me actually select it from here. It's much easier this way, so don't have to jump between the HTML. So if we want to grab onto this, we can use its ID of input email. Okay, so I'm going to actually select this from here. And let's say input email equals to document.querySelector, and we're going to select now the ID of input email. And I also want to grab onto the password, so the next one, is this the password? No, it's small. There we go, there's a password. Label input, so we're going to grab onto the input. Okay, so to this again, let's create another variable, let input password document dot query selector, and we're going to grab on to the input. So let me just quickly check this. As you can see, we're going to use console log a lot, and it's really useful for just checking a few things. So are we selecting the input email? Yes, we are. Let's check the form. We're also selecting the form and the input password. Hit save, and we have the input password. Okay, now let's take the form and let's say some form and add an event listener to it, and let's say this time we're going to listen to a submit. So whenever the form submits, do something. We're actually going to just type in here a function which I'm going to name do something. Okay, so now let's create a function of do something, and let's give this a event. And first of all, let's say we want to console log a temporary label of event type. So we are going to log what type of event we are firing up. So let's type in e.type. Okay, and we will also need, let's hit save. I want to take out this console log here. So if I would click now submit, okay, this we still need to prevent the default, prevent default. I just type in default event. Oh my god. So prevent default event type submit. Okay, so as I said, when we want to, if we want to grab onto something, if we type something in here, then we would just, let's just say console log. So we'll grab onto the input, which is the input email, and I'm actually going to type it in the console log. But this is not enough. We don't want to grab onto the input itself. We want to grab onto the value of it. Value. Okay, so if I would type something in here now, and we still need to have the event listener of submit, and I would click on submit, because it's an email, I have to type something like an email in here. But now if I would click submit, then I would get actually in the console log what we just typed in here. So let me just type here, for example, Laura at Norbert. Okay, and now if I would click submit, then this would be submitted in our console log. Not submitted, but it would be logged. So this would be executed. This function would be executed in the event listener. Okay, so usually when we do something like this and we hit submit, this should usually disappear, and this is pretty easy. You would just do then the input email, password email, and dot value, and you will set it to an empty string. So just really actually assign it to an empty string, and I just accidentally closed up my curly brackets here. So let's try this out again. So let's say Norbert at some blah blah blah, and if I would hit submit, then this should console log here and they should disappear from here. So let's hit submit, and as you can see, this works. Okay, so next up, let's try something else. Actually, let me show you a few types of events that can happen in this type of input elements. So let's say I'm going to comment this one out, and let's start up here because I still need this event list. I want to grab onto the type of it. So we still want to have this submit on the form, but I also want to grab on to the input and add to this a event listener. So add event listener, and the first one we're going to be a key up. And when this happens, I want to grab onto the function. Okay, so let's try this out. If I press down here key, you can see it console logs the key up from this event listener. If I hit submit, then it console logs the type of event that just happened. So if I press down here and hold down, nothing happens. As soon as I release it, the key up is logged. So let me show you this just once again. Let me clear this. So the key up is only triggered when I lift the key. So if I press and hold A, nothing happens. And as soon as I release, key up is then triggered. Okay, so this was one kind. Let me just copy them down here. And actually type in here comment. This was key up. Now let's take a look at key press. Actually, this was key up. Yeah. Now down here, key press. This is triggered when we press the key. So as soon as I press something, this is triggered. Then we have focus. Let me copy this. Go once down here. And let's change this to focus. And it's actually triggered when we're focusing some. So if I click in here, let me comment this one up. Okay, so if I would click in here, focus is triggered. If I click anywhere else, even in here, focus is not triggered. I could just very quickly grab on to the input password and copy this whole thing to the input password. Just can see the difference. So if I click here, email is focused, and if I click on the password, also password is focused. As soon as I comment this out, I click on password, is no longer focused because we don't have the event listener on it. And if I click on email, then this one is focused. Okay, so let's take a look at another one. For example, blur. So let's change this to blur. Okay, so blur is pretty much the same as focus, but it's opposite. So if I click on this one, it's focused. I'm going to actually leave this focused in and have another event listener. If I click outside of it, then blur is active. Okay, so if I click once more in, focus is active. If I click outside of our input tag, then we have blur. Okay, so if I click in password, nothing happens. If I click outside, nothing happens because there are no event listeners near this. And actually, let me comment now this focus out. So if I click on email, and this shouldn't actually console log anymore. Let me hit save. So I click on email, nothing happens. But as soon as I click outside of it, so as soon as I leave the email, blur is now active. Okay, let's take a look at copy. Next up. So let me depress it. I hope you know how I do this. So if I click one word that is repetitive in our code, then I Control D, hold down Control, then D, it selects the next one. Okay, this is how I edit more than one thing at a time. So copy, and as the name suggests, this is actually triggered when we copy something. So let's say I type in here something, then I select it, right click, and take a look up here. Hopefully I save this. As soon as I click copy, yep, the event is now triggered. Okay, so this is actually triggered when something is copied. Okay, so let's take next up, look at cut. Okay, let me comment out copy. So because we already have this, actually, so I select everything. If I click copy, nothing happens. If I click cut, then the event is triggered. And now let me really quickly copy this. And because we have cut, we have also, and copy, we have also paste. Actually, that is not how we spell paste. Paste. There we go. Okay, and as the name suggests, this is triggered when we cut this out. Okay, and now we paste it in. Hey, we're in there. What just happened? Let's say we type in here an email and cut it out. Let's say we paste it in here. Okay, so paste is triggered now. Actually, if I also paste it in the, okay, let me copy this and now let's paste it. Okay, now paste is, even if I press Ctrl V, paste is triggered. Okay, so next up, let's take a look at input. So let me comment this one out and this one. And let's say this is input now. So this one is triggered as soon as we type something in our input. And last thing I want to show you is change. So this is actually, the input is not still console logged. And if I delete this, okay, so this one I can't actually run here because there's nothing to change, but I can run it, let's say, on this one. So let me grab on again to the event and let's go down here. Let's change the input email to event. So if I would go here and let's say select 1, then change is triggered because we just changed something. Even if I hit the arrow keys, the change is triggered. So this is always triggered when something is changed in its initial position. And let me actually try this out on this one. Import checkbox. There's the class. So let's add here. Let's grab onto this document dot query selector, and we're going to select the ID of checkbox. I'm going to add to this a event listener of change, and let's get the function then. Okay, so let's try this. Go back to the console. So if I click on this, okay, this is also working. As you can see, this is also working if we change the checkbox. Okay, so let me comment this one out and let's take a third example. Let's say we want to type something in here, we do normally, and we want it to show somewhere up in here in our DOM. So you know, we can grab onto the inner HTML and we can also change something. So let's say let's go down here in the function. Let's say we grab onto the input, the email again. So we'll need we'll need the key down. So let me actually copy this and paste it in here. Let's comment this out. Let's say key down. Okay, so this will listen when we're pressing on. Okay, so the key down is triggered. We're typing in something in here. So let me comment this one out so it doesn't interfere with us. And also, that's it. This is good. This is submitting. Let's grab onto a couple things. Again, for example, we want the form now to, if we want to grab on to, let's say, user email. So we want to output our user email down here. Okay, so let's grab onto this. Let's say user, let's create another variable going to create a const this time of user email. And we're going to grab on now document to, let me see, what kind of a name did this have? Okay, this is a label, span, ID of user email. Okay, can work with this. Document, query select. Oh, let me grab onto get element by ID. Why not? Okay, so we're going to grab onto the user email, and we're going to add to this a, let's say, style of font weight. Let's go with bold. Let's also change the color because I know this won't look very good. So say user email dot style dot color, and we're going to change the color to let's go with white. Let's just go with FFF. So we grab onto this, and when we want to change something in our HTML, so let's say the user email dot inner HTML, and we're going to assign it now to the event that is targeted. So let me actually show you this first of all. So if I would now console log the event.target, let's go in here. So this is targeting the input, the type of email class, and so far and so on. So we can see what it's targeting. And now let's also console log the value of it. Okay, so something is not right here. Where can I see anything that I'm typing in here? Let me just restart this very quickly. I don't think I changed anything. Okay, inspect. Console. Boom. Don't need this. We don't need this anymore. We also don't need this. Okay, so let's change the form to key down the event listener. And let me just quickly change something here. So, okay, now this is working. So let me comment out all of this. And yeah, as I said, we grab onto the user email in a HTML, then the target and dot value. So we are assigning the value that is targeted to be displayed in here. Okay, so let's try this out. If we type something in, you can see it's appearing down here. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. Next up, we're going to learn about click events. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Mouse events. So what are mouse events? Well, everything that we can and will do with a mouse. So let me just grab onto a variable, and what I want to type in a comment. I actually want to type in const, and let's call this title. We're going to grab on to this one, this h1 right here. So let me just check it, h1. I'm going to grab it by its tag name. So query selector, and we're going to grab onto the h1 because there's only one h1 in our entire page. And also query selector selects the very first element. So next up, I want to also grab onto this check right here. So const, let's call this check, and let's give this document query selector, and we're going to grab onto the ID. Was it the ID of check? So let me check this. There we go. Check was, yeah, it's the ID of checkbox. And I'm also going to grab onto the email and also to the submit button. So let's create this input email, and let's go on document query selector, and I think this had the ID of email. Yep. And the last one, input or submit button, btn. Document query selector And let's see, they should have, let's go by the class of btn, and this should be an ID. Okay, so I think, let me just quickly check if everything is going accordingly. So title, there we go, checkbox, yep, have it, input, yes, and submit button. Yep, okay, we got everything. So I'm gonna comment this out, and let's just create an event handler function. So let's type in a comment, event handler function. Okay, so function, let's call this run events. Okay, and let's also put in here an event, and now let's say console log event type, and we're going to grab onto the event now and the type of. So event and the type of the event that is running. Okay, now first let's take a look at the click event. We already seen this, but let's check it out again. So let's say we will take the checkbox and we'll add an event listener of a click, and when this happens we are going to run our name function of run event. So let's go up here to the to the checkbox, click it, and the event of click just ran. We could also grab onto the label, and let's say when we click this, this should do something. So let's see, we have this label class of custom control label, and let's say document. We are going to create here a let, and I'm going to give this the name of do. We're going to assign this to something. Okay, so let's go on to document.querySelector, and what kind of class did this had? Custom label. So not only that we are going to run this event, but we're also going to get to do something and say dot style dot color, color red. Okay, let's hit save, let's click on this, and the label changes to red. And let me actually create here, let me change this to a const. I'm going to leave it this way. Okay, so we saw a click. If we click, then the event is logged, and also we could do something with the click. Now let's take a look at double click, and this is pretty simple. It's exactly like click, but it's dbl click. So when this happens, I want to run the event, so let me double click here. Actually, we can't do this with the checkbox because either checked or not checked, but we can do it with the input email. And also let me run two events here. So one will be click. So you can see if I click here in the email, then the click event is run. And if I double click now, the double click is run. So I clicked 3 times. Let me refresh this. So one click, it runs the click. Another click, it runs the click. Let's refresh this, clear the console. Now I will just double click. It will log 2 clicks from here and 1 double click. Okay, I will double click again. So this should be now 4 clicks, and this should be 2 double clicks. Let's see. Oh, up here. So let's try this again. So here and then again. Okay, so double click, double click. Okay, next up, let's take a look at mouse down. And let me grab onto the input tag again and change to mouse down. And what this does, it only runs when I hold down the mouse. Okay, so I'm holding down the mouse. When I'm releasing it, it's a click. Okay, so once again, only when I hold down the mouse it runs. When I release the mouse, it runs as click. So if I just have a simple click, then it runs both mouse down and click events. Now let me copy actually both of this down here, and we also have mouse up. So down here, mouse up, and this actually run when I lift up the mouse. So let me now comment out, oh, not this one, the double click and the click. So if I will click in my email address input box, then mouse down and mouse up will run. First, I will click and hold, so mouse down should run. Okay, now when I release, mouse up is console logged. So this only runs when I lift my finger over my mouse. It also runs with right click and with left click. So I just right clicked in here, and when I release, mouse up is triggered. Okay, so let's clear this up, and now let's see at mouse enter. Take a look at mouse enter. So let me copy this. Let me go up here, and this will be now mouse enter. You can see this is happening when I enter the mouse with the mouse, and we also have mouse leave. I'm going to change this to leave, and I entered, and now when I leave with the mouse leave is triggered. Okay, so parallel to this, we also have mouse over and mouse out. Let me first change this to over and out. So we enter, mouse leave and mouse enter is triggered, and now that we're leaving, mouse out and mouse leave is triggered. But the mouse over can only be triggered when it runs when a pointer is moved onto an element or onto one of its children. So let me actually comment this to out. Mouse down, and we'll only have mouse over and mouse out. Okay, so that's basically the difference between mouse enter and mouse leave, and mouse over and mouse out. And the last one I want to show you is mouse move. So let me just copy this, and let's replace it with mouse move. And for this I'm going to create a different function, because the mouse move event is fired at an element when the pointer device, so our mouse, is moved while the cursor's hotspot is inside it. Okay, so let me create a function to demonstrate this. Follow mouse, let's say. And let's type in here an event. Let's say title. So now we're going to grab onto that h1 that we created up here. Dot text content is equal to, so what we're trying to do here is change the text content here on, actually I could do this with console log, but I want to do it up there. So let me comment this also, console.log, and we're going to log on a string. You can do it at the back, yeah. So mouse x-axis will be the event on the offset on the x-axis, and then we'll have mouse y, which will display us the offset of the event on the y-axis. So event offset on the y-axis. Okay, so let me also include this function here. And so, okay, so let's go into our input tag, but this is pretty complicated, so let me first of all comment this one out. Okay, so this is logging each and every movement I make. You know, this has an x and a y axis, and it also has a 0, episode 0 down here and down and up here. Okay, so this is why I'm going to log it actually here in the inner text. So let me copy this and paste it in here, and I'll comment it out. So we don't need the console log anymore, but we are going to display it in here. So instead of the H1, as you can see, it turns now to, and it logs our mouse movement. Let me actually make this larger. We're almost done with this section now, so I can close up the console. Let's check this out. The mouse is now moving up here. I think I need to increase the width of this or decrease this. Okay, so when we are, damn it, I need to change this width. Style, up here. Let's see. We have a body, we have a style width. Let's go with 600. There we go. That's much better. So let me zoom in again. So this is logging the mouse event of mouse move. And I'm actually up here at 0. Should I do a cursor pointer when I'm in here? No, let's leave it at this. Okay, so if I move down on the y-axis, you can see it goes to 30. And if I move to the left or to the right, it goes to 540. And actually, I'm going to open now up console. Let me just show you something. Okay, so this has a width, you can see it in here, of 540. Let's see if I make this larger. 540 and 38 pixels. Okay, so it has a width of 540 pixels and a height of 35 pixels. This is why when I'm moving in it and go down here, it has a 35. It ends at 35. If I leave it, it will almost go to 0. 37. Actually logging when I leave it out there. And if I go right, we are going to go to 540 almost. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for click events, mouse events actually. So yeah, see you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video we're going to learn about event bubbling. So let me go into our app.js and actually cut this out, create a new one called mouse events.js and paste it in here. And now we can create a new file of event bubbling.js and also a second one of event delegation. Now, what are these two actually mean? So let me go into app and let's start creating here something. First, let me create a const with parent and let's grab on from the document .query selector. Let's grab onto the input email again. Let me open this up actually. It's much easier this way. So style element, let me zoom in. I want to grab onto this. So it has an ID of input email, copy it, and let's go to the console now. And let's also zoom in a bit. Okay, so I hope you can all see this. So what is event bubbling? Well, it's another way around. It's an event propagation, and it has three phases. It has a capturing phase, a target phase, and a bubbling phase. And let me start from this. Let me go a bit to the source. So when an event happens, on an element, it first runs the handler on it, then its parents, then all the way down to his ancestors. Okay, so let's start with the first phase, capturing phase. This is the phase where the event is first registered with the outermost element of the DOM. Then it's progressed down to the DOM tree towards target elements through its children nodes, running events, handlers, and then on all elements which have an event handler registered. Okay, so then comes the targeting part, and the targeting phase is actually when an event is registered with the target. If there are event handlers, they are run. And the last phase is the bubbling phase. Then the event is registered with the target element handle is run, then all the parent nodes of the target consecutively receive the event and handles attached to that event plus parent element are run accordingly. Okay, so this is very complicated, but don't worry, we are going to explain it. So let me first of all check if I grabbed onto this correctly. And this is the beginning of JavaScript, so always do this. Check, check, always check. Okay, so we grabbed onto the right thing. Let's comment this out. Okay, now let's say parent dot add event listener. I'm going to add a event of click, and now a function, and this function will do a console log of the string of Norbert. Okay, so if we click in here, the string of Norbert is run in our console. Now let me grab onto the entire form. So let's say document dot query selector. We're going to select from the form the class of form group. Okay, so let me show you this. If I want to have the entire form, where is you? There it is. Let me make this smaller. So in our form, we have this form group. Okay, so we're grabbing onto the form group, and you can see each of these divs has a class of form group. Email address, the password input. So this is not only the input, but it's also the label, the input, and this small tag right down here where we have this text. Okay, and then comes the next group, form group. So the div with the class of form group, label, input, and so far and so on. Okay, let's add to this a event listener of a click, and then let's run a function which is console log LoRa. They should have a dot here. Okay, so let's go back to our console. So if we click email, and this should be a string. So if we click email, then Norbert and LoRa is run. If we click password, nothing happens because when we selected this with query selector, only the first form group was selected. Now if I click on the form, anywhere within the form, you can see that LoRa is, actually let me comment out Norbert. Let's refresh. So if I click it in here in the input tag or outside of here, then LoRa is also logged within our console. But if I click outside of this, as I said, form group only selects the first one and it selects the entire group. So even if I click on the label, LoRa is logged within our console. Okay, so let's go down here and let's say document.query selector. I'm going to select now the form, so the class of form, because this form also has a class. Let's go down here. So we have the form, the tag element of form, and it also has a class of form, okay? And we're going to add to this, so to the parent, the form is the parent to all of this, a event listener of click, and then a function, and when we run this function, we will console log Arabella, the string of Arabella. Now, this is actually the difference with event publishing. So let's check this out. We're up here. If I click within the input tag, then LoRa and Arabella run. If I click within the password tag, Arabella is run. And even if I click outside somewhere, wherever I click, Arabella is still running. And LoRa is only running when I'm specifically clicking up here in the form group. So when I added this event listener to the form, it actually added an event listener to everything. Okay, so it doesn't matter where I click, I can actually, let me just delete, comment out LoRa. Even if I click in each of these input tags, even if I click on the labels, you can see LoRa is running because the event has gone down to each parent, to each child of this parent of form. So for example, if I would go document dot query selector, and let me select the body tag. So this will select the entire body, and add the event listener of click and a function. And let's console log now. This is the body. Okay, so now let's try this. If I click someone here, you can see that this is the body is logged. If I click within the form, then not only that this is the body is logged, also Arabella is logged. And now if I comment back in Laura, so let's check this out. If I click anywhere within our HTML, within our body tag, this is the body is logged. So the click event, the event listener is checking for the click, it listens for it, it grabs onto it, the function is run. This, and we are running now. This is the body, the string. If I click in the email, which has now 3 event listeners, it has the event listener of click for this input tag, which will display as Laura. Then it has the Arabella for the entire form, and then it has the event listener, which comes down from our body tag. This is the body. So in this case, all 3 of them are logged. And if I click only on the password, then what should I get? I should get Arabella and the body tag. So let's click in here. Okay, so I get these 2. If I click in the input tag, I would get all 3 of them. And if I would click on the body tag, then I would only get this. Okay, so I hope you get event bubbling. Yeah, so see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so in our previous lecture we talked about event bubbling, and in this one I'm going to talk about event delegation, which is kind of opposite of event bubbling. So if event bubbling bubbles up in the DOM, event delegation delegates actually events down within the DOM, so down to its children. So let's type in here comment, event delegation, and well, let me just define it really quickly for you. Event delegation takes advantage of event propagation and so allows the event listeners to be set on the parent element, thus avoiding adding event listener to specific nodes. The event listeners analyzes bubbled events to match itself or any children elements to pass to an event handler. So this is being very cool and pretty nicely set, but what does this actually mean? So let me give you an example without an event delegation. So let's say we have a const of check. We're going to try and check all of the items, and not only trying to check, but do something with them. So let's see. Let's create a check items actually, and let's grab onto document, query select, and let's see what this has. And I just had a class of item. Yes. Let me grab onto this class. Now let's go down here and let's say, let me actually open up the console. So console, do we need the console? Yeah, we do need it. So if I do this, let's see what we'll get. Console log. If I would now check an item, so check item dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for a click. And when this click happens, we're going to run our function of check items, and let's say we want then to console log items are checked. Okay, so let's try this out. If I click on this item, nothing happens. If I click on this one, nothing happens. If I click on the first one, item is checked. Because you know that query selector, this is why I didn't want to show you this, only selects the first one. Only selects the very first item. So if I would console log this, you can see I'm only getting the first item. If I would do query selector all, and let me actually comment this out, save it, I would get this node list. Okay, so we now say, yeah, great. So we could actually check all of them. So let's see if I comment this back in. Well, it prompts me with an error. add event listener is not a function. And this is because now I'm getting a node list. Let me first of all comment this back in. And I would need to loop through each of the item. I'm getting an array, so I would need to say first item, loop through each of them using a for each loop, and add an event listener. But this is where event delegation actually comes into play. So let's comment this part out, and also this one. Okay, so now I need to grab onto the parent. Let's create another const, and let's say this was check. Let me change it to check item, and this will be check items, the second one. And now we'll grab onto document.querySelector, and let's grab onto this container, because this is actually in a container of these items in the UL. Okay, so they are contained by the UL with a class of check all. So now if I would console log check items, I will get the entire UL. Now let's add an event listener to check items, and we want to listen to a click again. And when this happens, I'm going to create here a name function, check all items. The function check all items should be run. So let's create this function, check all items, and this will go on first of all to an event. And let me actually show you something. So console log e.target. Okay, so if I'm clicking on this one and hovering over it, it actually logs me what I have targeted. If I'm clicking on this one, then it logs this. So I added an event listener to the entire class, which is wrapped around these items. Then this delegates down this event listener of click, which then grabs onto this function, check all items, which then logs exactly the targeted item. So I would take this out actually, and just click within here. I will get this mouse move and everything that I did. Okay, so this is why we need this target, so we know what we're actually targeting. Now let's say I want to grab on, let me show this again, target, I'm clicking within here, I'm getting the input tag with this checkbox. But if we take a look in our up here in our entire check all items, and we can see that this is a list, is an unordered list with list items, and each list item has an input tag and a label. Okay, so we have this input and a label. And if I'm clicking now, so take a look down here, if I'm clicking on the label, this will log me the label. If I'm clicking on the input box, this will log the, if I'm clicking on the checkbox, then this would log the input. Okay, but the parent of this two is actually the li. So I clicked to the right of it or to the left of it. Actually, this stops right here. So to the right of it, I'm now getting the li, which contains this too. So let's say if I want to click here within the input, which is a child of the li, how can I grab on to the li? So instead of logging the input tag, I want to log the li. And the li is actually the parent of the input tag. So e.target.parent element should now actually give me the parent element. So if I click on the input on the checkbox here, now I'm getting the li. Also, if I would click, let me refresh this, if I would click on the label, this will still give me the parent element, because the input and the label are both on the same level of childhood. They're both children of this li, so they both will log the li. Okay, so Now let's say I want to remove something. If I would say now e.target, then dot remove, and this is a method. So when I click on something, the event which is targeted will be removed. So let's say if I click on the label here on the item 5, it will be removed. And if I click on the checkbox, then this will be removed. Click on the input, the checkbox, this will be removed. Label, this will be removed. When we refresh, they will be back again. But I want actually to click in this input an entire li to be removed. So as we saw up here, we actually want to target then the parent element when we want to remove something like this. So could we do e.parent element dot remove? Let's see what happens. Yep, this is also working. But also if I click on the label, it removes the parent element. So I don't actually want this. I want that when I click on the checkbox, that entire parent should be removed. Not when I click on the label. This is just dumb. So how can we achieve this? Let's create a verification. So if the event that we targeted, so e.target class list dot contains, so actually let me show you what class list has within it. Let's just log e.target, replace it here. Okay, we could replace it. Let me go in here, console log .target, and we'll comment all of this out. So if I click within here, it now gives me the list of check, and if I click here, it doesn't have any kind of class. So the list, the class list gives me this list, this check class that the checkbox has. So we will check now if the target has a class, so contains the class of check. Contains is also a method. So if this is true, then we want the e.target dot parent element to be removed. Okay, so let's try this out. If I click on the label, nothing happens. If I click on the checkbox now, then I made a mistake. Wait just a second. e.target class list contains check class list. Then e.target parent element should be removed. And it says that is not a function. Why is that? Okay, I mistyped something. So let's try this again. e.target parent element removed. So if I click on the label, nothing happens. If I click in the checkbox, then the element is removed. Okay guys, so this is pretty much it for event delegation. Hope this was pretty explanatory. So yeah, see you in the next one. Bye bye. Now this is a really simple project, and from this point on we're going to start creating a few projects for the DOM. Now let's take a look at this. This is just a basic randomizer. We're going to randomize the background colors and the text colors of this web page. And we have 3 buttons. The BG color will randomize the background color, the text color will randomize the text, and randomize all will randomize all colors. So let's try this out. Let's try randomize all first of all, which will randomize background and text. Then if we say, okay, we like this text color, then we can randomize the background color. And if we like the background color, let's say this one, we're going to change the text color with another randomizer, which will then change the text color. Okay, also down here, As you can see, we're also getting the values. So we're outputting, if I randomize the text again, we're outputting the value. And just to show you this, let's hit inspect and zoom in here. So if you go into our body and select the H1 tag, you see it has a RGB, it has style color RGB of 107, 185 and 159. So exactly as down here. If we randomize it again, they should change. Now it has 116, 193 and 95. Okay, so we're outputting exactly the color. And also if we change the background, the value is also displayed down here. So we go on our body, you can see 165, 42 and 46. Okay, so in this project we're going to use our selectors, query selector, query selector all. We will add some event listeners to our buttons. Then we'll use a few functions. We will also use the math function. We use random, floor. We will use a few if statements for creating this animation. As you can see, if I change the text, it has a bit of an animation. We will also use a for each loop. So fun times coming up. Okay guys, so let's get into the project. Okay guys, so you can either download all of the files or you can code along with me. So let's get in our main folder right here, and let's create now a new folder called projects. Now I would suggest that you should save all of your project within here. So we are going to have a few DOM projects. So I'm going to create within this project folder a new folder called DOM projects. And within here, let's create a color randomizer folder. Okay, now let's right click and open it with Visual Studio Code. Okay, I'm just going to snap it here to the left. And let's create the index.html. Whoa. HTML, a style.css, and the app.js. Okay, now let's go into our, we can actually close this up, HTML file, and give this a name of color randomizer. And up here we're going to link up our style sheet. CSS, and down in the body we're going to link up our app.js. So script app.js. There we go. Okay, so the HTML is actually pretty simple. We will have up here a h1 with a ID of text and also a class of text. And this should be a capital T. I just like to use IDs with capital letters. Text area, not just text. Damn it. So text. I want to give me text area. The zip, and yeah, let's use this. Whatever. So h1 with ID of text and a class of text. Not class, text. Just like this. Okay. Now within here, just going to give it a title, the randomizer. And after our h1, we're going to create an h2. Also a class of text. And this will have the text of change, PG, and text colors. I'm going to open it up with live server so we can actually see what we're doing. And just drag and drop it over here. And I think I have to increase. Actually, I will change the font size after we get into the CSS. Okay, so let's continue on. Let's create a paragraph tag with also a class of text. So all three of our text elements will have a class of text. Okay. And within our paragraph text, I'm just going to create a lorem ipsum. Okay, after our paragraph tag, I'm going to create a button. And this will have an ID of randomizer. And also a class of change btn. Okay, I'm just going to type in here text of random all. So this will be the button for random to randomize all. Okay, so there we go, we have our button. Now after the button, I'm going to create a section which will contain both of the change background button and change text button. Okay, so let's create a section tag. I'm going to give this a class of change. And within the section tag, I'm now going to create two divs with a class of container. So should I copy it right now? No, actually I'm going to create now the button tag within here. So I could just copy this one. I'm going to change this ID to change BG. So this will be the button for change in order to change the background. And we will leave the class of change button. And I'm going to replace the text here with bg.color. So background color. So this will be the button for background color. And underneath of it, I will have a label. Actually, I don't need this for. And this will be background color. Now we're missing here a G. And then we will have a span with a ID of BG color. And this is actually where we will output our text, our color that we create. So let's just give it also a class of color text. Okay, and within a span, I'm just going to hard code now a RGB of 255, 255, and 255. Okay, so we just have it hard coded in here. And now I could actually just copy this. And this will be the second container, which will be for the change text. Let's change the button's ID to change text. The class will leave the same. We will just replace here the text for text color. So this will be the button for the text color. Actually, I hope you can see this. Okay. And that's basically it, because the text down here, I should actually also replace it with text color. Okay. We need to grab onto this ID in order for us to display within the HTML the color for the text that is changing. Okay, so that's basically it for the HTML. Now let's jump into our CSS and start styling it a bit. So I'm going to take first of all the body tag, and I want to align it, and I want to display everything as flex. It's a bit easier to style it for now. This is just going to be a simple style. Okay, so we're going to display it as flex. As you know, flex is automatic in the row. So let's change the flex direction to a column. And now let's align all the items to the center. Okay, so we have everything in the center. And I'm also going to justify the content also to the center. Now I want this entire page to have a height of 100 viewport height, so it's taking up all of the viewport. So let's type in height, 100 viewport height. So this is basically taking up the entire viewport. And because we're zoomed in, let me just let's zoom in a bit so you can see what I'm doing. And let's also change the margins. I want to have top and bottom 0 and left and right auto. So this would push now my entire page into the center. Okay, let's also give this a width of, let's say, 700 pixels. Is this too far zoomed out? Okay, so everything is now centered into the middle of the page. And now let me just really quickly change the font family of the entire page. Let's go, it really doesn't matter. Let's go with Georgia. Okay, if you don't like it, then you can change it to something else. For example, Ocean Sands. I actually prefer this one. Okay, now let's grab onto the class of changes. So the entire section right here. And now I want to display everything as a grid. So I want to display these two containers as grids. So one on the left and one on the right. So let's grab onto change, and let's display them as grid. And now I want to have two columns. So let's go with grid template column. And either we could do 1FR, 1FR, or we could do repeat 2 times 1FR. Okay, this will give you exactly the same result. Now let's grab onto the entire container, actually to these two containers. I'm going to style them to both at once. So let's say container. And now I want to display them again in a column. So I'm going to use flex, display flex. And let's change the flex direction to a column. Okay, so we will have them both in a column. Now to get a bit of space between them, I'm going to give them a padding, a all-around padding of, let's say, 10 rem. This will push them 10 rem aside from another. Okay, now let's grab onto the H1. And let me increase its font size to 8 rem. Now, this is depending really on your resolution. You could go with 6 rem, 4 rem, whatever is best for you. Okay, now let's take the H2 and change its font size to 2 rem. Now, everything that has a class of text, so all 3 of them, going to now align to the center. So text align, center. Okay, and this will align all of my text items to the center, or everything that has a class of text. Okay, now let's change, actually let's style these buttons, all 3 of them. So these buttons have a class of change btn. And let's first of all give them a width of 230 pixels. Change the mistype here something. Yep. There we go. Now the width is changing. Now let's also change the background colors. I'm going to go with a darker colors, so #111. And now let's change the text color, so just color, and let's type in hash of FFF. Okay, now we have a white color. Now I also want to give them just a bit of a box shadow of 0, 0, 15 spread pixel and 5 pixel, and in RGBA for the shadow of 0, 0, 0 and a alpha of 0.3. Okay, so we just have a tinge of a box shadow back there. Now let me also increase their font size to 1.4 rem. And I'm going to take out their borders now, border 0. And also outline none. I don't want to have any outline on my text if I click on them, okay? Of course, there's also a cursor of pointer. So when we hover over them, our cursor turns into a pointer. And let's also give them a bit of padding. So just a bit of padding up and top and bottom and left and right from the text of, let's say, 1 rem and 2.5 rem. Okay, next up I'm going to give them a border radius of 5 pixels. Just a bit of round on the edges, and actually that's it for the buttons. Now, just for some effects, when I click on a button, I want it to have a bit of an effect. So let's say change button, and when we click on it, so when it's active, then we want to have a box shadow of none. So I'm going to take out the box shadow. If I click on it, there's no more box shadow. I also want it to have a transition ease when I do this. And I also want to change its scale. So let's type in transform and scale of to 0.95. Okay, so when I click on it, it's going to change its scale to 95% of its initial size. This is just a little bit of an effect. Okay, now let's take our 2 containers here, and let me actually also align the items to the center and also justify the content to the center. Okay, now for the span tags, I want them to be in a bit of a box so it will be obvious when we change the color. So let's take the span tags and let's say border 1 pixel solid, and so automatically give them a dark border, so exactly as the text color. Let's say padding of 0.5 rem all around, so give them just a bit of a padding. And actually let me give them, this is top and bottom, and left and right 1 rem. Okay, so we have more padding on the left and the right. Okay, let's change the background color to white, so no matter what happens, the background of this will stay white. Otherwise, it's going to inherit the background color of the body. Let's also increase their font weight to 900, or you can also type in bolder. And let's increase the letter spacing to 1 pixel. Okay, so we just have a bit of more space between the letters. Okay, so that's basically it. The last thing we want to do is to give this text an animation. So I'm going to create here a class of text anime. And here we're going to include a animation. Okay, so let me first of all create this animation on the keyframe. So add keyframe. I'm going to call this also text anime. And we want this to go from opacity 0 to opacity 1. Okay, so when this happens, when the class of text animation exists, then this animation will run with a time of 1 second and ease in out. Okay, so we can't see anything right now. I'm actually just going to include for the H1 the animation. After that, I'm going to take it out. So also the text animation. So if we refresh the page, you see the animation happening. Now I'm going to take this out because this will be inserted through JavaScript by using class list. And we're going to add it and then remove it. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for the starter files. Next up, we're going to change the background. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so in this video, we're going to randomize first of all the background color. So for this, we're going to grab onto a few global variables. We're going to grab onto the button, the BG color, grab onto the display, then grab onto the element that should be randomized, which is the body, that add an event listener to it, then create a random color function, then create 3 random colors from this random color function, and then change the background function. Okay, so let's get into it. So first of all, we'll need the button. So let's create here a variable, const bg button btn, and let's go to the document dot query selector, and let's query command, not that query selector, and let's grab onto the ID of, actually I'm going to open it up here, and you should go down. Okay, so we have this, the first button down here in our section of change btn. Okay, so we're going to grab onto this ID from the button, and now let's also grab onto the span tag down here, which is down here, the bg color. So let's go and create const bg color, and let's select the document dot query selector, and we're going to now select again the ID of bg color from the span tag. Okay, now let's grab onto the element that we want to change, which is the body. So let's go in here and let's say const body. I'm going to assign a document get element, not get element. I could also use get element by tag name, but we are using only query selectors and query selector also. Get element and we query selector, and we're going to grab onto the body tag. Now let's grab the body, the variable, and add an event listener now to it. And we want, when we click, actually not to the body, but to the button, so this bg color button, and when we click on it, we're going to add a click event. Then we want a function which we will call change bg to run. Okay, now for this function to run, we first need to create a randomizer. So I'm going to go in here and create a function which we will call random color. This is just create one random color. So this function needs to return a number, because you know RGBs, type in here, you know RGBs go from 0 to 255. So we want something to be multiplied with 255, any random color. So let's type in here random, which is a method. Okay, so if I would console log here just random, let's go into our console. Okay, and let me comment this out. It's not defined, I know. Let me comment also this out. Is not defined. Oh, I should set it to variables. 255. Is equal to method random and dot math. Okay, so this would just give me a mathematical number, and let's put this random now in here, which is then, as soon as I save, it will give me a mathematical number multiplied by 255. Okay, we do have a lot of decimals in here, so we also need to wrap this into math. There we go, so math dot floor. So let me wrap this entire thing into it, and now let's see what we get. So now we're getting a number which is random from 0 to 255. Okay, so this is actually what should be returned, this math dot floor math random of 255. So let's copy this in here, and let me actually comment this out and this back in. Okay, so if I would call now our function down here of random color in the console, let's see what we get. So as soon as I hit save, we're getting the same thing, okay? So this is just returning, this random color function is returning math.floor math random 255. Okay, so we don't need this anymore, we can delete it, and we can also delete this. This is everything that we need, this function. Now we want this function to give us 3 colors. So how can we do that? We'll create now another function, which we'll call RGB colors. It doesn't matter what you call it, but this is a name function, and this is the name we're going to use, and this should return 3 colors. Now each color, we'll assign it to a variable. So let's say const, and this will be color 1. And we're going to assign this to this function. Okay, so as soon as we run this function, it will assign this variable this random color. Now I want to pack everything, so let's do this 2 more times. This should be 2 and this should be 3, and we don't need this. So each of these 3 colors will get a random color. Now I want to bundle all 3 of them into one variable, which we'll call colors, and we will assign this a RGB. Actually, we're using template literals. So this should put out a RGB of the variable colors. So color 1, then color 2, and then color 3. Okay, so all 3 of these colors would be pushed in here. And now we want to return, so this function should return these colors. Okay, so let's just console log these colors, or actually console log the function. Then here, let's see what we get. We are now getting the RGB of 230, 139, and 168. If I have it saved, then a new color should be generated. So each time I refresh, a new color is generated. So all we need to do now is actually create a function which will assign this function to this button. Okay, so that's where we're going to, and this should be actually here, generate 3 random colors, and now change the background color function. So this function that we created up here, that we not created, but we named. So change background color. Let's go down here and create another function which we'll call change background. So let's see how can we do this. Well, first of all, if I would assign the body dot style dot background color the variable of random color, actually the function, let me close this console. If I would click on this, because we already have it in here, so BG button, add event listener, click, and when I click on it, this function change background color, so this one will run, which will grab onto the body variable up here, which grabs onto the body from the DOM, and it will change its style with the background color to a random background color. So let's click on it, and you can see this is already working. Now, if we want to display it down here, then we need to grab onto our BG color and click on and change this inner HTML, actually it's inner text, to the random background color. Now this will result in a problem because I'm calling this function 2 times. So if I click on this, you can see the color is changing, and also I'm getting the output. But if I would go now into my elements and go on the body, You can see I have the color of 156, 212, and 252. Now, this isn't the color that I'm displaying right here, because this is generating one random color and this is generating another random color. So to solve this problem, we'll now create a local variable. Let's call it random color. And we will assign this variable this function. Okay? And instead of calling the function here, we're going to call the variable. The variable will have the same function. So when this variable is called, this function is called, which will generate one random color. So now let's try this out. If I click on this, you can see if we go on the background, we will have 10, 93, 196, and it's exactly what we got done here. Okay, so you can see up here is changing and we have the same value. I hope you can see this. We're getting exactly the same value down here. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. Okay, so next up we're going to randomize the text. And this is a bit different than the background color because we're trying to randomize now three things. So let's first of all grab on to the variable. So let's first of all create a variable for the text. And also grab onto the first button down here. So let's call this const text btn. And we're going to go to the document and grab on using query selector to the ID of change text. Okay, so we got this. Now let's get the color display down here. And this, for this, we're going to create another const text color. And we're going to go to the document and grab onto the ID of text color. Okay, so if we take a look in our HTML, we're grabbing onto this one right here. Okay, next up, the changing elements. So we got three elements in here, which all have a class of text. Okay, now for this we need to use, so let's go in here, const, and we call this text all. Now for this we need to use now query selector all, because we want to grab on to all of the text classes. Now because we're using query selector all, when we are going to create a function, this will no longer apply. And I'm going to show you why. Because we need to loop through them. So let's create our event listener. Let me see, we have down here our event listener. We're going to listen to the click of this button. So text btn. And when this is clicked, so add an event listener. And to listen for a click. And when this is clicked, we want another function, which we will now call a randomize change text, to be activated. Okay, so let's create this change text function. Now we're going to go down here, create a function, call it change text, and within here we need now to use a for each loop. But first of all, I'm going to take the same random color. So as I said, this is a local variable. If I would console log random color here, so let me go here into the terminal, to our console, and yeah, let's just comment out a few things. 19, this is because of the event listener, comment out this one. Okay, so if we console log, actually here, now we're console logging the function. Okay, so the random color. If I would take this out, click again, hit save, click again, we're not console logging anything. If I would put the console log down here and just hit save, random color is not defined. So the scope of this variable, random up scope, is function scope. It's only in the function. Okay, so we can use this variable, we can rename it again without having any problems. And this is why within here, I'm going to use the same random color, which is going to call for the function of random of RGB colors. Okay, so let me also go up here and comment this back in, the event listener for the button. So if we click it, nothing happens now, but we're now going to take this random color, and actually we're going to take the variable of text all, which will select all of our text classes. And now we use a for each loop to loop through it, and now use a function which will loop through each text, and going to grab onto each text, and now change the style dot color, which will be the random color. Okay, so not the function again. If we would use here, so let's try this out, this is working. If we would use here the function, what do you think it will happen? So if I would push down here, then each text color will have each text will have a different color. You could also do this, but we also need to display it, and we only have one display. I could create 3 displays in here, but this would be more complex, and we will do this later on in the course. So I would only use the same variable that we created down here in order to be displayed. So when I click on random color, it will give me one color for all 3 text classes. And now if I want to output this, so for the output, we created the const of text color, which grabbed onto the ID of this span tag. So let's grab onto this const, go into our function, and let's say text color dot inner HTML inner text. We will assign the exact random color that we create. Okay, so now if I change this, let's also check it out, verify that this is correct. We have, it doesn't matter, all 3 colors have, all 3 elements have the same RGB, as you can see. And also down here, let me go, also down here, 79, 95, and 70. Okay, so if I change it again, also let's randomize the background now, we will have exactly the same value. Okay, but as I said, if I would replace this with the function, this color right here is a new randomly generated color. So all text elements will get a different color, but also this down here will generate a new random color. So I want to use the same random color in both the text color and the output source. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Now the last thing we need to do is grab onto the randomize all button and randomize both background color and text color. So this is actually pretty simple. We have 2 functions that randomize, one the background color and one randomizes the text color. So what we can do now is grab onto this button, add an event listener to it, and create a function which will call both of these functions at once. Okay, so let's go up here and create another variable const, and let's grab onto our third button, which will call rand btn, and we will grab on document query selector, and we will grab onto the ID of randomizer, I believe I called it. I'm missing an N. Let me do it this way. Inspect, grab onto the element, there we go, randomizer, and there you go, boo-boo. So we have the button. Now we need to go into our event listener and create an event for it. So add event listener, we will listen for a click, and now we'll also need to create a function. Let's call this function random all. Okay, so we'll listen for this. What is happening with me? I can't type random all. Okay, so let's create this function. Down here we'll call on function keyword random all, and this function will just call for generate background color function and change text color function. There should be a function, so open and close parenthesis. So let's try this. If I click on random all, it randomizes both the text and the background color. So now let's see. Now let's say I like this color and I just want to change the background. I'm going to click on changing the background color only. And let's say I like this background, and now let's change the color. I will only change the color. Okay, and also down here, I'll get the RGB values. And also, when I click randomize all, you see both values are changing simultaneously. And they're both equivalent to the background and the text color. Now, the last thing we want to do is also create here the animation, because we created this text animation class, but we didn't use it. So now let's go in here and create a simple function which will run our animation. So let's type in function, run animation. And now I'm going to grab onto each text class that we have in here, because these classes, this text up here, each of them have a class of text. Okay, and I want to add to this class the text animation. So how can we do that? Well, first of all, we will use a for each loop. We're going to loop through each of them, grab onto the text again, and then we want to do two things. If the text, so we're now looking for the class within it. So if this class list contains a class of, oops, I just closed up my CSS. So if it contains this class of text animation, we don't need the dot here, then we want the text.classList to remove it. And what should it remove? The text animation. Now, if it does not contain a text animation, so else, we will now take this text class and add to its class list. So add the class of text animation. Okay, so that's pretty much forward. So let's just call this function within the text animation, the text class. So this text, not class, but the function, change text function. So when I click on this button, not only it will change the text color, but it will also run this animation function. So let's try this out. And let's also inspect it so you can see this. So it only has now a class of text, but if I click here, then it adds a text animation. If I click on it again, it removes it. And now if I click on it again, it adds it. Okay, so as soon as it adds, you can also see that text animates. Okay, guys, this is also working for the randomizer, randomize all, because it's calling both of these functions. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this project. Hope you really enjoyed it. This is a really easy and simple project where we including a lot of things like selecting elements, adding event listener to it, creating functions, using the math function, using loops, using if statements. This is actually a pretty good first starter project. Okay, so see you next time. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so in this project we're going to create this little application budget calculator. And this is actually a perfect project to, well, to exercise a few repetitive things. Grabbing onto things from the DOM, applying event listeners to them, getting used to cons, getting used to let, getting used to loops. We're going to use for each loop. We're going to also use a for loop, a regular for loop. And yeah, fun times ahead. So let's just take a look at what this application does. First of all, this is going to be, from the math part, it's really simple. It's just going to be a few sums and divisions, and actually just one division and deduction, and then a sum of all of the things that we do in here. So let's take a look at it. We're going to have within here a click event. So each time we click on this, on each of these events of monthly savings or monthly expenses, annual expenses. And actually I'm pretty much zoomed in here, so I hope you can see everything, because at 100% it's just a little small page right here. I have an immense font for my screen, not font, resolution I wanted to say. So it's going to take in a few values. So for example, we go here, type in 300. As you can see, it up here is going to output what we type in here, but with a sum of all three. So 300, 200 is going to give us 500, and also is going to give us two zeros after the comma. So let's say 225, and then 125. This will be 650 then. Okay. So I'm going to click on it, close it up, but this is not canceling everything that we did, so it's still saved within our UI. I'm going to go to the next one. I could open all of them up, but this is why actually I did this, so you have a better understanding, and we can also see everything that we do. And then down here in the budget review, it's going to take everything that we put in here. So we are now having some savings. Then we'll have some monthly expenses, let's say here 500, then 600, and so forth and so on. So these are expenses. Then we have annual expenses, for example, tuitions, let's say. So this is annual, so the sum, so this would be greater numbers. So let's say 5,000. Home rent, insurance, let's say a total of 1,000. A car insurance, and so forth and so on. So let's say 1,500. Taxes 2,000, and yeah, so then we have monthly income, which is going to be your monthly pay. So let's say we have, I don't know, let's say 2,500. Then you have some alimony, child support, something like that. Then it comes in 300 again, and side hustle 120. And if, for example, you have some annual tax returns, you should divide them by 12, because there are 12 months within a year. And let's say you have 150 left for each month. And then if we click on generate revenue or generate review, then up here you'll see we have total monthly savings, which is what we typed in up here. Actually, let me close them up. We only want to have one or two open. Then, so this is all of the sums that we have in here. So 650, say it's output here. We cannot input anything in here, so if I click and type something, it's not letting me type anything. This just outputs all of the sums from here, okay? Then we have total monthly expenses, which is also, let me open this up, so 1,610, okay? Then we have our annual expenses, for example, which was 9,500. So again, we have here the 9,500, then divided by 12, we have a monthly expense of 791.67. Okay, so we have a total monthly income also down here from our income for 3,070, and then we have a under or over budget. So what we are left if we deduce all of the expenses from our income and also from our savings. So let's say if we didn't have any savings, so we will go here and turn this down to 0. We hit generate revenue again, so we will have here 0 again. Our budget will sink down to 668. Now, if you're under budget, let's say you only earn 1,500, okay, and click on generate revenue again, you can see it turns it to a negative number, and also down here it turns the background to red. So all of this is going to be done by using JavaScript. Also this click events, and also you can see when something comes in, it has this little animation effect. Okay, so all of this will be done using JavaScript, and for the CSS is just be a minimum styling because we're going to use Bootstrap. Okay guys, so I hope you're excited for this project, so let's get into it. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so before we get started, let's first of all go into our projects, dump projects, and create a new folder for this project. So we're going to call this budget calculator. So let's go in here and create this new folder. Okay, and then we should open up with Visual Studio Code. So right click, open with Visual Studio Code. Let me resize it here. And okay, so let's create our first index.html. You can also download the starter files and just copy in everything right in your folder. But I'm going to, well, not type out the entire HTML, I'm just going to copy it in. And then we're just going to really quickly go through it. We're going to insert the Bootstrap CDN and from Google Fonts, the fonts that we're going to use. Okay, so let's first of all take care of the first file, then create a style .css file and a app.js file. So we have everything set up. Okay, now let's go into our HTML, create our boilerplate. So also give it a name. Up here, right above our title, we're going to link up our style sheet. And before the style sheet, we are also going to link up from Bootstrap the CDN. So let's go to bootstrap.com. We are going to use Bootstrap 5, although Bootstrap 4, although Bootstrap 5 is coming out now. So let's go to Let's Get Started. Click on Let's Get Started and copy this link right here. Okay, you can either go over it completely to the end or just click this copy right here. Okay, so this is copy to clipboard, then right click within Visual Studio Code and then paste it in here. Okay, so let's hit save. Actually, I'm going to comment this out so you will see the difference. Okay, and now I'm going to copy into our body and first of all link up our app, so script and app.js. Now let me copy in the entire HTML and we'll quickly go over it. Okay, let's copy it in. So as you can see, that's a bit of an HTML that we have here. So I won't be writing out all of this code. This would be nonsense and take up a lot of your time, so we don't want to do that. What we do want to do is really quickly go through it and explain everything that happens here, okay? And we'll also refer to it back when we are going to create our app.js. But first of all, you should know that these sections right here are also, let me jump to our project. So each section here is actually this month saving, month expenses. Each of them are in a section, okay? Then up here we will have this H2 monthly savings is actually this link right here, which is in an anchor tag. And the icon right here, we are not using font awesome or something like that. We're just using an HTML icon code. Okay, so this right here is the icon code. See if I actually, let me open this up because it's the wrong one. So open this with live server. It will look, well, it will look awful. You can see this, it's the icon right here, okay? And now if I would delete this and hit save, okay, the icon is gone. So I'm just going to Control Z, put it back in there. Also, this right here is actually this heading. So let me go back in here. It's just this one. This is where we're going to output our sums from each section. Okay, so this is also, I just give it a header tag. You could give it whatever you want. You could give it a div tag, what, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to have it as a header because this is the head of this section, okay? Now, moving down in each form group, so this ends, this div with a class of form group has a label, which is just the text right here, and then another form group, which are a span, where the span contains this $sign and then this input tag, okay? And this is where we're going to actually type in our numbers, or well, our values, and it's going to be displayed up here by creating a automatic sum of everything that is in a specific section. Okay, so as I said, if we close this up, then comes the monthly expenses. This is a larger section, but it's just see, it ends right here, okay? So it's from here to here, but it's basically the same thing. We have the title up here, our link tag, which if we click, this opens up, and down here we have a header section which contains just this description, and then we have a phone group control section which contains all the information that is in here. Okay, so this is pretty much repetitive for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 of them, excepting the last one, which is actually, let me just show you very quickly. It has only outputs, so each of them, we're treating them as an output. We can't do anything in here. It just outputs everything that is up here, and then makes its calculation and outputs the end result. So, okay, we got this out of the way. Let's go to our own project. So budget calculator, and as you can see, this looks awful, but as soon as we comment back in our link right here, this should look, now let's say this should look this way. So I am going to style this just a bit in the next video, just a little bit of styling, some basic things in order to make it look this way. Okay, but in the background is Bootstrap working on this. And we're also going to use a font from Font Awesome. So let's just go to Font Awesome, Google Fonts, and actually going to use Roboto. So if you want to choose something else, you're free to do so. You're going to go to select Roboto, and Google Fonts changed a bit, but I'm going to show you how this is working right now. So let's go with this regular, select this style. Let me actually make this larger. Select this style, then go to embed it, then go to import. I could copy this link, href, also do this and go into our HTML, and this should also work. Okay, so now we have our Roboto fonts up here. Did I miss anything? I just really want to check if everything is done correctly. So let me just put something in here. Let's say body. Let's select here the font family. So I'm actually going to go back here and paste this in. And let's say if we hit save. Yep, now we got Roboto. Okay, so this is working correctly. Let me just quickly also change the... Nah, that's all that I want to do. I just want to check if the style is linked up correctly. Okay guys, so in the next video we're going to style this, and then we're going to go into each of the sections and start adding some logic behind it. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video we're going to style our project, so to create the basic styling for our UI. If you want, you can skip over this part because you can actually download it, but you should at least watch it if you don't want to code along with it and see what happens, because I am going to use variable. If you never used variables in CSS, I'm sorry, if you never used variables in CSS, I am going to use them right now. So yeah, let's get into it. And I'm also going to explain a few things when we're going to create a class and make it visible and invisible using then JavaScript. So you should know where these classes are. So as I said, if you're familiar with CSS, then skip all over it, but I would suggest coding along or at least watching it. Okay, so let's just get into it. Now up here above our body, I'm usually creating a basic reset. So I would say start this. Select is the general selector, the global selector which selects all of the styling, and also before. So everything that is before and everything that is after. Okay, and within here I'm going to reset all of the margins to 0 and all paddings to 0. So it doesn't matter in which browser we're opening this app right here, it will always have all of its margins and paddings reset to 0, and also box sizing set to border box. Okay, before our body tag, actually, I'm going to use a pseudo element here called root, and to the root I'm going to assign variables. So if you never used variables in CSS, there are basic, like in Sass, for example, Sass always had variables, syntaxically awesome style sheet, and also JavaScript has variables. As you can see, JavaScript has variables. Well, now CSS also has variables. And the way we create variables is by typing in dash dash, then variable name. For example, this would be primary color. So I'm just going to type prime and then color, then column. And you could either create here a color using a name color. So for example, red. If I would now grab onto the body down here and say color of the text should be, and now when we're using variables, you should type in var and then within parentheses the name of the variable dash dash prime color. Click save. As you can see, variable is now used in order to give color to each of the body elements. If I would, for example, change this color for the color that we are actually going to use here, for that would be hash to AA198. You see everything will change according to the variable. Okay, so let's get started with this. I'm going to create now 4 variables. Next one will be secondary color. This will be also a hash of 46748B. Okay, then a light color. And this would be FFF. And a dark color. Not dark. There we go. Color. And this would be just a 444. Alright, so let's go in here. And this would be actually light color. And this would be background. Okay. Now let's grab onto the H1 up here. This is our title. And I'm going to give this a text aligned to the center. So I'm going to push our text into the center. Let me actually zoom in a bit so we can see this. Then I'm going to increase its font size to 6 rem. And I can zoom out again because this is getting a bit too large. So right now we are at 150%. You shouldn't zoom in or zoom out. Just leave your application as it is, or your browser settings. Okay, I'm going to give it a margin. And actually I'm going to give free RAM to top and bottom and 0 to left and right. So it will have free RAM of margin up here and down here, okay? Then I'm going to use, for the color of the text, we're going to use the var light color. No, wait, I actually used here primary color. There we go. No, it was actually the secondary color. I'm getting confused with my colors, okay? So there it is. And I also want to increase the letter spacing to 2 pixels. So we would have just a bit of spacing between the letters. Okay, so that's it for the H1. Next up, we're going to select all of our section tags. So if we go in here, each section tag, so for each one of these, we're going to create a general styling. So let's select the tags, section, and I'm going to basically give them all of them a width of 550 pixels and say margin 0, top and bottom, and left and right auto, and this will push everything into the center of the page. Okay, and I also want them to be displayed as flex. And because flex normally flexes in a column, in a row, I'm going to change the flex direction to a column. Okay, so now we'll have this column display. Now I'm also going to grab on now to the groups, to the form groups that we have in here. Okay, so for example, this is a form group. Then in each form group, there's another form group. So this entire thing is a form group, but these two are also in a form group. Now I'm going to give them a general style. So let's select the class of form group. And we're going to display this also as flex. We're going to align the items to the center, the content to the center. So align content. And then we're just going to give a space between them. So I want this to be to the left and this to be absolutely to the right. So I'm going to justify the content with space between, and this will create space between our elements. I'm going to change the background color to I'm going to use the var, exactly this one, to actually a variable that I didn't create up here. So this would be bg color. Okay, so I'm going to take this variable, copy it, go up into our variables, go in here, paste it in. I'm going to give this a color of hexadecimal number 264 F6 and 3. Okay, there we go. So this is our background color for our form groups. Now let's go back into our form groups and let's give them a bit of padding top and bottom of 0.2 rem and 0.5 rem left and right. Now let's cut down the borders a bit by using border radius, and let's give them a border of 5 pixels. Okay, so right there we have a 5 pixel border radius. And now I also want to give them a box shadow of 0, 0, 15 pixels, 5 pixels, and a RGBA color of 0, 0, 0 and 0.2 for the alpha. Okay, so this will just give them a bit of a shadow back here. Okay, so later on we are going to use here a display property, display none. So if I hit save, all of them will disappear. So let's hit save. So everything just disappeared, but I will leave this commented out, and we will use this after we create a second. Actually, I could just create it right now. So I'm going to create another class of show, and this will have exactly the same properties as the form group, and also another property of animation. Okay, so for an animation, we first of all need to create a name for it, and we can create animation by using the add keyframe. Then we give it a name of, let's say, scale up. And this is going to scale from 0%. So we're going to use transform, then scale from 0.1 to 100%. So when it reaches 100%, it should transform to the scale of 1. Okay, so if you use this animation, and it should take 0.2 seconds and ease. Okay, so let's just say I'm going to copy this in here in our form group so you can see the effect. Okay, so each time we refresh the page, this animation kicks in. So we're going to link up to each title a click event, so an event listener. When we click on it, this animation will change, will pop in. So I'm going to let this form group basic settings for now. I'm going to leave it in so we can see what we're styling, but then I'm going to cut it out and just display it as none. And also we will not need this. And this will be activated using JavaScript. Okay, so let's continue on with our styling. So above our show, so where do we live? Left up, okay. So I also want to have a bit of an effect when I am hovering over a form group. So I'm going to change the background color to the variable color secondary color. Okay, so when we hover over them, it just has a bit of a lightened color. Now let's take each label from this form group and let's increase their font size to 1.2 rem and also change their color to the variable color of light color. So you can see variables are really useful in SAS because, for example, if you want to change the look of this project, you just go in here and let's say that the colors, actually I don't know what would go with this background, but let's say yellow. So you could change this to yellow and everything would change. Okay, so as I said, variables are extremely useful. Light color. Okay, so let's continue. After label, we're going to style our output tags. So let's go out here, and there aren't per se output tags in HTML. I just created a tag and I called it output. So each time we have an output, I just wanted you to see exactly where we're outputting what. Okay, so these are the output tags. Okay, so let's go back in here, output, and let's give this a width of 150 pixels. Then a color of hash actually the dark color, so var dark color. Let's increase the font weight to bolder and the font size to 1.2 rem. And we're actually not going to see right now anything because we need first of all to output something in here. Okay, and the last thing I want to do is also give a text align to the right. So when we're going to output our results, they're going to be outputted right here. So for example, in here, they're all going to be on the right side, okay? Good, so that's it for the outputs. Now let's go and take our inputs. And I want with our input tags, when we're focused on them, the background color should change to the color of variable light color. I don't want to have any outline when I focus on it, so outline none. And I also don't want to have this border right here, so we're also going to take out the border none. Okay, so let's go in here. You can see that we have no border and we also don't have any outline. Now down here we also have a button. So this is our button right here. Let's style this one. This has two classes. It has a btn class. Let's go down here. Button, there we go. There's a button. So it has an ID of budget review btn, which we're going to grab on using JavaScript, but it also has a class of btn and a btn success. So first of all, I'm going to grab onto the class of btn, and I'm going to give it a margin from the bottom. Margin from the bottom of 1 rem. Okay, so this is just going to create a bit of a margin down here. And also increase its font size to 1.3 rem. Okay, so we got this out of the way. And I also want it when it's activated, so btn active. When we click on it, there was just a bit of an effect. So if I click on it, nothing happens, but I want actually to have a bit of a transformation. So transform and scale. I want it to scale to 0.98%. Okay, so when we click on it, just have a bit of a scaling effect. If I would do, let's say 18%, whatever, it would jump down to a really small scale. So I don't want to do this. I just want to have just a bit of a jiggling effect. Okay, and I think we're done with the button. Let's also give it a transition of 0.1 seconds and ease. Okay, perfect. Now let's see what we have left. Yeah, the drop downs. So each of these titles has a class of drop down. Let's go in here. Let's select this. You can see it has a class of drop down because this is actually going to activate our drop down here. So we're going to take this class of drop down and start targeting it with CSS, and let's say I want to change the color to a variable color of primary color. When we hover over them, I want them to have a cursor of pointer. Okay, so it looks like an anchor tag. Or it actually looks like a link. And two things I also want when I hover over them, to change a bit the style. So let's change the text. Let's give them an underline by using text decoration of underlined. So let's hover over them and it has this underline effect. And let's also, when they're active, let's change the color a bit. So instead of hover, I want them on the active state. So when we click on them, to change the color to the variable color of secondary color. Okay, and I'm also going to give this a bit of a transition. So transition, I should take 0.1 second ease. Okay, so let's try this out. When we click, you can see the color changing. Okay, good. Then that's actually it for styling. We don't need this too. Okay, so that's basically it for our styling. Next up, we're going to take care of the monthly savings. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so in this video, we're going to take care of the show height functionality of this sections right here. So as you can see, our application is just a long application, and we want to compose it. So we want to restrict its size, and we can achieve this by making these elements right here clickable and hiding and showing this part right here. Okay, so let's go into our app.js. Actually make this smaller, and we also need our console then later on. So let's just resize it like this, and let's get into it. So the entire application will have two parts. So first step number 1 will be show hide sections. Then step number 2 will be actually creating the math behind the calculation behind all of this. So I call this calculate budget. Okay, in this video we're only going to take care of this right here. And not only that, we're going to create this show height functionality, I'm actually going to create it using two different methods. So once we're going to use a if and else if method, and then we're going to use a switch method. So let's say right here, first method will be with if and else if statements. And then another one by using switches. So you will see what the difference is. And actually this this project will help you get kind of a difference where you should use what. So let's type in here using switches. Okay. Now before we do this, we need to grab onto each one of these sections. So let's create up here a comment, and let's just type in here get sections. Okay, so we're going to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variables. We're going to use the const keyword, and let's call them drop down 1, and we're going to go into the DOM. So document dot I'm going to use here query selector. So we're first of all going to select from our HTML the very first element, which is the first section. So monthly savings. I'm going to select this ID. Go and actually close up our styling. Go in here, select the ID, and then within this ID we're going to select the drop down class. Okay, so let's take a look within here. So within this section, we have a class of drop down. Now you'll see that we have this drop down also down here, but specifically want to select this drop down right here out of this section. So this is why we're first selecting the ID of monthly savings and then the drop down class. Okay, so let's save this, and underneath the 6 here. Let's create another const. This will be drop down 2. I'm going to go into the document, query selector again. And now we're going to go in our second ID, the next section, which is down here, monthly expenses. And out of this, we're also going to select the class of drop down. Okay, so let me just first of all console logs. Let's open up our console, inspect. Let's make this larger. So let's console log drop down 1. Let's see what we get. Okay, so we get this one up here. And if I would console log drop down 2, this is giving me null. So why is that? Monthly expense, because I forgot the hash here. Okay, so there we go. We're selecting the third one. I'm going to leave this console log down here, and after we are finished with our element selection, we're going to check each or every one of them. So let's go to the next one, which will be annual expenses. So let's just replace this ID right here. Let's create a fourth one. This would be number 4, and this will select our income then, ID of income. And then we have the fifth one, which will be down here, budget review. Okay, so let's select this one and replace the ID within here. Okay, so let's check now the third one. We got drop down this one, then the fourth one. So it's save. We got our income selected, and the fifth one should select the budget review. Okay, so we got this out of the way. Now, we cannot loop over each individual of them. What we can do is actually create an array. So let's type in here, create array of dropdowns. Okay, so let's just create an array. We're going to call it dropdowns s, and we're going to type in here each of these variables, each of our variables. So let's copy this. Should also need the comma. This will be the second, the third, the fourth, and copy in the fifth. Okay, so if I would now console log dropdowns, we'll get this array. Now, because this is an array, we can now use, for example, a for each loop to loop through it. So the next step will be then to loop through the array. Actually, loop through each section. Okay, so let's select our drop downs and let's say that for each and right here I'm going to use a callback function, a regular function. I'm going to say that we're going to loop through a drop and use the single, so between each drop down I'm going to use a singular element of drop, and we're going to add to each of this drop a event listener, and we're going to listen for a click, and when this click happens, and this time I'm going to use a arrow function. Okay, so function so when this happens, let's just console log hello or hi. So let's see if this is working. Okay, so if I click on income, I should get high. If I click on budget, I should also get high. And actually refresh the console, annual expenses. So all of these are working. Now I want to get, let's actually console log what we are clicking on. So let's console log the drop itself. So if I click on monthly expenses, I will get this H2. Okay, but I actually want to, let's take a look at this H2. So this H2 is in here, and I want to be able to grab onto the parent. So I want to go outside of this H2. But I also see that this H2 is represented in an anchor tag. So first of all, if I would now go and type in parent element, now this console log, if I click on the monthly expenses, I will now get the anchor tag. So if I want to go one level up, again, the parent of this parent, and now console log it, I'm getting the section. So now I'm getting everything. Now I want to check if where I'm clicking is actually what I want to do. This sounds a bit dumb, but now what we're trying to achieve here is actually to replace this class of, where is it? Our classes of form group with this class of show in our CSS actually. So let me go into our CSS. So with this class right here. So right now I'm going to comment back in this display none, hit save, and this will hide all of our menus. So they are still in here. You can clearly see they're still in here, but they're just not showing now. So what I'm trying to do is to add this class of show, or to toggle the class of show for each of them, which will then again, let me also comment this one out in the form group, which will then show me the element. So it will show me the form, the content again. Okay, so I will first of all check for ID. So let me make this smaller again. I'll first of all check if the parent has a specific ID. So now if I'm clicking, I'm getting only the ID. Okay? So as I said, we're going to do this first of all using if statements. Now if the drop-down parent element has the ID of monthly savings, so this is the very first one. So if it has this ID, then we're going to select from the document. We will go and select all of the form group classes, but only those that are in the ID of monthly savings. So we will do this again. We'll look for these IDs and select only the form groups which are in the ID of monthly savings. Then we will loop for them using a for each again. So dot for each. Actually, I will comment this out, and I forgot here a quotation. So for each, and again I'm going to use a arrow function now, for each group that is in here. And now let's just console log the group itself. And let's see what we get. Actually, I have too many parentheses open. So let's click on monthly savings. And now I'm consoling each class of group control. Now I want to grab onto the class list. So let's click on it again. Let's see what we got. So we got only one class. So let's grab onto this class. Let's say group dot class list and dot toggle. And I want to toggle to the class of show. You see it's already in here. Okay, so let me comment this console log out. And if I click out now monthly savings, actually I can close also the console up, it will open up, it will toggle between the show and the form group class. And now our content is showing. Now we need to do the same thing for each one of the sections. So let's type in here, else if, and I'm just going to copy this from here to here. Actually, I need until here. Okay. Now else if the drop ID is monthly expenses, not saving, so monthly expenses, then again this should happen. So now if I click on monthly expenses, this is also working. Okay, now let's do it for the annual expenses. So let's copy the else if again, go down here. I can actually start deleting this console log so we don't have too much code. Okay, so the next one is annual expenses. I'm just going to copy the annual word, double click on the monthly, select both of them, replace them with annual expenses. Now if we click on annual expenses, this is also working. Okay, so we got two more to go. So else if the ID is income, so we're going to select the ID of income, go down here and replace annual expenses with income. Now this is also working. And last, we have our budget review. So we go up here, copy our budget review ID and replace it instead of income. Oh, just a sec. So instead of income, we have now budget review. And now this is also working. Okay, so that's it for else if. You could also use only if. So if I would copy out of the else's and hit save, this is also working. Okay, now let's see if we would use switch. So let's go in here. We can actually take out this console log. We don't need this anymore. I'm going to copy and paste the switch down here. So right after, actually it should be before in the loop. So right in our first loop. Okay, so as I said, instead of having if statements, we could use switch. So I'm going to comment this out, go down here, and now let's type in. Now instead of having if statements, as you can remember, switches use cases. So first let's create a const, which will, let's call it const variable, let's call this drop ID. And for this const, we are going to assign the drop parent element ID. So if I would now console log drop ID, and let's open up our console again. If I would click on one of them, one of the sections, I will get the ID again. Okay, so I just assigned this variable to search for the drop ID. Okay, because this is still within the loop. Now let's go down here. And let's say that if this drop ID, so let's create a switch statement, which will take in this variable of drop ID. Okay. Now let's open and close camera case and say the first case is when the drop ID is equal to our first ID of monthly savings. So let's take this monthly savings string, column, and say then the exactly like up here. I'm just going to copy and paste it down here. And actually don't leave any comments. So in the first case, when the drop ID, so this is equal to monthly savings, then the document, then we're going to go to the document using query selector all. We're going to search within the ID of monthly savings. You're going to select all of the classes which has the class name of form groups, loop through them using a for each again. Then by using an arrow function, we don't need this console log, we're going to toggle the class of show. So theoretically, because everything is commented out, and also practically, now if I click on monthly savings, this should show again. Okay, let me close out the console. So monthly expenses are not working, but monthly savings are now working. And now we need to end this by using break. So when it reaches this condition, so when this condition is satisfied, it does this and then it breaks, it stops. Okay, so let's create a next case, the keyword case again. And the next case would be when the ID is monthly expenses. And when this is the case, then again, document, query select all, loop through it, search for the expenses, monthly, and toggle the show class. So if we click on this, now this is also working. I can see the difference that actually, in my opinion, switches are much more cleaner than if statements. So let me just copy this 2 more times, actually 3 more times. Let's start replacing because we need now annual expenses. Just going to replace it down here. So the second one, hit save. This is working. Now we need income. And this was actually just the ID of income. So let's go in here. So select this and this. Hit save. And I think I have too much space in here. Yep, this is now also working. Okay. Hey, monthly expenses. Something went wrong here. So monthly savings, this is working. But somehow monthly expenses is toggling income. So monthly expenses, annual expenses. Okay. Oh, because we forgot the break. They should break right here, and they should break here. And they should also break here. Yep, now this is working perfectly. Okay, so the last one was then budget review. So let's just copy budget review from here. Let's replace it here with no space, and now we can also replace it down here. So this should also work now. Okay, so as you can see, in my opinion, switches are much cleaner than else if statements and if statements, but I just wanted to show you both examples. Okay guys, so that's pretty much it for this video. Next up, we're going to get into actually calculating some values here and displaying them up here. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, so it's time to continue on with step 2, calculating the budget, and we're going to start off first of all with monthly savings. Okay, so let's type in here comment, type in the section of monthly savings. So we're going to take care of this part right here. Now the main thing that we're going to do is actually create an event listener on the entire body. Okay, so we're going to select document.querySelector. We're going to select the body. Okay, and we're going to add direct event listener of key up. Okay, now after this happens, I'm going to create here a function. So let's say we're going to take in a function here of calc budget. Now what this function will do is when it's activated, it's going to take the inputs from here, it's going to listen for the inputs, and then it's going to make a sum out of the numbers from these inputs. So if you think about it, we just need to take care of these 3 inputs and take care of the output. Okay, so let's create this function. So let's call function calc, not this one, calc budget. Okay, and actually this function, we'll use this function for all of our sections down here. Also for monthly expenses, annual expenses, monthly income, and our entire budget. So this function will be called for all of these sections. So let's first of all test if the function is working. So let's say console log, then here hi, and let me open up the console down here. So let's go into the console and we see that we have some problems. Okay, so if I click here and type something in, actually this should work. So let's see. Okay, so now hi is console logged. As I said, this now looks for our body is looking for an event listener of key up, and then it's running this function. So until now, this is working. So let's continue on by first of all grabbing on to our input elements. So let's create a const, call this emergency funds. So actually I could just copy this from here. And I'm going to change this to emergency funds. Then we're going to go into a document and select, I should actually use this time get element by ID. I'm going to use all of them. So get element by ID. And we're going to grab onto the ID of this, actually of this input. So let's just go with the selector, select this input, Let's see, emergency funds. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. We're going to copy this in here, and let's just console log it. So I'm going to cut out this console log and console log our variable here. Okay, so let's close this one up and make it smaller. So let's open up a console here. Not this. I can actually make this one smaller. So console. Now let's see if we're in here and I'm going to type something in. Okay, so we just logged the input. We grabbed onto ID and we logged the input. But I don't want to constantly log the input. I actually need the value that is typed in here. So we could use directly here when we're selecting it dot value. Not the node value, but the value of the input. Okay, so now let's try this out. So if I go into monthly savings and type in 1, see it console logs 1. If I type in 2, console logs 2, and so far and so on. So now it's console logging the value. It's grabbing onto the value of our input. I hope you can see this. And let me make this one smaller. So it's actually grabbing onto the value that we are inputting here. Okay, so let's continue on. We grabbed onto emergency funds. Now let's grab onto the next one, which is actually going to be this one right here. So investments. Okay, so let's create another const. This one will be investments. Actually, I'm just going to grab onto it from here. Give the name of investments and say document.getElementById again. And we're going to grab onto the ID of investments this time. And also of the value. Okay, so we don't want the ID of it, but we want the value from it. Now, if I console log this one, let's go into monthly savings and I type something in here and also open up a console so you can see what is happening. So this one is also taking effect. Okay, now we only need the value from the retirement now. So let's also grab onto this retirement, go down here, create a const, paste it in, change this to R. I like to keep them with, you know how we learned about naming variables, and when we name something with a capital letter, you see later on, I usually use that for classes. We're going to learn about classes later on, but for now, always name them with lowercase. Okay, so document.getElementById. You're going to grab onto the investment and the value. Okay. Now the last thing you need to grab onto is the output. So let me select this, and you will see that within our header here we have this output of monthly savings output. So we need this ID. So I'm going to come up here, type in a comment inputs, and down here we'll have output. Okay, and also another comment, let me just copy this one in here, comment it out. This is actually the monthly savings, so I'm going to take this and paste it in here. So this section, till we finish with it, will be responsible for monthly savings. Now let's grab onto the output. So let's create another const. We're going to call it output and ms for monthly savings. So let's grab onto this document.getElementById, and we need this ID right here. And also the value of it. Okay, so actually we don't need the value of this because we're outputting, not inputting. Oopsie. Okay, now what we need to do is to create somehow a sum of these numbers. So I could just do now, for example, output ms is equal to, and we want to output something in here, so we want to use inner HTML, because we want to inner text, inner text, and I could assign it to, let's say, investments. So if I would hit save here, go back in here, and wait a second, investments, there we go, and type something in here. Actually, this should already output it. Oh yeah, because one problem with this, the only problem with this is that we need to use parse float. So I actually need to wrap this into a parse float in order to get the value. So let's go in here, type this in. It's still not outputting. Oh yeah, didn't change the color. Okay, so it's back here. So actually, did I forget to change the color of its background? Huh. We're getting now not the number, as you can see. So if you type something in here, it would be outputted there. But if I type something in here, so I only get one value. Now, what I want to do is actually create an array out of this three, and we're going to use a for loop to loop through them, then create a sum, and then the sum will be output up here. Okay, so let's do this by creating our inputs array. I'm just going to create here an array, going to call it inputs, and this array will take in each of these inputs. Not this one, but now the investments. So emergency funds, investments, and then retirements, or retirement, because you only retire once, you can't retire twice. Okay, so we got this, we got our array now. So if I would console log inputs, oops, copy, not cut, and open up our console right here. Let's hit save. Why? So we type something in, we're console logging the values, you can see it in here, of what we're inputting. Now let's create a for loop. Let's go down here. Let's assign first a variable of sum of numbers of monthly savings, and we're gonna assign it to 0. Then we create a for loop, and we say let I equal to 0, and as long as I is less than input, so the array dot length, I just misspelled length, then we should iterate I plus plus. Okay, now what should happen here is that we should add to this sum each of these inputs. But this will, I just take a look, and yeah, and then we want to output it in here. So in our output in a HTML, so what we want to output, the sum. So the sum should be outputted in here. Okay, so let's, actually this should be in the loop. Now let's try this. So if I'm typing in here something, you can see, man, why didn't I change the background color? So let's really quickly go into our CSS and go to output, color, say background color, should be English var light color. Okay, so there we go. There's our output. Okay, let's hit save, close this up, and let's refresh this again. So we don't need this. Okay, so as soon as we type something in here, it will be outputted up here, but as you can see, it's not creating the sum. And the problem is that it's outputting these inputs, but it is not outputting numbers. Or this is actually a string. If I would let me just console log here, console log type some ns. So each time we type something in, you can see it's a string, and I actually need a number. Now for this, we could use a simple method, which is numbers. Number. So, and what this does is actually, this can convert values of other types into numbers. So for example, strings, this will convert our strings into numbers. And as you know, when we add strings together, they only appear as a row. But now that we converted them in numbers, it will do the following. So if I would say 10, and down here at the next one, we will say 20. Let's say, as you can see, we get 30 now. And if it down here I would add 40, then we get 70. So up here, we are getting now our actual numbers. Now, the last thing I want to do is if I type in 10.25, this is actually working. Oh yeah, but I want to limit it to only 2 decimals. So what we need to do here is type in, use the to fix, and we're going to use only 2 decimals after the comma. So if we go in here and say 10.25.555, you can see it's only outputting the last 2. And if you add something to it, let's say 10.79, then we should get 21.05. Okay, so this is working. Now, next video, we're going to take care of the monthly expenses. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, next up, we're going to take care of monthly expenses. So actually, let me copy this and go underneath our monthly savings. Actually, I'm going to type in a comment, just symboling that this is the end. Now comes monthly savings. Well, this is pretty much the same as we did here. Actually, all 4 next one, so this, and this are all 4 income methods, and savings and expenses are pretty much the same, except in the budget. It's a bit different. So let's quickly go through the monthly expenses. We will need, let's go for this. Actually, let me open it up. So first thing that we need is this input, which is down here. It's much easier doing it this way. Okay, so exactly the same thing that we did up here. Let's create a const. We're going to call it food. We're going to grab on document. Okay, let's try this again. So document dot, and this time I'm going to use query selector. So we use up here element by ID. We're going to use query selector. It's exactly the same thing, but I just want you to have different examples. Okay, query selector. Now we're going to use the hash and the food ID. And don't forget, we want the value of this. Okay, so if I would now console log food, our variable up here, go into the console, and now click on it, we should get, actually input something. Okay, so we're getting now our input, our value. If I go down here to clothing, it's just getting the input, the keystroke, but it's not getting the value. Okay, so this is what we're going to do next. We need our clothing, so I'm just going to copy this. Go syntax error. Yeah. I know. Just relax. I just need a few things from here, and then I will leave you alone. So we will need. Let me just delete this so I don't have a problem. And actually, I need to comment it out. Okay, next up, we need our clothing. So let's get the exact ID. So in here, clothing, and also in here, clothing. Okay, now I'm going to comment this back in. Actually, I'm going to delete now this console log. We don't need it anymore. Just confusing. So these are again our inputs. And there are quite a few of them, okay? So let's quickly take care of each and every one of them. Let's create a copy of this. Comment it out. Hit save. Go in here. Grab onto the next one. Shelter. And let's replace this here. Actually, I'm going to make more than one copy now. Okay, this should be lowercase. Then let's go again. Take this one. Household. So this was shelter. Next comes household. Replace this. Then comes, let's actually stay within here. And comes the next one, which is transportation. Copy this. Replace it here. After transportation, we have our health. Or at least we should have our health. If we're living a healthy life, we will have our health. Okay, let's replace it here. Let's grab on, then to student, student loans. Have student, there we go. Student loans, going to replace this with lowercase and delete this and make actually 2 more copies, I think. So this was health, student loans. Yeah, we need now personal. So let's close this up. Go into the next one, to the form group, and then we have our ID of personal. Okay, student loans. Let's replace this one and this. Is it this one? No, there it is. Student loans with personal. Wait just a sec. No. This one, it was this one. Sorry about that. Okay, personal, and then we have our last one, which was miscellaneous. Okay, so here, and it should be lowercase. Okay, let's comment this back in. Go down here, and again, we only have one output, which is up here. So let's also grab onto this output. Output monthly expenses output. So let's type in here comment output. Go in here, create a const of output monthly expenses, and we're going to grab on document dot query selector, and we're going to use the ID of monthly expenses output. And it's exactly the same thing that we did up here. We're going to just copy this let and create our input array again. So this time we need, and don't forget, this input array will be reassigned. So we need food, copy, whoa. We need the variable of food. Then the next one will be clothing, shelter, household, and transportation, health, student loans, personal, and miscellaneous. Okay, so we got all of our arrays up here, and this should be sum of ME. So I'm going to select all three of them, go back with the arrow key, one right, then one backspace, and then E. Okay, now I just replaced all of them, and I also need to replace the output because we now need ME, the const that we created up here. Okay, so now we hit save, go in here, start typing something in. You always see the sum is created, so this is already working. Okay, next video we need to create annual expenses and then income, and then we have a budget review. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. In this video, we're going to take care of our annual expenses. So let's copy this. Go in here, create a comment, annual expenses, and we need two things, the inputs and the output. Okay, so first of all, let's take care of the inputs. Let's create a const for tuition. Actually, let me go in here and let's start selecting them. So we need the input from our tuition. So we're going to use document.querySelector, and I'm going to grab onto the ID of tuition and dot value. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this 1, 2, 3. Just a second. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Comment them all out so we don't have any errors. And let's start replacing each name of the variable and ID. So let's go to the next one. Home rent. Actually up here. So this is just home or rent, one or the other. Then we have car. This is actually simple. Just go in here, replace it with car. Then taxes. Vacation. And other. Okay, so this was very quick. Let's comment them all back in. Now let's grab onto the output. So go into annual expenses. Select this one. Let's select the right one. Yeah. And in here we have our annual output. Actually, I could just copy. Yeah, I'm going to paste this in, comment it out. I'm going to copy everything that we have. So from the const output ME, right down here where it ends then. Wait, did I? Yeah. So from here to here, everything that's after the output. Okay, so let's copy it in here and let's start replacing it. This would be A. So the output will be output. Let's select both of them. One arrow right and then 2 arrows left. AE. Okay. And this will select actually this ID, output expenses. So we can cancel this one. And this is going to take in title instead of food. Okay, double click copy. Home rent instead of clothing. Car instead of shelter. Taxes instead of household. Vacation instead of transportation. And other instead of health. And the rest we could actually delete. Don't need this anymore. Okay, so once again, we also need to replace the sum. This also needs to have, so let's just select these two. And one right, one left, and A. Okay, hit save, and this should actually work. So let's go in here. And what do you know? It is not working. Huh, what the hell did I do wrong? So we got our const. We got our inputs, we got our sum. What am I missing here? Okay, let's see what the console says. Console says that I'm an idiot, but I don't know why. So let's make this larger. Source console, there it is. Don't fail to judge query selector. Expense is not valid. I know. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, so I had a space in here. So let's hit save again. Whoa, there we go. Okay, so this is also working. Great. Actually, we have a lot of time, so I'm also going to do. No, we're going to take care. I want to have this each separate. So if you have problem in one of them, and I also want you, actually would wish that you would really type each one of them out, because this is how you make, this is how you exercise, and this is how you don't forget how to select things. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, so it's time to take care of our income. Income. That's a great word. Yeah, let's select this income, create a copy. So once again, we need our inputs. And why did I type this with caps lock? Inputs. And one output. And comment. There we go. Now actually, I'm going to copy this output. I already know what I want to do. We want to go in here, inputs, and select it. Select this beautiful file right here. We don't need this. We want only this. Hey, console, go away. And we also don't need this. So we are here, header, income, output. This is what we need. And we'll replace this last input with just actually it's all free en. Okay, and now let's grab onto the IDs. So to our incomes, let's go here, actually a bit larger. So let's grab onto this one, which is monthly pay. Yoo-hoo. So const monthly pay document query selector the ID of monthly pay dot value. Okay, and I'm going to replace this with a lowercase and delete this. So we have this. We're going to copy it. Wait a second, not this one. Income 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need one more. And now we can start commenting out and replacing each of them. So income, go in here, select monthly other, replace this one and this one. Okay, so let's delete this. We have monthly others, then we need the side hustle. Yay, side hustle, my favorite. Did I select the right one? Ah, there we go. So side hustle, so we paste this and also this. And we have our last one then with tax return, also one of my favorites. Did you do your taxes? Be honest, did you? Nah, you're as lazy as I am. And there should be a const. Okay, so tax returns, we have this. Let's comment them back in and start replacing them in our inputs. Side hustle, car, taxes, tax returns. Okay, there we go. And we should have everything set up. So if I would type in something here, and okay guys, we have everything set up. The last thing that we need to do is actually calculate all of this and get some results. So it's time for the next video. So see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay guys, so in this video we're going to take care of budget reviews. So we are actually going to grab onto this button, and actually let me click on the budget review. And when we click on the generate review, then our results will be generated within this section. So for this, we're going to stay within our initial function, calculate budget, and we're going to go down here. And first of all, we're going to grab onto the button. So if we take a look at our button, we'll see that it has a ID of budget review btn. Now I'm going to take this ID and now create a const, and let's call it exactly. We're going to just call it as it is, budget review button. So we're going to grab onto it, document, and you could either use now query selector or get element by ID. I'm going to use query selector. So as I said, exercise. Okay, and it should be in a string. Now we have our element, we have a const. So we're going to now add an event listener to this. So dot add event listener, and we're going to listen for a click. And when this click happens, we're going to call upon a function. We're going to create a function within here. So I'm not going to create it somewhere exterior in here. So I'm not going to create a name function. We're just going to create a function in here. We could also use an arrow function, but I'm not going to use arrow functions right now for this part of the lecture. So within this function, you're going to need to do a couple of things. So I'm going to type in here a few comments so you get an idea of how we're going to approach this. Actually, let me go outside of here. First things first, we're going to get our results. So just call this budget review results. And what these results are these results in each of our section: monthly savings, monthly expenses, and annual expenses, monthly income, and all of these results, all of the calculations that we're doing in here should be displayed in our results. So right here. So this is the first thing that we're going to do. We're going to grab onto each of those results. But before we do that, we need to grab onto the elements from the DOM. So we're going to type in here, get DOM output elements, and then we're going to get the values, then get values, then we're going to output the results in the budget review UI, which is this part right here. So output and budget review. UI. And we forgot an E here. And when we want to output, we first of all need to calculate. So we need to calculate the results and then output them to the DOM. Whoa, I just ran the console. No problem. Stop this and stop this. So output to the DOM. And last thing that I want to do is to, oh, did I just mess up my, In HTML12. What the hell just happened in here? Jesus. Whoa. I just changed a couple of things. Okay, so let's get back. Okay, and then I want the results to be either, when our results are either negative or positive, I want this back one to change to red, indicating danger, having a under budget, and green for a over budget. So within here, then we're going to change background color. So BG color. Okay, so let's get into it. First, the budget review results. First, we need to get to our outputs. So let's create our const and get the first output, which is total monthly savings. So let's inspect this. And we had this one. Form group, control, and there it is. Our output. Total monthly savings. So this ID right here. I'm going to copy it in here. And actually I'm going to name this output of total monthly savings. Okay, and we're going to grab onto this using query selector or get element by ID, whatever you want. So we have our first one. I'm just going to copy this now and change it to the next one, which is total monthly expenses. So this one right here. And also replace the name. Now let's grab onto the next one, which is then our annual expenses. So let's grab onto the ID, total annual expenses. I just need to replace this with annual. Okay, the next one is income. So let's replace this one. Which is second, I think I need. Because I have both of them console logged. Okay, let's hit save. So we have here our total annual expenses. And I also need a total annual / monthly expenses. So I want to grab onto this and export it here. But I also want to have our monthly expenses from our annual expenses. Okay, so I would need to create another one. So we got our annual and our total annual monthly expenses. So let me just copy the word monthly from here and paste it in here. And I believe that this one should be, yep, this is the next one. And it has these two groups and it has two outputs. Okay, so wait, no, this is another one. I actually need this one right here. Yep. Okay, so I can comment it back in, hit save, and now let's grab onto the next one. So let me comment this out. And I actually shouldn't do this. I shouldn't just copy and paste it, because maybe you get confused, or it's better for you to practice typing this out so you can really get used to const and grabbing actually elements from the DOM. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to type it out. So the next one would be const, and it should be output total monthly income and this would be equal to document query selector and we're going to grab onto the ID. This I am going to copy, so we're going to need this ID right here. And there we go. Now we need to get the values from our monthly savings, monthly expenses, annual expenses, and income. So down here, get values. Let's just call them total monthly savings. And we're going to grab onto the output. So we're going to grab onto each of these outputs. So the first one will be monthly expenses, which is this one. Okay, so let's grab onto this, copy it, and call the total monthly expenses. And let me just quickly show you. So if I would console log here, output, let me just copy this right here. So actually, if I would go now into a console and click on this, well, this should console log this for me. Oh yeah, no. I need to actually type in a value. Let's type in something here. Now close this to up and let's generate something. Okay, so we have an error assigned to the const variable 236 output. Okay, so let me comment this out. Now let's try this again. And typing here value. Okay, so now we're generating this output, but again we are generating the actual element and I don't want that. I need the value. So dot value. Okay, so now if I hit save, go back in and type in, let's say 100. Let's click on budget review, generate. Now I get 100. Now, let me just see something. I'm getting it 3 times. That is because, I typed this into the loop. Okay, so let me just go through them. And the output should not be in the loop, should be outside the loop. So let me try this again. 100, budget generate. I'm still gonna get 3 times. I need to take each one of them out, as it seems. Okay. Now, as I said, we need the value, but if we would check this output that we're getting, this value, let's check what type it is. So type of. So let's try this again. 100, generate, and I didn't save it. Yay. $100 and generate. Now you see we're getting a string and I actually want a number. So I will need to wrap this output into a parse float. Okay, so let's wrap this in here. And now we should get a number. So as I said, instead, let me comment this back in. We're going to assign this output to this. So the parsed value of output value. Okay. And I didn't want this output total monthly savings. I just need total monthly savings. And there we go. Okay, we also need total monthly expenses. So let me copy this Now I said I wouldn't copy anything, so let's type it out. Total monthly expenses. And we're going to grab onto the monthly expenses, which was actually just ME. Okay, now we also need the total annual expenses. So we're going to also grab onto this total annual expenses, which we're going to get again a parse float. And we're going to wrap it into a parse float of the output of annual expenses. So AE and dot value. And we're missing here an N. Okay, and after that, the last thing that we need is a total monthly income. So total monthly income. Okay, and again, we're going to wrap it into a parse float and grab onto the output of EN and dot value. Okay, so we have all four of them, and now we need to output our results into the budget review UI. Okay, so we need to output them here. Now we did grab onto each of them. For example, the output total monthly savings will now have a dot inner HTML, actually dot inner text, so we're not creating an HTML element, dot inner HTML, and we're going to assign it to the total monthly savings. Okay, so now if I would go into total monthly savings, and let's say 100, 200, and 300, and I click on generate review, then we get 600 exactly as up here. But we're missing now the two commas, the two zeros after our commas, so we need to go to fixed and type in 2. And now we should get, let's say 100 again, 200, and 300.25, generate review, and we get the 620.25. Okay, so that's exactly what we need to do for 4 of them, excepting 1. So let's first of all do the total, next is total monthly expenses. We go down here, copy this one in, and assign it to total monthly expenses dot to fixed and 2. Then we have our total annual expenses. And I forgot to type in here dot inner HTML and dot inner text. Okay, so we got this and we got this. So this we're going to assign again to the total annual expenses dot to fixed. Now for the budget reviews, for the total annual expenses, which will be divided by 12 to get the total annual monthly expenses, we need to take our total annual expenses and divide them by 12. So we're going to take the output total annual monthly expenses dot inner text, assign it to a total annual expenses again, but divided by 12, and we're going to wrap this one up into to fixed. And that's actually it. So let's try this out. No, 200, 321. I'm just going to type in here a few numbers. So actually, let's check the first one out. Budget, generate. So we got this. Then I'm going to close it up. The monthly expenses, let's type in here a few values. Okay. Let's generate. Okay, so this one is the same with this one. Let's close it up. Annual expenses. Let's type in here a few numbers. Let's generate them. Total annual expense. Okay, we got this, which is this one divided by 12 is 804. Now we have our income. We also do our income. Now we didn't do our income. So next up is income. Dot inner text is equal to total monthly income dot toFix. And I refreshed. But let's just try our income. Type something in here, generate, and this is also working. Okay, now for our budget output. And before I do the calculation, let me actually do the color. Now we need to grab onto this. So let me just really quickly show you. If I would go in here, then we have our ID of budget review form group. So within our budget review, the entire section here. Let me first of all go in here and let's grab onto this. So const, let's say result color. Okay, so I'm going to grab onto the document dot query select to all, because what I want to do now is loop through each one of them through and grab on, actually not loop, but I want to go through it. So traverse the DOM and check this last one down here. So let's say within our ID of budget review, we're going to go through all of the form group classes. So let me just console log them. Let's say console log result color. And for this, I need to just generate. Actually, I need a value again because the first function. Okay, so we got all of them. Now, if I would go into one of them, you can see that the 9th one is actually the result, but I don't want this. I want this one. So I want the 8th one, which is this form group, which contains the last form group. Okay, so if I want to grab on only to this, then I would need to do from the array grab on to the 8th one, or from the not list. Now let's quickly see if we got the right one. So let's go to our budget and yep, this is the one. Okay, so let's create an if statement and let's say if the output, so if the output under over budget, output under over budget dot inner text is greater than 0, then the resulting color, the variable that we just created up here, and we want the 8th one to have a style dot background color, not get element, just style dot background color of green. Okay, and else the result should have a background color of red. So if it's greater than 0, so if it's positive, the background color will be green, and if it's not, then the color will be red. Now we need our output result here. And for this, we're going to go up here in the calculations again. And first of all, grab onto our output. And for this, we're going to create here our last const of output, and we're going to grab one from document dot query selector to our ID of, let's see what kind of ID I gave it. Under over budget. Okay, so we grab onto this, and now we can say that I have a problem here. Let's see. Unexpected invalid or unexpected token. Then close you up. So const output query selector 247. Okay, then I forgot to close this up. Okay, now we need to grab onto this and assign it a value, which will be, again, the inner text. Is going to be just a simple calculation of, let's go first of all in here, of actually two things. The total expenses, the total income minus the total expenses. So we need total income, which is going to be our total monthly savings plus monthly income. So total monthly income. Oops, just copy it there. And we also need our total expenses. Let me just comment this one out. Our total expenses will be then total expenses. Let me just create this. Which is actually going to be our total monthly expenses plus our total annual expenses divided by 12. Oops, I just copied it. There we go. This one divided by 12. So we have our total income and our total expenses. Now we can comment this one back in and say that our total output is the total income minus the total expenses. Okay? So let's generate something here. Let's see. Let me actually start from here. So monthly expenses, food. Let's say we spend 600 and let's say 25. Then on clothing we spend 400. On shelter, let's say rent and mortgage and stuff like that, 1,500. Household 300 something. Transportation 150, 25 again, and so far and so on. Okay, so we have 3,000. Then we have our annual expenses of, let's say, tuition 5,000, home and rent of insurance 1,500, car insurance another 1,500. Oh, that's a bit too much. Taxes 200 and vacations 2,000 in a year. And let's say we have our income of, let's say, 3,000. Let's say we have one child and we're getting 150 for him. Side hustle, we're cleaning something, so we could we're getting extra 100, extra 300 in a month, and we get something for our tax returns, let's say 25. Okay, now let's see how our budget is looking. Let's generate review. Woo! Did I forget to fix? Yep. So we need to wrap this, and you will be angry with me because we have to do our calculations again, but I forgot. Oopsie. So to fix 2. Okay, so I think we need to do this again. So we got 625 500, shelter 1500, something here. That's too much. 21, health 150. Let's go down. Expenses, annual expenses. I didn't put anything into our monthly savings. Okay, let's say don't have any savings. Tuition, say 5,000 or 50,000. Near home rent insurance 1,400, 1,500. Taxes 600. Vacation 2,000. And now let's do our income. Say 3,000. Monthly 100. So we're getting 300. Okay, side hustle getting another 300, and the tax return is getting 15.15. Budget review. Okay, let's take a look. Generate. Whoa, so we can actually close the console. We are behind. We are 3,000 euros, $3,000 or credits or whatever behind. So let's see what we can do. First of all, let's say we have savings. Let's say we have, no, not yet. Let's say go to our monthly expenses and well, clothing. Let's reduce this to 200. Shelter, we need to get a smaller rent, so 1,000. We need to let's see our annual expenses, home rent, insurance. Well, if the rent goes down, the insurance comes down. We need to have a smaller car, so only 500, and we need to take a smaller vacation. And let's generate it again. Did I miss something? Income. Yeah, budget review again. Okay, so we're now 2,800 back. I think it's something with the tuition. Put in a bit too many zeros there. Okay, yay, we're in the green zone now. So we could actually, we have 856 to go. So we could take them and say emergency funds, we will put each month 300 in there. Now, this also means that we could increase some expenses, and what I would do is actually increase health. This is the most important. So I'm going to take those 300, we had 150 here, and put it into our health. Go work out, buy better food, and do stuff like that. So let's generate this again, and we get down to 800 again, but it should have subtracted it from here. I put in 300 and I take it out 300. So what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, is this a monthly or half? Let me just change it 150. Oh yeah, okay, it's working. Okay, so that's pretty much it for this project. I hope you enjoyed it. It's actually a really fun project for me because I am using this, a bit more complex version of this, calculate our budget. And yeah, hope you enjoyed it. See you in the next one. Bye bye.